Chapter 31. Hunting Chief, you mustn't do that. The other hunters tried to dissuade him in a hurry. Li Qingshan was surprised as well. Huang Binggu actually wanted to give his personal bow to him. The meaning behind this was not just a bow. He turned him down. Hunting Chief, a gentleman doesn't take what others like. I can't accept this wager, so just treat it as a joke. Huang Binggu stroked the bow gently and said to himself, this stone splitter bow has been with me for many years, so it's quite convenient to use. It's also helped me make a name for myself in the Jianghu. Now that I don't have much time left, I'd like to choose a good master for it. I heard you found Grandpa Zhang's bow too light. This stone splitter bow is an iron bow with a strength of 3 stones. Even regular practitioners of martial arts can't use it. Here, don't dilly-dally. Huang Binggu pushed the stone splitter bow to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan gripped the bow and felt a heaviness in his hand. He recalled Huang Binggu's elegance when he stood on the rock and killed people like he was slaughtering dogs. Yes, this bow was not suited for hunting. It was more suited for fighting on the battlefield. It was a true weapon for killing. He fiddled with the bowstring with his fingers. There were metal threads mixed in, so they were extremely sharp. Regular people had to wear rings to use it, but with the ox demon forges its hide, he did not mind. Huang Binggu seemed to want to entrust his son to him. He did not say it explicitly, but everyone present could tell. However, no one objected. Not only was this because of Huang Binggu's might, but Li Qingshan had also proven his strength before everyone. There was no need to ask whether Li Qingshan had the ability to lead, or whether the villagers were convinced. Obeying the strong was a human instinct, just like a pack of wolves. The Drawn Reins village was a pack of wolves. Huang Binggu wanted Li Qingshan to replace him as the Wolf King. This was a decision he had made after a long period of consideration. The Drawn Reins village had always been disliked by the government, and they had become sworn enemies with the Ginseng King village. They seemed impressive, but they were actually surrounded by danger. There were talented people in the village, but none of them could control the situation. Only Li Qingshan could do this. Li Qingshan held the stone splitter bow and felt like he was dreaming. A few months ago, he was still the most inconspicuous, lowly cowherd in the village. A few months later, he had the opportunity to become the renowned hunting chief of the Drawn Reins village, but he did not accept it. Hunting Chief, I'll accept this bow. Thank you for your kindness, but I've actually come to bid you farewell today. With that, there was an uproar. Everyone felt like Li Qingshan did not know how to appreciate his kindness. Even though Huang Binggu understood Li Qingshan's strength and potential, his expression was rather ugly after being rejected in front of so many people. Huang, but I want it for myself. Li Qingshan returned to his room and took out a small bottle of alcohol, passing it to Huang Binggu. This is the medicinal alcohol my master left behind in the past. It might be able to cure your illness. You from Tian Tttt. Li Tit, Tttt. Li Qingshan smiled and said, there's no harm in trying. This was the spiritual wine brewed from the spiritual ginseng. Although he was not skilled in medicine, he had some understanding of Huang Binggu's illness. He had been born with a weak body, and his many years of practicing martial arts had exhausted his origin, so he had to rely on his inner strength to support himself. This was an incurable disease that even a divine doctor would find difficult to cure. This was a congenital defect that no one could cure. However, the spirit ginseng had an innate qi that could save his life. Huang Binggu drank the spiritual wine in one gulp, then sat down to meditate. After a short while, wisps of white qi emitted from the top of his head, and his originally sallow complexion regained its ruddiness. After a long time he opened his eyes. Chief Hunter, what do you think? The hunters asked one after another. Huang Binggu touched his chest in disbelief. I feel much better. It was not just much better, it was better than ever. It was as if he had returned to his youth. There was a burst of cheers and many of the hunters shed tears. Many of the people who had originally been hostile towards Li Qingshan all changed their attitudes, holding his hands and thanking him profusely. Li Qingshan raised the stone splitter bow. Then it would be impolite of me to refuse this bow. Huang Binggu's expression darkened slightly. Then, Qingshan, can we change the wager? Having escaped from death, he was immediately reluctant to part with this old companion. Don't even think about it. Li Qingshan refused firmly. The words of a man of the mountains are like the mountains. How can I repent so easily? All right then. Huang Binggu's expression was bitter, which led to a burst of laughter from the people around him. Very rarely did they see their chief hunter act like this. Qingshan, are you going to come back? I'm just going to Crouching Ox Village to take a look. There are still some things I haven't tidied up yet, and I want to find a quiet place to practice my martial arts and see if I can make a breakthrough. Over the past few days of drinking spiritual alcohol, Li Qingshan felt that he had already touched upon the crux of the ox demon's fist of great strength. He planned on cultivating alone and achieving this strength of an ox. By then he would no longer have to remain trapped in the mountains and forests. He could go out and see the outside world. He remembered that the fatty he saved yesterday seemed to have called himself some Qingyang district magistrate. He wanted to fulfill his promise with Little Anne. Although he had no idea how far south Little Anne pointed to was, he still had to take the first step. Another breakthrough. Huang Binggu had sensed long ago that the current Li Qingshan had changed again compared to a few days ago. His entire being had undergone a drastic change. This rate of improvement was basically shocking. Yet in the blink of an eye he said he wanted to make another breakthrough. He could not help but think of how Li Qingshan had once said he wanted to become an innate master. Back then he had only thought of it as a passing thought. Now he suddenly felt that perhaps he really could achieve it. But what about the prey you've hunted? Li Qingshan's harvest over the past few days had almost caught up to the entire village's harvest. I don't want anything else. I just want the tiger bones from that tiger. Also, I want you to collect some tiger bones for me. I want to make some medicinal alcohol. I'll buy them at market price. The reason why he chased after the tiger relentlessly was not just because he wanted to show off in the village. Instead, it was because Oxen had told him that once he achieved the strength of an ox with the ox demon's fist of great strength, he could begin practicing the tiger demon's fist of bone forging. He needed to use another type of medicinal alcohol. The most important ingredient was like ginseng, precious but not uncommon. It was tiger bones. Hunters and tigers were mortal enemies. A single hunter would be afraid of a vicious tiger, but once a tiger became too aggressive, they would definitely search the mountain on a large scale, setting up many traps. Wild beasts were vicious, but they were still no match for humans. The number of tiger bones accumulated in the Drawn Reins village was probably not small. Huang Binggu said, "Is this the prescription your master left behind?" "Yes." "Are you saying that just because you're generous, the men of my Drawn Reins village are petty? I can help you make the medicinal alcohol, but can you let us use those 2 prescriptions as well?" Huang Binggu secretly tried out Li Qingshan's prescription. The medicinal alcohol made was indeed much better than the medicinal alcohol used in the village. Furthermore, there was no need to buy the ingredients from outsiders. Their village could gather them all. If they used it to nurture their disciples, it would not take long for the strength of Drawn Reins village to rise to another level. Li Qingshan had no objections. Those 2 prescriptions were just temporary items. There was nothing particularly precious about them, so there was no harm in giving them to others. Furthermore, he could save himself the trouble of making the medicinal alcohol. It was the best of both worlds. He handed the prescriptions to Huang Binggu, then took the stone splitter bow-mounted oxen and slowly left. It was only when Li Qingshan's figure disappeared around the corner of a mountain path that Grandpa Zhang whispered to Huang Binggu, "Hunting chief, why didn't you stop him just now? The spiritual ginseng is most likely on him. The alcohol you drank was most likely made from the spiritual ginseng, and the spiritual ginseng is most likely in the gourd at his waist." Li Qingshan had never mentioned the matter of the spiritual ginseng, but in the eyes of this experienced old hunter, he had already revealed too many clues. To Huang Binggu, who had once walked the Jianghu, these things could only be seen and understood even more clearly. Huang Binggu gazed at the mountain path that Li Qingshan had disappeared into. After a long silence, he turned his head and said, "After all, we are different from those ginseng foragers, aren't we?" Chapter 32. Grandpa Zhang also showed some respect. Many mountain villages were like Ginseng King Village, and hunter villages were even more so. After all, it was much easier to be a hunter than to hunt beasts. If they encountered a lone traveler, they could kill him with 1 arrow and take the item. It was simply too easy. Ever since Huang Binggu had led Drawn Reins village, he had strictly restricted the villagers. This had never happened before. On the mountain path, Oxen said to Li Qingshan, "You gave that bottle of spiritual wine. At least 2 people have seen through the matter of the spiritual ginseng." Li Qingshan said, "I know. It's very possible that they will attack and make you stay in Drawn Reins village forever. I know that too." Li Qingshan had lived 2 lives and was not a naive teenager. He knew of the many dark sides of human nature. "But I'm willing to take this risk. In life, if I'm always careful and don't believe in others or myself, then what's the point of mastering a peerless technique?" He had some measure of his own strength and was confident that even in the worst-case scenario, he would be able to kill his way out. Furthermore, he believed that his own strength would have the effect of intimidating others. On one hand, he warmly invites me while on the other, he silently presses on his sword. Does this count as becoming mature? Li Qingshan sighed in his heart as he caressed the locust-wood tablet on his waist that had the two words, Nanan, carved on it. However, there were still people in the world that he could wholeheartedly trust. Mgos. They slowly walked along the rugged mountain path. The red, yellow, and green maple trees were like fire along the way. It was very beautiful. Li Qingshan took out his bamboo flute again and began to play it. The clear sound of the flute echoed through the autumn mountains. Still can't find it? The young man who was called Young Master by the swordsman asked somewhat anxiously. He had already led people to search Bailao Peak for many days and had even expanded the search area, but there was no sign of the spiritual ginseng. Young Master, we've already brought people to flatten Ginseng King Village. The spiritual ginseng is definitely not there. They said that it must have been taken by Drawn Rain's village. Should we flatten Drawn Rain's village while we're at it? A swordsman asked. They have great enmity with the Drawn Rain's village, so of course they would say that. They think I don't know that the Drawn Rain's village withdrew from the mountain on the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, and then went to the north for the autumn hunt. Drawn Rain's village isn't like those country bumpkins from Ginseng King Village. Huang Binggu's archery skills were famous in Jianghu back then. Unless it's absolutely necessary, don't provoke him. No one in Jianghu dared to underestimate a strong bow or crossbow. Even a first-rate master would be at a disadvantage if the arrows were fired randomly. Young Master is wise. Looks like we can only wait until the next full moon. The young master felt a little proud. Suddenly his ears twitched. What's that sound? It sounds like a flute. Siren? The closest villages to here are the Ginseng King and the Reigning Horse. Let's go take a look. Oxen suddenly stopped in his tracks. Li Qingshan also saw more than 10 silhouettes lightly stepping on the treetops and rocks as they flew over from afar. Each of them had a sword on their back, and their posture was incomparably elegant. Is this light body technique? Li Qingshan exclaimed. He immediately thought of the person Little and had mentioned and raised his guard. However, this place should be quite a distance away from Bailao Peak. The young master was the first to arrive in front of Li Qingshan. His subordinates behind him loudly praised, Young Master has great light body technique. Li Qingshan saw that the young master had red lips, white teeth, and a handsome face. After being praised by his subordinates, his face was filled with an arrogant smile. Other than the calluses on his sword-wielding hands, he looked like a rich young master. He sized up the young master, but the young master didn't look at him. He glanced at him lightly and asked, Are you from Drawn Rain's village? Li Qingshan replied, That's right. If not, then who are you? Who are you to ask for our young master's name? A tall and skinny swordsman with a pale complexion saw that Li Qingshan was still sitting casually on the cow. His sword flashed and he used, Immortal guides the way to stab towards his face. Get down here. He wanted to scare him off the cow and make a fool of himself. Li Qingshan's face turned cold. He slightly tilted his body, and when the sword was about to reach its end, his eyes flashed. He quickly stretched out his hand and grabbed the blade of the sword. The tall and skinny swordsman coldly snorted in his heart, You actually dare to grab my sword? This is a fine steel treasure sword given by my sect. I only need to turn the blade of the sword and I will chop off your hand. However, when he used his strength to turn the sword, not only did he not achieve his goal, he instead twisted the fine steel treasure sword like a fried dough twist. The blade of the sword remained unmoved in Li Qingshan's hand. Even with the strength of his arm, he couldn't even match the strength of a few of Li Qingshan's fingers. Li Qingshan was enraged. There was no grudge between them, yet they wanted him to be crippled for life. These people of the pugilistic world were too vicious. Bang! With a ping sound, the blade of the sword was broken. The tall and skinny swordsman's complexion turned pale. His sword was unexpectedly broken by an unknown brat. How could he endure this? He wanted to forcefully attack with his broken sword. The young master reprimanded him. Cheetah, get down. You are not skilled enough. Don't embarrass our Dragon's Gate sword sect. Yes, this subordinate deserves to die. When we return, I will go to the disciplinary hall to receive my punishment. The tall and skinny swordsman named Cheetah did not dare to disobey. He retreated, but he looked at Li Qingshan with incomparable malice. The young master said with interest, I did not expect to meet an external expert deep in the mountains. You are qualified to know this young master's name. Listen well, I am the Dragon's Gate Sword Sect's Yang Jun, Li Qingshan shook his head. Never heard of you before. Country bumpkin, you are ignorant and inexperienced. The sword of our Dragon's Gate sword sect cannot be broken by others. I will not make things difficult for you. Leave behind a hand. Which hand do you want? The rage in Li Qingshan's chest surged. He wished that he could kill Yang Jun with one strike. Originally, he thought that even if a person who practiced martial arts could not be chivalrous, he would still be somewhat cultured. From the looks of it, he was very wrong. The good and evil of human nature all depended on a single thought. When a person had the power to toy with the lives of others, how many people could maintain their so-called humanity, not taking and doing whatever they wanted? However, this group of people could not be compared to the ginseng foragers who practiced shallow martial arts. They were true practitioners of martial arts. The ox demon forges its hide could block fists, but it could not block fine steel swords infused with inner chi. Furthermore, they all possessed movement techniques. Even if they managed to escape, it would not be easy. Yang Jun said, though, seeing how you're so young, your talent is quite good to be able to practice external martial arts to such a level. Crippling you like this is quite a pity. Why don't you become my servant? This was his true objective, as most people who practiced external martial arts were straightforward and honest. They did not have as many thoughts as people who practiced internal martial arts. In other words, their muscles grew into their brains. As a result, many masters of the Jianghu had powerful external martial artists as servants. He had always wanted to be cultured and recruit someone like that. When he saw Li Qingshan, he beamed inside. Wasn't this exactly what he was looking for? If he beat him up now, all he needed to do was give him some benefits in the future, and he would be able to raise a loyal dog. Young master, you mustn't. Cheetah tried to dissuade him in a hurry. If this kid really became the young master's servant, his status would rise. Yang Jun shot him a glance and he immediately shut up. Another swordsman said, why don't you hurry up and agree? Our Dragon's Gate sword sect is renowned throughout Qingyang City. Even becoming a servant disciple is difficult. Now that the young master is promoting you, you'll reach the top in a single step. I, Li Qingshan, will not become anyone's servant. Li Qingshan emphasized each word. He came from a different world. He had the same love and hatred as the people of this world, but there was one thing that was different. He had no loyalty. He would not be loyal to anyone, no matter how benevolent, noble, or terrifyingly powerful the person was. Chapter 33. If it were a one-on-one battle, the current Li Qingshan was confident he could defeat or even kill Yang Jun within 10 moves. Humph, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Yang Jun was just about to issue an order to capture Li Qingshan. Even if the Drawn Rains village was not to be trifled with, there was no need to worry about the news of him being destroyed in the depths of the mountains. Li Qingshan's body tensed up as well. He planned on capturing the ringleader first. He would deal with the blow and capture Yang Jun first. Suddenly, someone said, young master, he seems to be carrying the stone splitter bow on his back. What? The stone splitter bow? Yang Jun stopped and studied the great bow on Li Qingshan's back. He had some understanding towards the weapons of famed figures near Qingyang City. Where did you get this bow from? The hunting chief obviously gave it to me, said Li Qingshan. Yang Jun's expression wavered. He had been influenced by what he saw and heard in the sect, so he knew everything he needed to know. The person who could obtain this weapon was probably Huang Binggu's successor, the next hunting chief of the Drawn Rains village. If someone like that died, the Drawn Rains village would never just let the matter rest. They would be able to find out about their activities in the region without any effort at all. If they really did everything they could for revenge, the hidden arrows and traps would be difficult to deal with. He could not provoke trouble like this over a moment of anger. He swung his hand. Kid, don't let me run into you again. In the blink of an eye, they all vanished. Only Li Qingshan remained on the mountain path. He could not read minds, but he could guess that they feared the Drawn Rains village. When strangers saw you, they would never see you as a person. Instead, they would see your influence, power, and wealth. Li Qingshan had reached the level of a third-rate master, but he had relied on the bow on his back to escape danger. He was furious. He thought to himself, if I don't get my revenge, I'm not human. I, Li Qingshan, will never allow anyone to bully me, nor will I rely on someone else's reputation to live. Originally, he didn't quite agree with Oxen's theory that a man should be more broad-minded. But now he realized that a lot of deadly feuds were formed because of a single glare, and they wouldn't stop until one of them died. After over a month, Li Qingshan returned to Crouching Ox Village once again. Before he even stepped through the door, he heard something inside. Is there a thief? It's also because I live in a remote place. I'd like to see which petty thief dares to steal from me." The anger in his heart had not yet subsided. He quickly walked in and grabbed the man. The man turned around in pain. Their eyes met and both of them were stunned. "Li Fugue. Erlang. What are you doing in my house? Erlang, you're not dead." Li Qingshan looked at the room. Although it had been more than a month, it was still spotless. He knew that Li Fugue was not stealing but helping him clean the room. "Of course I'm not dead. Why do you say that?" Only after asking around did he find out that Li Qingshan had returned from Cypress Stream Village without any news. Everyone in the village had seen him get into a conflict with the people of the Drawn Rains village at the market, so they all thought that he was done for. Li Fugue even helped him burn some joss paper and cried. Li Qingshan did not know whether to laugh or cry. "I'm alive and well, aren't I? Hunter Huang of the Drawn Rains village invited me to the village as a guest, so I stayed for a while longer." Li Fugue never thought that he would actually be able to come out alive after entering a dangerous place like the Drawn Rains village. As for the fact that Hunter Huang had invited him over as a guest, he did not really believe it. In his eyes, although Li Qingshan was powerful, he was still nowhere close to someone like Huang Binggu. He did not know what to say either. He only muttered, "That's good. That's good." It did make Li Qingshan feel rather touched. He had not helped the wrong person back then. However, Li Fugue's expression suddenly became worried. "You should leave quickly. Don't let the villagers know." "What now?" "The eldest son of the village head's family has returned. He says he wants to make trouble for you." Li Long. Village head Li's eldest son as well as Li Qingshan and Li Bao's elder brother. The name was not unfamiliar to Li Qingshan. Instead, the villagers had almost grown calluses from hearing it. Originally, Li Long was only a few years older than him. However, it was said that when he was playing outside when he was young, he caught the eye of a noble and was taken to Qingyang City to learn martial arts. He would only return home during festivals and festivals. He had seen Li Qingshan, the cowherd, a few times, but he had never even spoken to him. In the eyes of the villagers, he was an important figure who had emerged from the Crouching Ox village and arrived in Qingyang City. He had made a name for himself. Every single family had a daughter and they all hoped to marry her off to him. Together with Caretaker Lu's son, Little Caretaker Lu, they were known as the two talents of the Crouching Ox. Of course, with the sudden rise of Li Qingshan, perhaps they should be known as the three talents of the Crouching Ox. However, Li Qingshan had never seen the world. He had never set foot in Qingyang City, so it was rather difficult for him to become the third talent. Li Qingshan said, "You think I'm afraid of him?" Not only was he not afraid, but he even wanted to see for himself. He ignored Li Fugue's advice and made his way to Village Head Li's home. In Village Head Li's home, a young man with a buzz cut lectured Village Head Li. "Just anyone is bold enough to bully us. You really are regressing the more you live." Then he pointed at Li Hu and Li Bao. "You two are grown men, yet you allow him to bully you all the way to your doorstep." He had basically grown up in Qingyang City, so his horizons and experience were extremely abundant. He had already begun to treat himself as a Qingyang citizen. Right now, he viewed the matters of the village from the perspective of a city dweller. He felt a natural sense of disdain, not just towards Li Qingshan, but towards everything in the Crouching Ox village. He was not young, but he had never married. His family had once tried to find a partner for him in a hurry, but he rejected all of them. Right now, he was no longer someone that village girls could match. Village Head Li, who was awe-inspiring in the village, only said meekly, "Don't be angry, my son. He's already dead anyway. He's seeking his own death by provoking the Drawn Rains village. There's no need for me to go through the trouble of teaching him a lesson." Li Hu shrunk his neck in meekly, but Li Bao said, "Big brother, you won't let us join the Iron Fist and learn martial arts, so of course we'll be bullied in the village." Li Long shot a glance at him. "That's because you don't have enough talent. Li Qingshan's not dead. Li Qingshan's back." At this moment, someone suddenly called out from outside. Li Long suddenly stood up. If this news only kicked up a commotion in the peaceful village, then Li Qingshan has gone to Village Head Li's home. Would kick up a great commotion, drawing the entire village to move out once more. They wanted to see the battle between the first and third prodigies of the Crouching Ox village. Under the scorching sun, Li Qingshan and Li Long stared at each other. The villagers all held their breaths as if they were afraid of startling them. Li Hu and Li Bao stood beside Li Long, boosting his momentum. Li Long waved his hand, dismissing the two of them. "Li Erlang, it's been so long. You've grown so big already. This was completely the tone of a senior speaking to a junior. However, the villagers all believed he had the right to speak like that, so they discussed quietly. Erlang's in big trouble now. Yeah. Li Long can't be compared to patch-haired Lu and those scoundrels. Chapter 34. Even though Huang Binggu had a sickly body, the feeling he gave off was that of a tiger's bones standing tall and mighty. He was extremely dangerous. Furthermore, in their last exchange, Huang Binggu had made a tactical error. He wanted to fight him head-on, using his weakest point to attack his strongest point. Of course he would not have won. Otherwise, even if he did not use archery, as long as he had a weapon in his hand, he would not have been able to defeat him. Li Long said, "I heard you wanted to see me?" Li Long also had a good eye and thought, this Li Erlang's posture is calm and steady. One look and you can tell he's trained in martial arts. He doesn't seem like a normal brute, and his aura seems to be a bit like Master's. He immediately shook his head, finding this thought funny. What kind of person was his master? How could he be mentioned in the same breath as this kind of brat? You dared to humiliate my family when I wasn't home. You really don't know how the word death is written. Oh, then I'd like to learn. Before Li Qingshan finished speaking, Li Long gave a loud roar and rushed forward to attack. With a metal tree piercing the clouds, he attacked Li Qingshan's chest. Cries of alarm came from all around. Li Fugue called out, "Erlang, be careful." Li Qingshan's body did not move. It was unknown if he could not dodge or if he was stunned. Li Long felt disdain in his heart. So he was just pretending. Just now it seems I've misjudged him. With a muffled bang, the fist landed on Li Qingshan's body. Li Qingshan used the ox demon stomps the ground, his 2 feet seemingly rooted to the ground. He did not move at all. Seeing that we're from the same hometown, I'll let you have 3 punches. Li Long was stunned. Although he had only used 30% of his strength in this punch, there was no one in the same sect who dared to take it head-on. Now that it had been taken by an unknown brat, he was even more furious when he heard Li Qingshan's words. He actually dared to be so careless. In the blink of an eye, he sent out a second punch, using 70% of his strength. He thought, don't blame me for not showing mercy this time. His fist carried a fierce gust of wind as it landed on Li Qingshan's body. Li Qingshan shuddered and said, "You haven't used your full strength yet. Hurry up, this is the last move." Li Long stared at Li Qingshan as if he had seen a ghost, but he did not believe it. With a loud shout, he exerted all the power in his body, the muscles and tendons on his arms bulged, and suddenly they became a fist bigger, faintly revealing a greenish-black color like black iron. In normal fights, even if it was a life-and-death struggle, he wouldn't dare to do this. He was afraid that he would use too many moves and expose his flaws. But now he couldn't care less. He used all his strength to throw out his strongest and most ferocious punch. After taking the punch head-on, Li Qingshan's body swayed, and he finally took a step back. His face turned red and the blood in his body surged. This punch still has some strength. 3 punches have passed. Now it's my turn. He raised his hand and punched. Iron chain crossing the river. The wind from the punch hit him in the face and Li Long turned pale with fright. He crossed his arms and used the strongest defensive move of the iron fist. Immediately after, he felt as if he had been hit by a raging bull. The iron bridge was washed away by the torrential flood, and his body flew out involuntarily. Even when he fell to the ground, he still couldn't believe it. I actually lost in 1 move. How could he have such great strength? Second punch. A black shadow suddenly blocked the sunlight and shrouded his eyes. Li Qingshan was already in front of him. Li Long wanted to block, but his arms were in so much pain that he couldn't lift them. Li Qingshan's punch came from above, and landed on Li Long's stomach like a pile driver. Li Long instantly arched up like a shrimp and spat out a mouthful of acid. Third punch. It went straight for Li Long's face. The villagers cried out in alarm. They were stunned by this sudden turn of events. The number 1 hero of the village, Li Long, whom they had been talking about for many years, was actually defeated in an instant. Moreover, he was defeated so thoroughly. The 2 brothers, Li Hu and Li Bao, couldn't believe that their big brother, whom they had always admired, was actually so vulnerable. Village Chief Li shouted at the top of his lungs, "Show mercy." The wind from the punch hit his face, but there was no sharp pain. Li Long slowly opened his eyes, only to see Li Qingshan's fist firmly stopping on his head. Only then did he realize that his whole body was covered in cold sweat. Just now at that moment he felt as if he was facing his invincible master, and he could only close his eyes and wait for death. Village chief Li threw himself at Li Qingshan, and his skinny hand tightly grabbed his arm. Erlang, for the sake of your dead parents, let my Xiaolong go. Dad, go away, let him come at me. Li Long struggled to get up. Li Qingshan said, seeing that you are somewhat filial, I will remember this punch. He was quite satisfied with the few punches he had just now, not because he was proud of his strength but because of his strategy. Li Long had practiced martial arts for more than 10 years, and it was not in vain. His combat experience was above Li Qingshan's. If they really fought, the other party would not fight him head-on, and it would take a lot of effort to win. Therefore he simply let him punch 3 times. Defending against such punches was what he was best at. Wherever Li Long's punches hit, he would focus his mind there, and the true qi in his body would also circulate there. After Li Long's 3 punches, not only was his mind injured, but his physical strength was also at its lowest. If he could not dodge, he could only block Li Qingshan's punches, and the result would be the same as just now. Li Long stood up with the help of Li Hu and Li Bao. Are you really Li Erlang? That's impossible. He only had a very vague impression of Li Qingshan. Other than his somewhat eccentric personality, he was not an important person. Even according to his father's description, Li Qingshan was just a hot-blooded youth who was forced to suddenly burst out with ruthlessness. This kind of thing was not rare to him, but he never knew that he had such martial arts. It was as if a child in the mountains had gone out to work hard for many years and finally earned a family business. After achieving success and fame, he returned to his hometown in glory and enjoyed the worship of the villagers. But suddenly, an inconspicuous country boy appeared and was even richer than him. The disappointment in his heart could not be any greater, and after the disappointment came anger. I am not Li Erlang, I am Li Qingshan. Since he no longer recognized that big brother, then Li Qingshan was not willing to be some Erlang. Li Long said fiercely, then do you know who I am? Of course I know. Then do you know who my master is? Oh. Obviously the master of Qingyang City's Iron Fist, known as the Iron Lion in the Jianghu, Old Hero Lu. Caretaker Lu suddenly stood out from the crowd and said with an extremely high and respectful tone. Li Qingshan frowned. I've never heard of him. What Iron Fist? Old Hero Lu? They all sounded like third-rate goods, but he had forgotten that he himself was third-rate. How ignorant. You haven't even heard of my master's name. Looks like you haven't heard of the 4 great masters of Qingyang, the dragon, the tiger, the lion, and the bear. Li Long called out. Don't tell me the dragon in there is you. Li Qingshan widened his eyes. This was the second time he had been accused of being ignorant today. All he knew was that in the Wuxia novels of his past life, people who used animals as nicknames were all trash. Jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards were all useless. Only true masters who used directions as nicknames were nicknames, such as Eastern Heretic, Western Venom, Southern Emperor, and Northern Beggar. Of course not. Li Long almost laughed out of anger. In the government office of Qingyang City, the advisor held a small booklet and introduced the fat official one by one. Sir, apart from these local aristocrats and landlords, there are 4 other places and 4 people that you can't offend. The fat official said in irritation, I might as well not offend a single person in the entire Qingyang City. The advisor ignored his feelings. These 4 places are a sect, a village, and a stronghold. What do you mean by a sect, a village, and a stronghold? The sect is the Iron Fist, the sect is the Dragon's Gate sect, the village is the Drawn Rains village, and the stronghold is the Black Wind stronghold. The dragon, the tiger, the lion, and the bear are the leaders of these places. Sir, if you offend these aristocrats, you'll be chased out of Qingyang City at most and lose your position as district magistrate. However, if you offend them, you might lose your life for no reason. Chapter 35. As it turned out, the group of people on the mountain path today were sent by the Dragon's Gate. The arrogant guy was the young master of the Dragon's Gate. No wonder he was so arrogant and despotic. Li Long said in surprise, you know Sickly Tiger? Afterwards he naturally saw the bow on Li Qingshan's back. As Huang Binggu rarely visited Qingyang City, he could not be certain that it was the stone splitter bow. Li Qingshan nodded and said nothing more. Li Long said, don't tell me your martial arts are also his. No, and it's none of your business. If you want revenge, feel free to come. Li Qingshan did not want to use Huang Binggu's name to intimidate others. Li Long's expression changed. He thought, this Li Qingshan's martial arts are already third-rate, so just what kind of person is his master? And he's connected to Huang Binggu. I only have a small dispute with him. Even if I kill him, what benefit will I get? It's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Li Long made up his mind. Suddenly his expression changed. He smiled slightly, although his smile was rather forced. Erlang were fellow villagers, so what kind of grievance is there for revenge? Li Qingshan was taken aback instead. Originally, he thought what would happen next would be him provoking the elders after beating up the young, forcing him into a corner like a swarm of bees. Afterwards, he would achieve a minor accomplishment in his abilities and kill them all. He never thought Li Long would actually be so fickle despite how reckless he seemed. Moreover, he was quite thick-skinned as well, actually changing his tune. He had basically witnessed the slippery side of the people of the Jianghu. Li Long smiled. And exchanging 3 punches for 2 punches, so I've profited. I can let you earn some more. Li Qingshan could tell that he originally wanted revenge. He had only changed his mind after hearing Huang Bingu's name. When he thought about how this was the second time he had to escape trouble like this today, he felt very mixed emotions. He hoped that one day he could also be like Huang Bingu. No, he wanted to be even stronger than Huang Bingu. Even if it was 1,000 miles away, if someone heard his name, they would still feel deep veneration, not daring to act recklessly. Li Long smiled awkwardly. There's no need for that. Don't just stand there. Let's talk inside. Our Crouching Ox village has produced such a young hero. I just happen to want to get to know him better. Then he cupped his fists in all directions. Fellow villagers, please go ahead. If I have the time, Li Long will visit each and every one of you. The villagers looked at one another. The outcome had truly exceeded their expectations, but since Li Long had asked them to leave, they dared not disobey. They just silently passed the title of the greatest hero of the Crouching Ox village to Li Qingshan. Since he had lowered himself so much, it was difficult for Li Qingshan to turn him down. Just like he had said, there was no particularly great grievance between them, and he also wanted to understand some information about Qingyang City, especially the Dragon's Gate sect. Under many gazes of respect, Li Qingshan was invited into village head Li's home. He was completely different from the nervousness he felt when he attended the banquet at caretaker Lu's home. He was relaxed and light-hearted. In the eyes of others, he possessed an air of arrogance. This was the change in mentality and bearing that came from his own strength. Qingshan, with how impressive your martial arts are you interested in finding a job in Qingyang City? Our Iron Fist sincerely invites all the heroes of the world to gather. With your martial arts, my master will definitely like you. Li Long tried to rope him in right from the beginning. I'm skilled in martial arts. Can I join the Iron Fist just because I want to? Li Qingshan found this person's breadth of mind rather admirable, but little did he know that Li Long was conflicted inside. Although Li Qingshan had punched him twice, there was no great grievance between them. If he could rope him into the gang, he would be able to help each other out as fellow villagers, which would be beneficial to his status in the sect. Of course I need to be vouched for. Don't worry, I can vouch for you. Our Iron Fist is a great clan with a great business. Our influence is not limited to Qingyang City. Our headquarters is located in the Clear River Prefecture. As long as your fists are tough enough and your contributions are great enough, you won't have to worry about development. Women and silver will be at your fingertips too. Li Hu and Li Bao were both extremely envious. They could only blame their elder brother for not vouching for them, preventing them from enjoying the women and silver in the city. Yeah. My family's Lu Neng is a caretaker in old hero Lu's estate. He'll be able to look after you when the time comes. Caretaker Lu followed them in as well. He felt fortunate that he had not offended Li Qingshan too much in the past. Who would have thought that the cowherd from back then would become so powerful in just a few months? As Li Long said that, Li Qingshan gradually understood that although the Iron Fist accepted disciples, it was more like a gang entrenched in the city. The Iron Lion, old hero Lu, should be a branch leader or a branch sect master. Li Qingshan said, May I ask what rate old hero Lu's martial arts are in the Jianghu? If you ask someone else, they really might not be able to answer you. My master's Iron Fist has reached perfection. He can be described as a second-rate master. Then how do I compare to him? Li Long never thought Li Qingshan would compare him to the peak of Qingyang right off the bat, and he was even comparing him to his master. He became rather displeased. I'm not trying to boast, but while your martial arts are impressive, you're only at the peak of the third rate. You're nowhere near my master's opponent. Then what's the difference between second rate and third rate? My master once said that a person who has just grasped the rudiments of martial arts can take on 3 to 5 strong men. An expert of the Jianghu can take on 3 to 5 such people, and so on and so forth. Although it's not absolutely accurate, that's the general idea. Once it exceeds this number, it'll be difficult for 2 fists to take on 4 hands. However, this is only in terms of direct confrontation. If you use the method of sneak attacks, a first-rate expert who is proficient in Qigong can kill dozens of second-rate experts. However, dozens of trained ordinary archers can also kill first-rate experts. Li Qingshan roughly understood his strength. Those ginseng foragers were originally people who had practiced martial arts. Back then he could be regarded as an expert of the Jianghu, so although he won, it was a Pyrrhic victory. After some cultivation he barely managed to reach the level of a third-rate master. Only after drinking the spiritual alcohol did he become a true third-rate master. Li Long's martial arts could be regarded as decent, but he was not a master. As a result, he was not his opponent at all. Apologies. I've already promised Hunting Chief Huang of the Drawn Rains village that I'll join them. I'm afraid I can't accept your invitation. He could not help but think of a few months ago, when he could not even sleep peacefully in the cowshed. His brother and sister-in-law viewed him as a thorn in their side, wanting to chase him out no matter what. Yet now people were inviting him everywhere. As expected, Li Long thought. He said in pity, the Drawn Rains village doesn't have much to offer. Out of the 4 places in Qingyang, our Iron Fist is the most at ease. They're all in the mountains, so how can they compare to us who are so close to the bustling world? Whatever. Whenever you change your mind and come to Qingyang City, feel free to come to Iron Fist to find me. Just mention my name. Li Qingshan could not help but smile. Sure enough, there were not a lot of people who wandered the Jianghu for the sake of justice. He asked about many more things and Li Long answered everything he knew. Seeing how he was so loyal, Li Qingshan was not a tactless person, so he showed some respect. Brother Li, it's not a festival right now, so why have you returned? Li Long suddenly lowered his voice. Even if you didn't ask, I'd tell you anyway. I've returned this time for something major that threatens the Crouching Ox village. The Black Wind stronghold might treat the Crouching Ox village as a target to plunder. Chapter 36. Steward Lu stammered, No, I don't think so. The Black Wind stronghold is very far from here. They've never been here before. He was the largest household in the village, so he was the first person the Black Wind stronghold came to look for. I heard that the villages closer to the Black Wind stronghold have strengthened their defenses and built walls. That's why the bandits are so far away. It's almost winter, so they need to store food to get through the winter. Steward Lu, your granaries are all full, right? Don't tell me the government doesn't care. Only now did Li Qingshan learn that the mountain bandits also had an autumn hunt. For hunters, autumn was when the wild beasts were fat, but for the bandits, it was when the commoners who had just reaped the fruits of their labor were at their fattest. The government collects money every year saying that they want to suppress the bandits, but they never do anything. Steward Lu said, Then what should we do? Nephew, why didn't you bring more people back? Li Long glanced at him in annoyance. He was also willing to bring more people back, but he was only one of the sect master's disciples, not the leader of the Iron Fist. It was fine for his brothers to eat and drink with him, but it was impossible for them to fight the bandits of the Black Wind stronghold. However, it was all thanks to Steward Lu that he was able to become the Iron Lion's disciple. Because of this old friendship, it was not appropriate for him to reprimand him. He only said, I alone am enough. This time, it definitely won't be the leader of the Black Wind stronghold himself. It's most likely one of the leaders. As long as I mention my master's name, he'll have to give me some face. However, I'll also need some people to keep up appearances. Qingshan. Li Long looked at Li Qingshan expectantly. With such an expert by his side, he felt a bit more confident. Li Qingshan deeply doubted this explanation. How could someone who had come all the way here just retreat after hearing his name? However, he would not let this small village that had raised him be trampled by others. He cupped his fists and said, It's my duty. With his promise, Li Long also calmed down. With the help of a third-rate expert, this matter would be much more assured. This was also the key reason why he was willing to tolerate Li Qingshan to this extent. Village Chief Li and Steward Lu arranged for some workers and servants to make preparations. They also equipped some weapons. Although the news was still sealed, the atmosphere immediately became tense. Steward Lu said with a trembling voice, Nephew, should we go into hiding? Li Long said, There's no need to avoid this. They're here to plunder. They won't commit murder or arson for no reason. But Steward Lu, I'm afraid you'll have to bleed a little this time. Steward Lu let out a long sigh. If it was a blessing, it wouldn't be a misfortune. If it was a misfortune, it couldn't be avoided. He could leave, but his family business couldn't. They waited quietly in the room. The two brothers, Li Hu and Li Bao, were still sweating from fright as they held their weapons. They constantly thought of the various terrifying rumors regarding the Black Wind Mountain. Li Long glanced at his brothers before glancing at Li Qingshan, who remained unfazed and resting with his eyes closed. He sighed inside. If you had even half his courage, I'd be willing to take you into Qingyang City. Clang, clang, clang. Before the sky had even darkened, a gong suddenly rang out from outside the village. It was a scout stationed outside the village, a clever and nimble junior chosen by Steward Lu. They're here, Li Long said. Li Qingshan snapped open his eyes. How bold of these bandits to actually plunder in broad daylight. The gong suddenly stopped. They hurried to the entrance of the village and saw a cloud of dust approaching from afar. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived before them. There were several dozen people. Whether they were tall or short, fat or skinny, they all had vicious expressions. The person in the lead rode a pony that could travel on mountain roads. He actually held a bloody head in his hand. Xiao Lu. Steward Lu called out. The head belonged to the junior he had sent out to investigate, but it had actually been killed just like that. He became so frightened that his stomach and legs weakened. He looked at Li Long. Didn't you say they wouldn't kill people for no reason? Li Long's eyebrows furrowed. He said softly, they're trying to kill to establish their might. Afterwards, he clasped his fist and said loudly, I'm Li Long of the Iron Fist. May I ask which boss of the Black Wind Stronghold has come? This is our third boss. If you're sensible, hand over your money and food. Don't make us waste our time, or we'll burn down your shitty village. A bandit called out and the other bandits followed suit. They fiddled around with the weapons in their hands as they smiled scornfully. It was like they were looking at a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. The third boss had a full beard and a fierce-looking face. He tossed the head to the ground and it rolled to Li Long's feet. Iron Fist, if the Iron Lion was here, I'd leave immediately without another word. Who do you think you are? When Li Hu and Li Bao saw the cloud of dust, they were so frightened that their faces turned ashen. Their legs trembled and at this moment they even weakened and fell to the ground. The bandits laughed loudly. The third boss is so impressive. Li Long's expression changed and he gasped. It was rumored that out of all the bosses of the Black Wind Stronghold, the third boss was the most savage and temperamental. He would plunder and plunder without hesitation. In the eyes of the villagers near the stronghold, he was someone even more terrifying than the master of the Black Wind Stronghold. However, since the third boss had asked him what he was, it proved that he was still fearful of the Iron Fist and asked about his relationship with the Iron Lion. The situation was out of his control, so he could only hold back his anger. I'm Master's final disciple. I knew you were coming, so I didn't want you to return empty-handed. I've given you a small gift, so please spare the Crouching Ox village for my master's sake. Caretaker Lu offered up an embroidered box with trembling hands. The third boss lashed out with his horsewhip, and the embroidered box flew into his hands, demonstrating his impressive martial arts. He opened the box and it was filled with shiny silver. However, his face gradually darkened instead. 100 taels? Are you trying to send off a beggar? Great King, we've already done our best. Before nightfall, I want to see 1,000 taels of silver and 1,000 caddies of rations. Otherwise, When the third boss reached there, he suddenly licked his lips and smiled obscenely. My brothers also want to borrow a few women. Don't worry, we're not robbing them, we're just borrowing them. Once we're done, we'll return them to you next spring. The bandits all laughed obscenely. Any woman that can become the wife of our third boss would be lucky. When spring comes, perhaps that woman won't even want to return. Li Long knew the best. No woman could return from the Black Wind Stronghold. They had all been raped to death. He said loudly, does the third boss really not care about the Iron Fist at all? Caretaker Lu was even more stunned by this number. He was stunned speechless. Don't make me wait too long. The third boss did not even look at Li Long. He turned his head and ordered his subordinates, hurry them up. The 20 or so bandits laughed as they walked around Li Long's group. They entered the village and knocked on every door. If anyone dared to open the door, they would break it down. Hundreds of villagers were chased out like sheep. They gathered together in fear. The barking of dogs and the wailing of women and children filled the air. The third boss laughed as he looked at this scene. Let's rest in this village tonight. This child is only 14 years old. He hasn't done anything bad in his life. Suddenly, an extremely calm voice sounded. It was so calm that it did not seem suitable for the current situation. However, within that calmness, there seemed to be an uncontrollable killing intent suppressed. Li Qingshan picked up Little Six's head from the ground and gently closed his eyes. The third boss narrowed his eyes. Who are you? He did not notice Li Qingshan. From the beginning, when the head was thrown, Li Qingshan's head was lowered and his body was trembling. He thought that it was fear. However, Li Qingshan was no longer trembling. He slowly said, "This is a very good and clever child. His parents also love him very much." The third boss yawned. "What are you trying to say?" Chapter 37. The bandits roared with laughter as if they had heard a hilarious joke. However, the third boss sensed something terrifying from Li Qingshan's body and didn't laugh out loud. The head fell to the ground and the bowstring was fully drawn. Die. Li Qingshan attacked in an instant. His angry roar couldn't drown out the sound of the bowstring, and the arrow shot towards the third boss with his monstrous rage. A black light shot through the air, and the enormous force sent the third boss flying high into the air before he fell heavily to the ground. The power of the three-stone bow was astonishing, and Li Qingshan's movements were smooth. At such a close distance, only a second-rate expert or higher would be able to dodge it, but the third boss was clearly not one of them. The noisy village instantly quieted down. The bandits all stared with wide eyes, unable to believe this scene. The grand third boss had actually been killed by a teenager. The villagers looked at him as if he were a god. To them, the bandits were terrifying demons and the third boss was the leader of these demons. Now that Li Qingshan had killed the third boss with one strike, he was like a god. The situation had reversed, but there was no joy on Li Long's face, only fear. Third boss. Third boss. A few bandits surrounded the third boss and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. With a fierce expression, he pointed at Li Qingshan and said, "Kill him." He could be considered a third-rate expert, so he reacted in an instant. Although he couldn't dodge the arrow, he avoided a vital point. The arrow pierced through his right shoulder, shattering all the bones nearby. His right hand could be considered crippled. His eyes were bloodshot, and he wanted nothing more than to skin Li Qingshan alive. The bandits reacted and picked up their swords and halberds, roaring as they charged at Li Qingshan. A gust of wind blew behind his head as a short javelin stabbed towards the back of his head. Without turning his head, he slightly tilted his head and grabbed the javelin. He turned around and threw it. The javelin shot back with 10 times its original speed, nailing the attacking bandit to the door. A halberd, a goose feather saber, and a red-tasseled spear all stabbed towards him at the same time. Li Qingshan grabbed the shaft of the spear and pulled hard. The two bandits lost their balance and fell towards him in fright. A pair of iron arms were already waiting for them and struck their chests like iron hammers. Muffled sounds were heard and the two bandits were sent flying while vomiting blood. Seizing this opportunity, the Yenling saber stabbed into Li Qingshan's chest. The ice-cold saber and sword touched his lower abdomen. It looked like the saber was about to pierce through Li Qingshan's body, but it was unable to move even an inch further. Li Qingshan's pair of iron palms struck the bandit's head with the force of 2 piercing winds. When he put down his hands, the bandit collapsed to the ground as if he had lost his soul. Blood slowly seeped out of his 7 orifices. He strode towards the third leader, but the battle cries behind him were already deafening. With a flick of his toes, he hooked the halberd and held it in his hand. There was no technique, no apprehension, just a sweep. The strong wind stirred up a semicircle of dust and rushed towards the mountain bandits. The tip of the halberd broke and flew up, piercing the ground. Several weapons flew up, followed by a series of blood-curdling screams. Some people tried to block, but they couldn't block the sweeping force of the halberd. Smoke and dust scattered in all directions. 4 bandits fell to the ground. Only a short bandit was swept across the face and died on the spot. The other 3 bandits all had their chests cut open and were screaming on the ground. Fresh blood sprayed on the ground as if it was worthless, and the rich color flowed everywhere. Li Qingshan glanced at the broken halberd and muttered, "What a poor weapon." He threw it to the ground. But he didn't know how many hard bones and steel he had forcibly swept through in that instant. How could a normal weapon withstand such an attack? In the blink of an eye, 8 bandits were dead or seriously injured. The bandits behind them screamed in fear and stopped. They held their weapons and didn't dare to move forward. They were stunned by this tragic scene. The originally ordinary youth seemed to have turned into a terrifying killing god in a flash. Li Qingshan continued to walk towards the third boss. His face was expressionless, but his eyes flickered with a red light that even he himself didn't notice. However, his mind was rapidly analyzing the situation. He didn't let his anger get to his head. Only the third boss could be considered a third-rate master here, so he heavily injured him as soon as he attacked, eliminating the greatest threat. There were a few masters among the other bandits, but most of them were at the level of the ginseng foragers. They had only practiced some martial arts and were enough to bully commoners, but they were definitely not his opponent. Oh, I'm going to die here. The third boss propped himself up and moved backwards. He gazed at the approaching Li Qingshan in fear. He was like a humanoid demon from legends who would suddenly transform and bare his vicious fangs. No matter how many people were around him, they were unable to protect his safety. If I die, the entire Crouching Ox village will die with me. Do you know who my eldest brother is? Li Long's expression became even uglier. He went up and grabbed Li Qingshan. Qingshan, don't be rash. The third boss took the opportunity to climb onto his horse. He pulled on the reins and the horse galloped away. The other bandits didn't need him to say anything. They all followed him like a swarm of bees. They didn't even care about the injured bandits. Li Qingshan broke free from his restraints and grabbed Li Long's throat tightly. He lifted him up. Do you want to die too? Li Long said with difficulty. I can't kill the boss of the Black Wind Stronghold. Have you heard of Elm Village? Elm Village. Caretaker Lu, who had collapsed on the ground and was scared half to death, suddenly cried out involuntarily. What Elm Village? Li Qingshan relaxed his grip. The people of Elm Village have always practiced martial arts. They're fierce and fierce. They once killed a boss of the Black Wind Stronghold. However, not long after, the master of the Black Wind Stronghold personally led 5 bosses and slaughtered over 100 people in the village, regardless of age or gender. They piled them up into a mountain of corpses. The master of the Black Wind Stronghold personally led the bosses to offer sacrifices to their fallen brothers. Do you want something as tragic as that to happen in Crouching Ox Village? Then are we just going to let them trample over and humiliate us? Li Qingshan growled. Qingshan, I know how you feel, but the situation is stronger than you. Then let me become even stronger. The expressions of all the villagers changed. At this moment, they heard the third boss leave behind an extremely vicious sentence from afar. Your Crouching Ox village will be massacred. Some people fell to the ground in fright. Cries and wails rang out again. There was no joy from repelling the bandits at all. An injured bandit clutched his chest as he smiled cruelly. You'll all be buried with me. Are you done? Li Qingshan said. What? Li Qingshan released Li Long and kicked the goose feather blade beside his feet. The blade pierced the bandit's throat, and he immediately breathed his last. I won't go back on my words. Li Qingshan finished off the other injured bandits one by one. He turned around and said to the villagers, nothing will happen. I promise. Afterwards, he strode off in the direction the bandits had fled in without even looking back. The sun set in the west, and the last ray of light vanished from the horizon. Darkness descended on the mountains and land. Beside the roaring bonfire, 2 bandits helped the third boss pull out the arrow. The third boss cried out in pain and slapped one of the bandits away. Can't you be a little more fucking gentle? The bandit's mouth was covered in blood from the slap. He stuttered, afraid to talk back. The other bandits were all dejected. Under the Black Wind Stronghold's fame, it had already been a very long time since they had experienced a defeat like this. They had already grown used to gazes of fear and flattery, and they were used to taking silver and women as they pleased. All of you buck up. We'll definitely get our revenge. Once we capture that brat. The third boss smiled cruelly. Cut him into 1,000 pieces. Immediately, another bandit agreed. Chapter 38. Who did it? Who did it? The third boss roared. Although he was injured, he still had his cultivation. Just who was it that could actually kill someone under the watchful eyes of so many bandits? Pooh, another bandit's throat was slit and he fell to the ground. Just now, he was the first to agree with third boss that he wanted to cut Li Qingshan into 1,000 pieces. The dark forest seemed to hide a terrifying demon. A terrifying shadow instantly enveloped all the bandits. No one could see who did it. How did it happen? They didn't know if they would be the next to die. The fear of the unknown was the scariest. In the chaos, the third and fourth bandits fell to the ground. It was as if the scythe of the Grim Reaper was silently harvesting lives. The night wind was cold. An exquisite hunting knife, like a venomous snake, slithered through the tall withered grass. The blade was covered with dark grass juice, so it didn't reflect any light. Tonight there was no moon. Li Qingshan stood in the dark forest on the hillside watching everything. Only he could see Little and holding the hunting knife, pacing back and forth among the bandits. His face was filled with anger. The words of these bandits had completely enraged him. His numb and withered heart for a long time burst forth with such strong emotions for the first time. He wanted to kill all these people. Li Qingshan saw that Little and tried to get close to third boss several times, but was blocked. The blood energy of a third-rate master was already extremely strong, and could already restrain Yin ghosts. The reason why Little and could get close to him was because he used his own life energy to nourish him every day. Ah! Ah! 2 screams were heard, 2 more bandits died. The third boss was not a useless person, he shouted. Everyone gather together, stick together. All the bandits gathered around him to ensure his safety. The blood energy and life energy gathered together like a huge flame. Even Little and couldn't get close. Li Qingshan drank a mouthful of the spiritual wine in the gourd. Demon Ox's fist of great strength wasn't known for speed, nor did it have any so-called qinggong. He relied on the endurance of an ox and the replenishment of the spiritual wine to catch up. He replenished his vitality and raised the stone splitter bow. Now it's my turn to make a move. Peng! The pitch-black night sky was startled. Just from the sound alone, one could tell that it was an extremely powerful bowstring. The sound was short and elegant, carrying with it a sharp force that could cut through the air. The arrow whistled through the darkness in the distance, piercing through the chest of a bandit and nailing into the body of the bandit behind him, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The moment he heard the twang of the bowstring, the bandit had already been pierced. The bandits had been through quite a few battles, yet none of them could react in time. The third boss knew that this was because the arrow was faster than sound. The person who shot it was an expert. In all of Qingyang, there seemed to be only a single person who could shoot an arrow like that with a single bow. No, it's not that person. Otherwise he would be dead by now. The third boss glanced at his injured right shoulder and remembered the brat who had forced him into this situation. Originally he thought he had been careless, which was why he had fallen for the sneak attack. He never thought the brat's archery would be so terrifying. In reality, Li Qingshan's archery was not particularly accurate. Moreover, he had suddenly used a heavy bow like the stone splitter bow from such a great distance. However, the bandits were all gathered together, so there was no need for him to take aim. All he had to do was shoot at the center, and there was no reason for him to miss. Third boss, it's that brat from before. He's caught up. He's trying to kill us all. The arrow came from that direction. Let's fight it out with him. No, we can't. Once we separate. As they argued, the second arrow pierced the chest of another bandit. Every single bandit's face twisted in fear. They were so flustered that they were like a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. The third boss ordered, "It's all that brat's doing. Let's charge up and kill him together." He led the bandits as they charged up the hill, yelling and shouting. Li Qingshan stood where he was without any hesitation, shooting arrow after arrow. An arrow shot out from the taut bowstring, whistling through the darkness. It pierced through 3 withered leaves as it spun, stabbing into the body of a bandit. Then it pierced through layers of flesh until it was stuck in the bones. Just now it unwillingly stopped moving. The immense impact of the arrow didn't even leave the bandit with a chance to cry out in agony. One of the bandits by the side halted his footsteps and looked over in horror. Before the fear in his eyes could dissipate, he felt a sharp pain in his head, and he lost consciousness. The interval between the arrows was actually so short. The bandits' charge came to a halt, and they hurriedly searched for cover. However, before they could even catch their breaths, the strange bloody marks once again appeared on their throats. They were even more accurate and terrifying than the arrows. Someone died at every moment. The morale that had been raised by fear vanished. Only when they returned to their senses did they discover that the third boss had already mounted a pony and galloped off towards the Black Wind stronghold. They immediately scattered. Li Qingshan carried the stone splitter bow on his back and felt his arms ache slightly. The power of the 3-stone bow really was extraordinary. He had only fired a dozen or so arrows, and he found it rather difficult to continue. He sucked in a deep breath and took another sip of alcohol. "Little Ann, let's chase after them." In the Crouching Ox village, the villagers were still in a state of panic. Li Long was currently ordering people to collect the corpses. Long, how did you end up like this?" An old, dignified voice rang out in the darkness. Li Long shuddered. "Master, why have you come?" It was the master of the Iron Fist who had shaken up Qingyang City, the Iron Lion Lu Hong. "I was afraid that you wouldn't be able to subdue those bandits, so I came to take a look." Lu Hong emerged from the darkness. His eyes were like rings and he radiated dignity even without being angry. He wore large luxurious robes and seemed awe-inspiring, like a mighty lion. He glanced at the corpses of the bandits. "You've fallen out with the Black Wind stronghold? You didn't do it? What a heavy blow. Tell me what happened." Li Long could only tell him everything in detail. When Lu Hong heard the third boss actions, he snorted coldly. How dare he look down on me in the Iron Fist like this? If I were here, I'd definitely kill him myself. I'd like to see whether that blind bear is bold enough to fall out with me or not. When he heard how Li Qingshan had struck out, he praised, "What boldness and skill. How old do you think this Li Qingshan is?" "Roughly 15. Li Long himself was rather surprised, so he could only say it out loud. Only now did he remember that Li Qingshan was only a teenager. What? He's only 15? Lu Hong was shocked. He was a veteran of the Jianghu. Let alone 15-year-old third-rate masters. He had even seen first-rate masters before. However, behind these talented youths were all the shadows of large clans and sections. At the very least, they had a master with unparalleled martial arts. Chapter 39. Li Long pointed in a direction and Lu Hong strode over. The Iron Fist was not particularly skilled in movement techniques, but he took 7 or 8 steps longer with each step than a regular person. His sleeves fluttered in the wind and he did not slow down at all. Before long he arrived where the Black Wind Mountain bandits had stopped and set up a campfire. Only a few corpses remained there now, and a few wolves were currently gnawing on the corpses. They raised their heads and let out threatening howls when they heard the noise. Lu Hong snorted coldly like a clap of thunder. The wolves howled and fled in fright. Lu Hong examined the corpses. This really is the power of the stone splitter bow. Huang Binggu has actually given away his famed weapon. Is he Huang Binggu's disciple? No, with that sickly tiger's martial arts he can't raise a disciple like that. Though, since he's given the stone splitter bow to him, Huang Binggu probably intends for him to take over as hunting chief. No wonder he's not afraid of the Black Wind stronghold. As long as he returns to the Drawn Rains village, the Black Wind stronghold won't be able to do anything to him. It's not like they can destroy the Drawn Rains village. Does Li Qingshan really want to kill them all? The smell of blood stung his nostrils and Li Long trembled slightly. He had practiced martial arts for over a decade, so fighting and brawling was nothing out of the ordinary for him. However, with the influence of the Iron Fist in Qingyang City, he did not have a corresponding opponent to fight him to the death. At most, he would teach a lesson to some ignorant hooligan or passerby of the Jianghu. He had never seen so many corpses before. Since we've become sworn enemies, we obviously have to kill them all. Along, it's just too easy in Qingyang City. Originally, with your talent, your skills should have been much greater than this. Lu Hong felt like it was only natural, so he taught a lesson to his disciple. Li Long stammered, unable to reply. Lu Hong continued to examine the corpses. These wounds are so strange. He discovered a bandit who had died from having his throat slit. What's so strange about it? This bandit died in a pile of people. Look at his expression and posture when he died. He doesn't seem to have reacted at all. What's this all about? Afterwards, he discovered many other bandit corpses with the same wounds. Li Long's heart shivered as he imagined the strange sight. He could not help but look around. The dark mountains and forests seemed to be hiding ghosts. Only when he saw Lu Hong did he feel much more at ease. As long as your movement technique is good enough, you can achieve that. However, across the entire Qingyang, only the sect master of the Dragon's Gate sect can rival a movement technique like that. Not only does this Li Qingshan have assistants, but he's very powerful as well. No matter how experienced Lu Hong was in the Jianghu, he couldn't guess that the mountain bandits couldn't react because they couldn't see the enemy. They followed the tracks left on the ground and went deep into the mountains. The corpses of the bandits were as obvious as road signs. Some fell to the ground after being hit by arrows, while others died from having their throats slit. Li Qingshan had grabbed him by the neck. Back then he had not been very afraid, but now he actually felt lingering fear. They discovered another bandit's corpse. Li Long said, "The bandits are all dead. Only the third boss remains." Afterwards, they discovered a pony that had collapsed on the ground, foaming at the mouth. Before long, Lu Hong stopped and gazed below a large tree. Even he, an experienced member of the Jianghu, was extremely shocked. The blood had spread very far. The smell of blood was even heavier than around the campfire where most of the bandits had died just now. With just a single glance, Li Long could not help but vomit, as if he wanted to vomit up all the horrors he had seen tonight. For the entire night, the third boss seemed to be submerged in a nightmare that he could not wake up from. The people around him died one by one, while the god of death closed in on him step by step. The third boss circulated his movement technique and desperately fled towards the Black Wind stronghold. Although he was not as fast as the Dragon's Gate sect, perhaps the danger had stimulated his potential, so he was not slow at all. The sinister wind circled around him, chasing him closely. He did not dare to stop at all. Only when he had expended all of his inner chi did he stop. He stopped under a large tree and panted heavily. Looking down the slope, he could already see the traces of the Black Wind stronghold. Just as he smiled, twang! The arrow whistled through the air, piercing through his thigh and nailing deep into the tree trunk. Withered leaves fell like rain. The third boss ignored the intense pain. He looked at the terrifying figure walking out of the forest with a smile on his face. He was like a hunter who had caught his prey that he had been chasing for a long time. The bowstring in his hand was still vibrating. This is the end, third boss. I admit defeat today. The Jianghu is a small place, so why not make friends? In such a dangerous moment, the third boss actually took on the attitude of a hoodlum and began to speak in the Jianghu. However, before he could finish, an arrow pierced through him. Don't mention that word because you're not worthy. Come speak. Tell me everything about the Black Wind stronghold. How many people do you have? How many bosses do you have? What martial arts does the first boss practice? If I tell you, will you spare me? The third boss was covered in sweat. He was in pain and fear. Li Qingshan considered it for a moment. No. I already said that you must die today. I'll give you a quick death. He did not even need to lie. He just told the third boss clearly that he wanted to kill him. He could tell him or not. The third boss said, "Fuck you. If you want to kill me, come at me. Let's see if I'll even frown." Li Qingshan smiled coldly. That's exactly what I wanted. A red light that even he did not notice flowed in the depths of his eyes. Li Long forced himself to calm down, but his eyes avoided the corpse under the tree. Master, should we continue chasing? Lu Hong waved his hand. There's no need. With such a star of evil appearing, the Jianghu will be filled with trouble from now on. He had seen many ruthless people in the Jianghu. This third boss was not inferior to them. However, it was rare to see someone so ruthless and merciless as soon as they entered the Jianghu. Who wouldn't want to vomit a few times? Only after experiencing many life and death experiences could one's heart gradually harden. Li Long said, he's only a third-rate martial artist. He relied on a sneak attack to heavily injure the third boss. Why does Master care so much about him? Lu Hong said, I can only tell you that there are many people like this in the Jianghu. Not a single one of them is weak. Any martial arts in the hands of such people can display extraordinary power. Do not carelessly make an enemy out of them. Why is that? Li Long did not understand. Could it be that being vicious and merciless meant that one's martial arts were high? The essence of martial arts lies in killing. However, Li Qingshan, who was regarded as a star of evil by Lu Hong, was currently kneeling by the stream and vomiting. His tears flowed down his face as he vomited. In the end, the third boss bones were not as hard as he had said. He told Li Qingshan everything he wanted to know in full detail. All he wanted was to die. After killing the third boss, the red light in his eyes dimmed. He seemed to have realized what he had done. He had used an incomparably cruel method to torture a living person. But that was not all. What was more frightening was that he felt great pleasure from it. What's going on with me? A cow's hoof stepped into the stream. Li Qingshan raised his head. Oxen looked at him and said with a tone that seemed to be praising and mocking, "You're becoming more and more like a demon." Chapter 40. Oxen asked, "Do you still want to continue? Don't blame me for not warning you. You might really end up becoming a demon. As long as I have a clear conscience and can freely express my thoughts, I will have no regrets even if I end up becoming a demon," Li Qingshan said as he stood up. His confused heart was instead strengthened by Oxen's words. Oxen could not help but look at him in a different light. Even a cultivator with a firm will would feel fear and repulsion when they heard that they would fall into the path of demons and become a demon. It had already prepared itself to patiently advise him, but Li Qingshan was not too affected. He was still firm in his choice and did not show any signs of wavering. It was truly rare. However, this was also good. If he was the kind of person who would only care about this kind of thing, it would not be worth Oxen's effort. The age that Li Qingshan lived in his past life was an age of information explosion. As a shut-in, he consumed various movies and novels day and night as mental sustenance. He had come across the most diverse thoughts, as well as witnessed the most terrifying and grand spectacles. Under the impact of all kinds of information, his ability to accept things was probably something few people in this era could compare to. He would not be bound by any traditional way of thinking. This kind of advantage and strength was slowly showing itself, and he displayed a power that no magical ability or artifact could replace. No matter how strong Li Qingshan's cultivation talent was, it was difficult for Oxen to take him seriously. However, his personality was unique and completely different, which was why Oxen placed great importance on him. "Come with me." One ox and one man advanced through the pathless mountains. Oxen did not say where they were going and Li Qingshan did not ask. After he understood the strength of the Black Wind stronghold from the third boss, he immediately knew that he was no match for them. He could only become stronger. After walking for an unknown period of time, there was suddenly a sound in the forest. As he moved forward, the rumbling sound grew closer and closer, until it was like thunder. The scenery in front of him suddenly became clear. On a cliff that was dozens of feet high, a waterfall flew straight down and fell into the pool like a jade dragon, splashing snowflake-like foam. In the center of the pool there was a big whirlpool that kept spinning, and there were many smaller whirlpools around it. Li Qingshan stood in front of the waterfall. Even though he had a strong will, he still felt a little shaken in the face of nature's creation. "Brother Nyo, what is this?" "Waterfall. Of course I know it's a waterfall. Why did you bring me here?" "Of course it's cultivation." At this time, a broken piece of wood fell from the top of the waterfall and was instantly sucked into the whirlpool. It crashed into the rocks in the water and broke into pieces. If a person were to be sucked into it, they would definitely die horribly. Li Qingshan gasped. "It's in here?" Oxen said, "If you want to cultivate the strength of a bull, this is the fastest shortcut. Whether you want to take it or not, it's all up to you." With that, Li Qingshan leapt into the pool resolutely. In the air, the information he had obtained from the third boss flashed through his head. The Black Wind stronghold had around 300 people, and there were a total of 7 bosses. Of course, there were 6 of them now and 5 of them were third-rate masters. The first boss was known as the Black Bear Jianghu. He was a true second-rate master, and he could defeat the other bosses if they worked together. Li Qingshan's current martial arts were only at the peak of the third rate. If he did not use sneak attacks, he would probably only be able to deal with 2 bosses working together. If he faced 3, he would definitely lose. He could only flee, let alone face the master of the Black Wind stronghold. He was a colossal figure that he could not defeat right now. The only good news was that once winter came, the mountains would be sealed off by snow. If the Black Wind stronghold wanted to carry out a large-scale operation, they would have to wait until spring at the very least. That was the time he had left. He had to become even stronger. Only then could he stop the Black Wind stronghold, protect the Crouching Ox village and fulfill his promise. Various thoughts flashed through his head. He saw the water surface grow closer and closer, and the toughness of Li Qingshan's mental fortitude appeared. He immediately suppressed all of his nervousness and fear. His mind was at peace and he quickly adjusted his position. He sucked in a deep breath and dove into the water. Oxen muttered from the top of the pool, "I even said I'd take it step by step. I'd start meditating under the waterfall." Immediately, it felt a wave of resentment attack it. Little and stared at it fixedly, and Oxen felt slightly uncomfortable. "Brat, don't look at me like that." The rapids slammed against Li Qingshan's body. He was like a small boat in a storm, unable to control himself. He could collide with the rocks at any time and sink. Li Qingshan was quite skilled in the water, but he was unable to unleash it at all right now. He used the ox demon forge as its hide, and the pain from the water against his skin vanished. Before he could even catch his breath, a black shadow pressed towards him. The rapids pushed him towards the rocks. The huge log earlier served as an example. Even with the ox demon forge as its hide, he would still die from being smashed to pieces. It was far too difficult to fend off the power of nature with the body of a human. The ox demon stamps its hooves. A mouthful of true qi sank into his dantian, and Li Qingshan's body seemed to grow heavier out of nowhere. Suddenly he plummeted and landed on the tough bottom of the pool. The rocks cracked, leaving behind 2 deep footprints. However, when he reached the bottom of the pool, the direction of the current changed again, pulling him towards the largest whirlpool. He tried his best to stay where he was, fighting against the current. Soon he used up his breath and a suffocating feeling gripped him tightly. In this kind of current, it was impossible to swim out of the water. As soon as his feet left the water, he would be sucked into the whirlpool by the current. Soon he lost his consciousness. Even the deafening roar seemed to be far away. Suddenly he felt a chill in his chest, and his true qi reacted automatically. When Li Qingshan regained his consciousness, he saw Little and pressing his chest anxiously, and the yin qi triggered the reaction of his true qi. In this moment of life and death, his true qi suddenly circulated faster, rushing into his mouth and nose. The feeling of suffocation vanished, replaced by innate true qi. Li Qingshan had never expected true qi to have such a wondrous use. He nodded at Little and to express his gratitude before gritting his teeth and releasing his feet, allowing the current to suck him into the huge whirlpool. Little and paced around the surroundings of the whirlpool for a while before suddenly making up his mind. He returned to shore and knelt down, bowing to Oxen. Oxen asked, "You want to help him?" Little and nodded violently. Lu Hong and Li Long returned to the Crouching Ox village and comforted the villagers before returning to Qingyang City. The village seemed to have returned to peace, but the feeling of unease could not be shaken off. The Black Wind stronghold was like a terrifying mountain pressing down on their heads. Many people wanted to flee the village. However, Li Qingshan's promise before he left gave everyone hope. At a critical moment, the prodigy of the village, Li Long, was unable to protect them, and the important figure of the city, Lu Hong, had only arrived afterwards. Only Li Qingshan stood before them all, protecting them all alone. Afterwards, the rumored soldiers appeared and took away the heads of the third boss and several dozen bandits. Qingyang City shook up. There was actually someone bold enough to offend the Black Wind stronghold. Both the righteous and the righteous learnt a name, Li Qingshan. In the government office, the fat district magistrate ordered the advisor, "Quick, report the merit to the prefect." As soon as I arrived in Qingyang City, I annihilated a group of bandits. If anyone still dares to say I'm useless, hang their heads on the city gates and let the people of the city know my power. Also find that Li Qingshan. I want to thank him in person for saving my life and give him great riches and honor. The advisor said, "Sir, it's only right to report the merit to the prefect, but there's no need to hang their heads. The Black Wind stronghold is not to be trifled with. As for that Li Qingshan, he'll probably die." Yes, in the eyes of many people, Li Qingshan was already a dead man. Although they admired Li Qingshan's viciousness and martial arts, no one believed he was the opponent of the Black Wind stronghold. The Black Bear, Jianghu, was a figure who could stop children from crying at night in Qingyang City. He had made a name for himself even before Li Qingshan. The two of them were on completely different levels. Chapter 41. All the advisor could do was agree. The district magistrate's desire for silver had already overwhelmed his fear of the Black Wind stronghold, so he could not persuade him otherwise. And the Black Wind stronghold probably would not be bold enough to openly kill an official and rebel. The fat district magistrate's aura suddenly vanished. He said softly, "It's not like I killed him. There's no need for the master of the Black Wind stronghold to make trouble for me, right?" The advisor twirled his mustache. "He probably won't, but just in case. Ask your sister for reinforcements and get the prefect to send reinforcements." The fat district magistrate said, "Yes. He might be the prefect, but he's also my brother-in-law. We're all family. As long as he sends a hawk-wolf guard, we won't have to fear anyone." Although he was chubby, his younger sister just happened to be as pretty as a flower. The prefect took a fancy to her and took her in as a concubine, so she was very doted on. His status rose as well, so he begged his sister to give him a pillow talk so that he could get a position. However, the prefect did not like him, so he casually sent him to the remote Qingyang City to become the district magistrate. Not only did it deny him the opportunity to use his connections to intimidate others, but it also kept him away from his sister. It was basically killing two birds with one stone. The advisor thought, how can the Hawkwolf guard be sent over so easily? Just finding a decent guard in the prefect's estate will be enough. Then what about Li Qingshan? The fat district magistrate thought about it and said, "He's my savior no matter what. When I see him, give him some silver and send him elsewhere. The Clear River Prefecture is so large, so where can't he go?" In the Drawn Rains village, Huang Binggu received the news. At first he was surprised before laughing aloud. Nicely done. Ever since he had ingested the spiritual alcohol, his sickly appearance had vanished. He had become rosy and full of life. Not only had his martial arts recovered, but they had even improved drastically. Hunting chief, won't he be making trouble for the Drawn Rains village by offending the Black Wind stronghold like this? He's carrying your stone splitter bow. You shouldn't have given it to him in the first place, and he's already gone missing. He's probably already fled. Xiao He was dissatisfied. That day at the market he had eaten Li Qingshan's fist. Although he did not dare to retaliate, he still had some resentment. Originally he was the leader of the younger generation in the village, but when Li Qingshan came he was completely overshadowed. Now that he was in the limelight, his heart was filled with jealousy. Huang Binggu said, "If the Black Wind stronghold comes knocking on our door, we'll receive whatever methods they have. However, he won't run, much less come to us for protection. I'm just a sick tiger, but he's a true tiger that has descended from the mountains." Therefore the name, Descending the Mountain Tiger, became Li Qingshan's first nickname. When the heads of dozens of Black Wind Mountain bandits were hung on top of the city walls, Li Qingshan's name spread even further. Large patches of snowflakes floated down from the sky. In the middle of the night, a black shadow scuttled onto the top of the city walls and took down the third boss's head. Then he urged his horse to gallop back to the Black Wind stronghold, bringing it to the chief of the stronghold, Jianghu. Jianghu was just like his nickname. Not only was he abnormally tall, his hair was also thick and black. From afar he looked like a giant bear. With a single glance, it was obvious that this person was born with great strength. He stood up and looked around. Regardless of whether it was the bosses on the two sides or the surrounding bandits, no one dared to make a sound. Boom! His huge, bear-like palm slammed down, and the head, along with the thick rosewood table, was smashed to pieces. This is the fate of the incompetent. This is also the fate of those who dare to provoke me. Pieces of wood shot in all directions. The nearby bandits were all pierced in the face, but no one dared to make a sound or move. The second boss waved his fan and stood up. He was a middle-aged man dressed like a scholar. Even at this time of the year he still wore a long robe, which showed just how deep his inner strength was. Chief, the third boss was heavily injured by a sneak attack with the stone splitter bow. That's why he couldn't defeat that brat. Stone splitter bow? Huang Binggu. A trace of vigilance appeared in Xiangwu's eyes. Wasn't he seriously ill? I heard that he's recovered. Xiangwu's brows furrowed as he muttered to himself. On Bailao Peak, Yang Jun said, "You still haven't found him?" Anger twisted his handsome face. He had always been a good-for-nothing, so he didn't have that much patience. "Young master, I've heard some news recently," Cheetah said. "Drawn Rains Village's Huang Binggu has recovered." "What about it?" Yang Jun said impatiently. Cheetah secretly cursed him for being an idiot. "I heard that his illness is chronic, and only the spirit ginseng can cure it." Yang Jun's eyes lit up. He wanted nothing more than to immediately go to Drawn Rains village and ask about it. However, he wasn't crazy. With a sullen face he said, "Go get my father. The spirit ginseng isn't so easily digested. Even if he ate it, he'll have to spit it out." Amidst the clamor, no one noticed that the back of Li Qingshan's house had been dug up. The porcelain jar that contained the white bones had disappeared. Snow fell, and the pond water became even more bone-piercingly cold. It didn't show any signs of freezing. Li Qingshan crawled out of the pond water, his lips turning blue. He laid down on a patch of withered grass and looked at the gray sky above the white waterfall. The breath he exhaled turned into white mist. This kind of cultivation was practically taking one's life, but Li Qingshan insisted on squeezing out all of his true qi before he was willing to climb out of the pond to rest. Only after drinking a mouthful of spirit wine did his body regain its warmth, and his exhausted true qi began to surge again. A beast was being roasted on the bonfire, emitting a thick fragrance. Little N was squatting at the side like a professional roasting master. He spun the wooden fork and sprinkled the seasoning he brought from home on top of the meat. He was completely focused. When he saw Li Qingshan coming out, he waved his hunting knife and cut off a large piece of meat. He held it up and brought it to Li Qingshan's mouth. Only when he saw Li Qingshan wolfing down the meat did he reveal a smile. Li Qingshan ate until his mouth was covered with grease. He suddenly asked in surprise, "Aren't you afraid of fire?" Little N was afraid of sunlight and also afraid of fire. There were many restrictions on what he could do. It was impossible for him to squat beside the fire so casually. Even though it was a cloudy day today, Little N would often hide in the locust wood plate and refuse to come out. Little N hesitated and couldn't answer. Li Qingshan smiled and said, Did you learn some supernatural power from Brother Ox? It's not easy to get something out of it. Why did you hide it from me? Little N hesitated for a while, then he carried out a porcelain jar from the bushes with difficulty. Li Qingshan opened the lid and a bloody smell assaulted his nostrils. There was a small white skeleton inside, dripping with bright red blood. The two colors, red and white, were extremely glaring and bright. They were filled with an evil and bloody feeling. Li Qingshan frowned. What is this? Little N was like a child who had done something wrong. He lowered his head and didn't say anything. Path of white bone and great beauty. Oxen suddenly appeared and said 5 words. This is also a supernatural power? Ghosts don't have a physical body. Although they look free and can avoid the eyes and ears of normal people, when they cultivate they are naturally handicapped. Furthermore, they are afraid of fire and light. They are restrained by many spells. Chapter 42. Li Qingshan took a deep breath. White bone bodhisattva, it's the devil's path again. Although he didn't know how high a Buddhist monk who was about to become a bodhisattva was, he knew that this was probably a supernatural power that was far beyond his imagination. Li Qingshan said with a serious expression, I'm afraid this supernatural power isn't easy to cultivate. Oxen said, yes, this kind of supernatural power involves the creation of life and death. Not only does it require the cultivator's soul to be extremely talented, it also requires the blood of a living being that is about to die as a sacrifice, enduring the burning of blood and qi to obtain a large amount of qi. But right now we're only using beast blood to make up the numbers. The best thing to refine is naturally human blood, especially for martial artists with vigorous qi and qi. Li Qingshan's heart trembled. No matter who heard this kind of cultivation method, they could only think of it as an evil method or the devil's path. And no matter what legend or story, those who used human lives to cultivate were all villains, and in the end they all died horrible deaths. He couldn't help but ask, why do you want to cultivate this? Little N was so scared that his face turned pale. His spiritual wisdom was gradually awakened. He also knew that this was an extremely evil devil's path. Oxen said, of course to help you. Heck, could it be that this is the upper level of ghost-controlling heart sutra? Li Qingshan's whole body trembled. No longer able to say any words of reproach, he lowered his head and could only smile bitterly. Looks like we've all followed the wrong master. We're destined to walk on this devil's path until the end. Only then did Little N calm down. He smiled shyly. A Sika deer dashed through the forest, trying to avoid the chilly wind that followed it like a shadow. But in the end, its throat was slit by a hunting knife. Before the blood splattered to the ground, it was caught by a porcelain jar. As soon as the hot blood fell into the jar, the chilly wind rolled up a blood-drenched skeleton and sent it flying. White Bones sat cross-legged like an old monk meditating. There was a mysterious feeling of a mixture of holiness and evil. If there was an eminent monk here, he might be able to comprehend the essence of Buddhism and Taoism, the cycle of life and death. Li Qingshan could only watch on as Little N attached himself to the white bone and refined the blood energy. The blood energy rose up like blossoms of blood flames. Little N frowned. His soul trembled as he withstood a great deal of pain. Most of the demonic path's divine arts took shortcuts, but shortcuts were also dangerous. One had to pay an enormous price and take an enormous risk. The pain of having one's soul burned by blood energy was even worse than having one's body burned by fire. One had to rely on great willpower to maintain their sanity. Cultivating supernatural powers wasn't something that an ordinary person could do. Li Qingshan clenched his fists tightly. He felt as if there was a ball of fire burning in his heart, an unbearable heat. The pain that Little N had suffered at Witch's side was probably not even 1/100th of what he was experiencing now. He reached out to stop her. Oxen said, this isn't just for you. You have something you want to do, a wish you want to fulfill. He is the same. This is his freedom. His wish? Yes, his wish is to help you. Oxen couldn't help but laugh at his own witty words. But as he saw that Li Qingshan wasn't smiling, he restrained his smile. Did you know? When I agreed to this little demon he was so happy. And now he is also very happy. As long as he can fulfill my wishes, he will have no regrets no matter what he does. Didn't you say that yourself? After a long time, the blood energy was completely refined and fused into the white bone. A faint layer of dark red appeared on the white bone. Li Qingshan took out the spirit ginseng and a drop of ginseng liquid. He placed it between Little N's eyebrows. Little N closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Li Qingshan turned around and jumped into the cold pond once again. Only by doing so could he calm his heart. The days passed quickly. The 10,000 mountains were covered in snow. Li Qingshan went into the water every day to cultivate. Almost every day he would get a body full of injuries before coming back up. If it weren't for his extraordinary physique and the constant nourishment from the spirit wine, his body would have collapsed long ago. Little and constantly hunted wild beasts. At first he only used the blood of small herbivores like hares and gazelles to cultivate. Later on he used the blood of carnivores like tigers and leopards that were full of blood energy and killing intent to cultivate. The two of them seemed to be in a competition. They practiced with all their might. The taste of the spirit wine made from the spirit ginseng also became fainter and fainter. Until a month later the waterfall was still roaring and the whirlpool in the pond was still spinning. In the center of the whirlpool, one could vaguely see the figure of a person dancing in the water. Against the boundless torrent, as if facing countless enemies, Li Qingshan used the ox demon's fist of great strength in the water. Every move and form was the same as when he was on land. He didn't lose his form at all, but instead was filled with a heavy strength. The ox demon tramples its hooves stabilized his body. The ox demon forges its hide blocked the torrent, and the ox demon butts its horns attacked the whirlpool. His true chi also spun like the whirlpool, forming a small cyclone. The true chi flowed to his limbs and bones at an increasing speed. The pond water surged, 10 times more turbulent than usual. Li Qingshan punched out. Boom! Like thunder exploding in the water, a terrifying aura came from the water, startling countless birds and beasts. Little Anne's heart skipped a beat. It was as if some terrifying beast had been released, far more powerful than wolves, tigers, and leopards. He stared at the surface of the water. The water had calmed down and the spinning whirlpool had actually disappeared. A smile appeared in the green ox's eyes. A tall figure jumped out of the deep pond and landed on the rock. Li Qingshan's bronze-colored body was as sturdy as an ox, as if he was carved out of rock. Every muscle was filled with explosive power. His fist smashed on the rock beneath his feet. Boom! It didn't sound like flesh hitting the rock but more like a rock hitting another. After a moment of silence, kacha kacha. The huge rock that had been polished by the pond water for countless years cracked, and finally shattered. Before the rock shattered, Li Qingshan had already jumped to the edge of the pond. Looking at his hands he muttered, "This is the strength of an ox." He felt as if there was endless power in his body. His entire body seemed to have been reborn. If he met a third-rate expert like the third boss again, he would only need one hand to crush him to death, and he wouldn't be able to harm a single hair on his body. Oxen said, "You've finally learned the basics." Li Qingshan picked up the stone splitter bow and drew it like a crescent moon. The originally tough metal bow was now as soft as a regular wooden bow. Twang, twang, twang. Li Qingshan plucked the bowstring again and again. He had actually used the rapid arrow technique with a 3-pickle bow. With this series of shots the bowstring boomed. The sound of it vibrating seemed to cut through the air. Li Qingshan felt like he still had power to spare, so he did not stop. With a great roar he shot up, down, left, right and in all directions. Power, endless power. It was as if as long as he wanted it, he could do anything and defeat all enemies. Now this was the feeling of a supernatural ability. It did not belong to any martial arts of the mortal world. Little Anne watched on from one side. He was filled with endless admiration. "Little Anne, it's time to leave the mountain." Li Qingshan picked up the porcelain jar and made his way out of the mountain. He did not go to the Black Wind stronghold but to Qingyang City. The sound of the waterfall faded away, and the water surged again. The whirlpool spun again. Chapter 43. Li Qingshan did not return to the Crouching Ox village. At the very least, the small village was still safe and sound right now. He did not go to the Drawn Reins village either. He did not want to bring his troubles to others, nor did he directly attack the Black Wind stronghold. He had already fallen out with the Black Wind stronghold, and once spring arrived the Black Wind mountain bandits would probably move out and massacre the small village that had raised him. He sneered inside. "You treat me as an enemy, so why wouldn't I treat you as an enemy? I will definitely kill my way into the Black Wind stronghold and take the head of the famed master of the Black Wind stronghold. Only then will I feel at ease after I make him guilty of all his crimes and die a horrible death." Why did he train so hard? It was to kill all of his enemies. However, before that he needed to make some preparations. He did not even have a suitable weapon on hand. He would be at too much of a disadvantage if he were bare-handed. Even a lion would use its full strength to catch a rabbit, not to mention the fact that the 200 bandits of the Black Wind stronghold were not 200 rabbits. Every single one of them had taken lives on their hands. They were extremely vicious. Once he charged in, it would no longer be a fight of the Jianghu. Instead, it would be a fight on the battlefield. If he were still careless, then there would be something wrong with his head. The arsenal of arms in Qingyang City was an extremely renowned weapons store. He planned on checking it out, but he had to spend money to buy weapons. Not only was he penniless right now, but he did not even have any decent clothes on him. His clothes were tattered, baring his chest, which attracted the attention of passers-by. Was he not afraid of freezing to death dressed like this in weather like this? Li Qingshan cultivated in the icy pool every day, so how could he be afraid of this little bit of coldness? But no one treated him like a beggar, because his face didn't have the self-abased and wretched look of a penniless person. Instead, it was brimming with strong self-confidence, as if no matter what difficulties he encountered, he could use his hands to solve them. As he strolled around, he admired the city that was filled with a classical style. He did not go out of his way to hide the fact that he was a country bumpkin. A carriage suddenly sped over. The driver waved his whip and yelled, "Piss off! Piss off!" He watched as the passers-by dodged in a mess and laughed complacently. Everyone felt indignant as they watched the carriage drive off into the distance, but no one dared to say anything. This was a great aristocrat of Qingyang City. Let alone chasing away pedestrians. Even if the carriage of the Zhang estate killed someone, they would just have to pay compensation at most. The coachman suddenly saw a ragged silhouette in front of him, as if he could not hear his voice and did not know how to dodge. He cursed loudly, "Stinky beggar, get lost." He did not pull the reins and let the carriage crash into him. The pedestrians also called out to be careful. Just as the carriage was about to collide with the beggar dodged sideways and dodged by a hair's breadth. Before the coachman could react, the carriage came to an abrupt stop and he flew out like a cloud. Things were rolling around in the carriage and a woman's screams could be heard. The two horses pulling the carriage raised their hooves and neighed loudly, but the carriage seemed to be enchanted. It was fixed in place, squeaking but unable to move a single step forward. The coachman stood up with a carp flip. He was actually quite good at this. Just when he was about to curse aloud, he saw the passers-by staring at the back of the carriage dumbfounded. Li Qingshan grabbed the frame of the carriage with one hand as his feet were planted deeply into the ground, but he did not move at all. He did not move, so the carriage obviously could not move either. The coachman gulped. What kind of power was this? A young man in embroidered clothes reeking of alcohol leapt out of the carriage. "Lai Fu, what the hell are you doing?" However, Lai Fu pointed at Li Qingshan and cursed, "Stinky beggar, stay away from my carriage. If you touch me, I'll chop off your hand." He was drunk, so he did not notice that Li Qingshan was currently grabbing his carriage. "I'm not a beggar. I'm Li Qingshan." Li Qingshan stated his name. He wanted to teach this wastrel and this arrogant servant a lesson. "What, Li Qingshan?" The young man's eyes were dazed and filled with disdain. Towards the end, his tone suddenly changed as if someone had grabbed him by the neck. He sobered up too. Which Li Qingshan is it?" Li Qingshan said in confusion. "You recognize me?" The coachman wailed, "Young master, it's the descended tiger." His face that was originally flushed red suddenly paled. "Descended tiger? What's that?" Just as Li Qingshan frowned, the young master knelt down with a thump. No, it's this lowly one who has offended you. Please spare me, young hero." Afterwards, he removed the money pouch from his waist and offered it up with both hands. "Treat this money as my apology to the young hero." The bystanders had never seen the young master of the Zhang family behave in such a subservient manner. They all raised their eyebrows, but when they heard the words "descended tiger," their gazes towards Li Qingshan immediately changed. There was admiration mixed with fear. Li Qingshan weighed the money pouch in his hand. There really was quite a lot of money inside. It was enough for him to buy a set of decent clothes, eat a full meal in the best restaurant, and have a good night's sleep in an inn. But how strange. It's not like I plan on killing you. At most, I'll just give you a few light punches. I don't even dare to use force, so why are you so scared? He could instinctively sense that the reason why the young master was so scared of him was not because of his skill in stopping the horse. However, when he saw how the young master was scared to the point of wetting his pants, he lost all interest in teaching him a lesson. He picked up the money pouch and walked away. Only when he saw Li Qingshan walk away did the young master climb up from the ground as his legs weakened. He glanced at the end of the street in fear. Li Qingshan was actually right in front of him. That was a terrifying figure who had killed several dozen people. No matter how arrogant and despotic he was not bold enough to act up before a person like that. His face reddened from the mockery of the pedestrians. When he turned around and saw the carriage driver hiding to one side, he became even more furious. He went up and kicked him wildly. "You're still trying to hide? That's what I told you to hide. That's what I told you to not drive properly." Although the carriage driver was skilled in martial arts, he did not even try to dodge. All he did was beg for forgiveness softly. Li Qingshan held the money pouch and felt even more at ease inside. Although the money had come rather mysteriously, he suddenly remembered that the matter at hand was to investigate some information and understand the changes in the Black Wind stronghold. He just happened to have a fellow villager who lived in Qingyang City. He was also a person of the Jianghu. He asked a few people and arrived before the Iron Fist. At the entrance stood two towering, bald men with arms as thick as a regular person's thighs. They glanced past the passers-by with shining eyes. Before the passers-by could even approach the entrance, they would move far away and pass by on the other side of the street, which demonstrated the might of the Iron Fist. Seeing a beggar in ragged clothes walk up to the entrance, the man said rudely, "Piss off. This isn't a place for you to beg." The other man stopped his companion and studied Li Qingshan up and down. He mocked, "Kid, you seem like someone who knows how to talk. How did you end up like this?" He could tell that Li Qingshan's body was sturdy and unafraid of the cold. Li Qingshan said, "I'm looking for someone. Please pass on a message. He's called Li Long. Tell him that I'm from the same hometown as him. I'm called Li Qingshan." The two men were originally unconcerned. Only when they heard the two words Li Long did they become cautious. He was the beloved disciple of the sect master. When they heard the two words Li Qingshan, their faces changed drastically. The descended tiger Li Qingshan. Only then did Li Qingshan understand that the descended tiger referred to him. He grumbled inside, "What kind of stupid nickname is that?" The people of the Jianghu were uncultured, but he did not want to be associated with wolves, tigers, and leopards. Chapter 44. Little, hunting chief, your body? My body has recovered. Have the people of the Black Wind stronghold and the Dragon's Gate sect left? They still refuse to leave. They insist on seeing the stronghold master. Just say I'm heavily ill, so it's inconvenient for me to see him. If anyone dares to barge in, don't hold back. Shoot them dead. Huang Binggu placed his hands on the stove. How bold of you, hunting chief Huang. You want to shoot even my people dead? A voice suddenly rang out from outside. The door shattered and a fierce gust of wind swept in. A refined, middle-aged man with a sword hanging from his waist stood at the entrance. However, his gaze was as sharp as a sword, flickering with light. He was not as gentle as he seemed on the surface. Huang Binggu dared not tarry either. He leapt up and clasped his fist. "Sect Master Yang, long time no see." Within a radius of 50 kilometers, there was only a single person who could be referred to as a sect master. He was the sect master of the Dragon's Gate sect, Yang Anji. His Dragon's Gate sword style was renowned, and his movement technique was wondrous. In terms of martial arts alone, he could be regarded as the greatest in Qingyang. If the descendants of the nearby large sects and clans wanted to practice martial arts, they would all be sent to the Dragon's Gate sect. When the descendants of these aristocrats gathered together, it was inevitable for them to be arrogant and despotic, but at the same time, they were an extremely great organization. Speaking of which, even the orthodox organizations of Qingyang Yang Anji studied Huang Binggu. You really have recovered. No wonder even the elders of my sect refused to see you. I'll cut to the chase. Where's the spiritual ginseng? Yang Anji said, I've never seen any spiritual ginseng before. Does sect master Yang want to take advantage of my drawn reins village because there's no one here? Several dozen hunting bows pointed at Yang Anji. The hunters in the village had already reacted. Yang Anji said, if you have another stone splitter bow, you might be able to make me stay. Why don't you try hunting Chief Huang? Huang Binggu squinted his eyes. What are you trying to say? Yang Anji said, Stronghold Master Xiong is right outside. Your stone splitter bow killed his third boss. Do you want to provoke us as well? Huang Binggu sneered loudly. The mighty leader of the righteous path of Qingyang is actually working together with the most vicious bandit leader. Do you really not care about your dignity at all? That's right, I forgot, there's no difference between the two of you. You're all bullying the weak and the kind. In fact, Sect Master Yang is better at making money. Anger flashed across Yang Anji's face. and he placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. However, the sounds of bowstrings being pulled taut around him made him stop. He coldly threatened, "Hunting Chief Huang may not be afraid, but if a battle really breaks out, I want to see how many people in this manor will survive." Huang Binggu said, "I've already eaten the spirit ginseng. Sect Master Yang, even if you say anything more ruthless, you can't take it back." Yang Anji said, "The spiritual ginseng really is in your hands. Don't try to trick me. The spiritual ginseng is not something that can be digested in a day, nor can it be kept for yourself. You've already used it for so long. If you hand it over now, I might help you fend off the Black Wind stronghold for your sake." Huang Binggu said, "I said I ate it, so I ate it. If Hunting Chief doesn't believe me, feel free to snatch it." The bowstrings were fully drawn and the swords were unsheathed. A great battle was about to begin. At the side, Xiao He suddenly said, "We've never seen any spirit ginseng before. Our Hunting Chief's illness was cured because he drank the wine that Li Qingshan gave him. If you want to find someone, go find him." Yang Anji's eyes lit up. Huang Binggu flew into a rage and shouted, "Shut up!" Xiao He hardened his tone and said, "Hunting Chief, he's just an outsider. He gave you the spirit wine and took the stone splitter bow. We don't owe them anything, so why risk our lives to protect him? I'm just thinking for the manor." Yang Anji smiled and said, "So that's how it is. I've wronged Brother Huang. No wonder that brat's martial arts improved by leaps and bounds. I'll take my leave now." He used his qinggong and floated away. If Li Qingshan was here, he would know that this person's qinggong was 10 times better than his son Yang Jun and his group of disciples. The hunters did not dare to shoot without orders. Yang Anji said from afar, "Hunting Chief Huang is indeed good at managing his subordinates. The disciples of the manor always consider the bigger picture." Huang Binggu's expression became even more unsightly. The leader of any faction had to have absolute authority. As long as he made a decision regardless of whether it was right or wrong, his subordinates would not easily disobey. "Li Qingshan saved my life before. He gave me the spirit wine despite the risk. He trusted me. Otherwise, no one would know that he had the spirit ginseng. You're setting me up for injustice." Xiao He knelt down and said, "Xiao He is willing to accept death." The group of hunters gathered around and advised, "Hunting Chief, Xiao He is doing this for the sake of the manor. So many days have passed and Qingshan has already escaped to who knows where. There's no need for us to resist." Li Qingshan looked at the large man who scrambled off to report the situation before looking at the trembling man at the entrance. He asked in confusion, "Am I that scary?" The man left behind could only blame himself for being too slow, allowing his companion to beat him to it. As for whether he was scary or not, he dared not answer the question. All he knew was that the young man before him had personally killed several dozen mountain bandits. He had even obtained inside information that he had tortured and killed the famous third boss of the Black Wind stronghold in Qingyang to death. If a person like that was not scary, what was scary? One was a ferocious-looking man of the Jianghu in his 30s. Any regular person would feel fear when they saw him, while the other was a 15-year-old boy who still had not shed his childishness. He did not seem ferocious at all. However, when the former saw the latter, it was like a mouse seeing a cat. It was rather strange. Li Qingshan suddenly understood that his reputation had already been established. Although it had started with the rather unpleasant nickname of Descended Tiger, it was enough to deter thieves and robbers. A while later, Li Long came out to receive him. When he saw Li Qingshan, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. He was afraid to make eye contact with him. He thought of the bloody scene he had seen in the mountains a few days ago, and an unsuppressible fear rose up in his heart. He smiled unnaturally and said, "It's Qingshan. Our sect master invites you." Li Qingshan followed him in and made his way around the screen wall with the word "Marshal" written on it. He passed through the courtyard and arrived in the training grounds. All he saw were 2 rows of bare-chested men welcoming him. However, their expressions were unfriendly. The sect master of the Iron Fist, Lu Hong, sat boldly on the armchair and said sternly, "You're the Descended Tiger, Li Qingshan?" Li Qingshan frowned. Both because of this display of might and because of his nickname of the Descended Tiger, if someone told him right now that he could get a better nickname as long as he killed someone, he would definitely charge over and finish them off without the slightest hesitation. "The sect master is asking you a question." The man closest to Lu Hong called out loudly. His muscles bulged and were covered in tattoos. His temples bulged slightly, clearly a master of both internal and external martial arts. Li Qingshan estimated that this person's strength surpassed the third boss. No wonder he was bold enough to speak to him like that. The Iron Fist was able to reign supreme in Qingyang City, so they definitely had something up their sleeves. Li Long said in a hurry, "Please calm down, first senior brother. Qingshan is from the village. He's inexperienced." Then he tugged on Li Qingshan's sleeve. "Why don't you greet my master?" Li Qingshan clasped his hands casually. "Greetings, old hero Lu." However, he did not show much respect. Lu Hong frowned, and the disciples of the Iron Fist on both sides became furious. Li Long blamed him for being insensible. "You've already offended the Black Wind stronghold. Only by asking Master to make a decision and then getting Huang Binggu of the Drawn Rains village to step forward can you settle this. Master is a mighty second-rate master. Isn't he worth a bow from you? This is our first senior brother. People in the Jianghu call him." Li Qingshan waved his hand and interrupted him. "There's no need to remember the name of a small fry. He was not an impolite person, but someone had been impolite to him first, so he definitely would not be polite." Chapter 45. Eldest senior brother, please don't be angry. Li Long tried to stop eldest senior brother, but eldest senior brother grabbed his shoulder and threw him aside like he was grabbing a chicken. Then eldest senior brother punched Li Qingshan. "Wang Lei, stop!" Lu Hong shouted. Eldest senior brother's fist stopped firmly in front of Li Qingshan's face. He shouted, "Master, let me teach this arrogant brat a lesson." Li Qingshan was annoyed. "I wanted to ask you something, but since you're so busy, I'll take my leave first. If you have something to say, just say it. What's the point of pretending? Brat, you're going to die soon." As expected, Li Qingshan stopped. "Oh, what do you mean?" Lu Hong said, "The Black Wind stronghold is looking for you everywhere. It's fine if you hide, but if you dare to show your face in public, you'll definitely die." Li Qingshan said, "Then, according to the normal development, I'll ask you how I can escape this disaster. As long as you agree to join Iron Fist, I have a way to save your life." This was Lu Hong's goal. Iron Fist was a gang, not a sect. It didn't require the members to be disciples. The talent and strength that Li Qingshan showed at such a young age was enough to move anyone in Jianghu. However, as a veteran of the Jianghu who had made a name for himself a long time ago, Lu Hong obviously would not beg Li Qingshan to join him. Perhaps he would try to take him down a notch first, cutting down Li Qingshan's reputation a little so that he would understand the immensity of the world. Then he would try to persuade him with kind words so that he could understand the bright future of joining the Iron Fist school. But Li Qingshan's rudeness had angered him. "But now I've changed my mind. Do you really think that after killing dozens of bandits and a leader of the Black Wind stronghold, you're someone important?" Li Qingshan said, "That's great. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first." "Stop right there." Lu Hong finally moved. When he didn't move, it was fine, but when he moved, he was like a furious lion roaring. With one step, he landed in front of Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan had goosebumps all over his body. It was as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. He instinctively became vigilant. He chuckled and said, "You are a Jianghu man after all. If you can't win with words, you will try with force. Take this old man's fist." Although Lu Hong originally wanted to recruit Li Qingshan and didn't want to be enemies with him, it was impossible for him not to teach a lesson to a junior who dared to be so rude to him. Perhaps he thought that the leader of the Black Wind stronghold, Jianghu, was on the same level as the third leader, which was why he dared to be so arrogant. If that was the case, he would have to show him the absolute difference between a second-rate expert and a third-rate expert. "Wait. What, are you afraid?" Lu Hong asked in a deep voice. "Master is mighty." Eldest senior brother Wang Lei raised his fist and shouted. He looked at Li Qingshan with a mocking expression. The other disciples followed suit and shouted, "Faction leader is mighty." Li Qingshan said, "I once let Li Long hit me 3 times first." Lu Hong narrowed his eyes and revealed a dangerous killing intent. "That was because my disciples' martial arts were weak." "What, you also want to let me hit you 3 times first?" "No." Before Lu Hong's expression softened, Li Qingshan continued, "Seeing that you are an old man, I want to let you hit me 10 times first." Great humiliation. These were the only words in Lu Hong's mind. At that moment he really wanted to kill Li Qingshan. "Then come." "Wait. What do you want now?" "Old hero Lu, you are also a well-known figure in the pugilistic world. I can't let you hit me for nothing." Li Qingshan thought for a while. "1 punch for 10 taels of silver." That's not expensive, right? I have no enmity with you. If I fight with you, even if I win, I won't get a single copper coin. Instead, I will make an enemy out of nowhere. Coincidentally, I don't have money to buy weapons, so I have to find a way to earn some. After thinking about it, only this divine power counts as a skill. This sentence completely angered Lu Hong. It was as if he was mixed up with a juggler. He was so angry that he laughed. Fine. I'm afraid you won't have the life to spend it. Li Long hurriedly went forward to stop him. He had seen with his own eyes that Lu Hong used his iron fists to split stones. If he hit a person, wouldn't that person be smashed into meat paste? But it was too late. Bang 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 bang. The shadows of the fists were like galloping horses, fast and heavy. In an instant, 5 punches landed on Li Qingshan's body. Before Li Long could say the word "fu," the biting cold wind from the fists blew so hard that the people nearby could not open their eyes, let alone go forward. The momentum of the fists came and went quickly. While everyone was still immersed in the power of the 5 punches, Lu Hong was already standing with his hands down. He sighed softly. "Sigh, I broke my vow to kill again today." Li Long was dumbfounded. He couldn't even say the words "mercy." Eldest senior brother Wang Lei was the first to react. He shouted, "Master is mighty. 50 taels of silver." Li Qingshan suddenly opened his mouth. Lu Hong's eyes widened. However, he heard Li Qingshan praise him. "What a heavy punch. I almost couldn't take it." His complexion remained the same. He did not seem like he could not take it at all. Instead, he seemed like an unscrupulous merchant, tricking customers into buying more and making more money. That was indeed the case. After cultivating the strength of an ox, the ox demon forges its hide had undergone an earth-shattering change. The original ox demon forges its hide gave people the feeling that it was just a powerful external martial art. Now, it could be considered to have the true power of the supernatural power. A tough membrane formed between his skin and flesh. When the heavy punch that could shatter rocks landed on him, it felt like it had landed on rubber. All of the force was nullified, and the dense inner force in the fist was dissolved by true qi as soon as it entered his body. The punches of second-rate masters could no longer harm him. With ease, he had earned 50 taels of silver in a second. Even robbing the rich to help the poor was not that quick. And, unless he had no other choice, he did not want to do something as shady as climbing over walls. Though, does this count as a business of flesh? Before he could think too much about it, the Iron Lion bellowed out and lunged over. Just how many years had it been? Ever since he returned to Qingyang City to retire, he had never been so humiliated, and he had done it before so many disciples. The heavy punches were like a storm, swallowing up Li Qingshan. 80 taels, 90 taels, 100 taels. You still want to fight? 300 taels. 500 taels. Li Qingshan's voice rang out clearly from the storm, constantly stimulating Lu Hong's nerves. The disciples had already become dumbfounded from this. In the beginning, Lu Hong had been full of vigor, but he was old after all. His stamina was waning, so before long he began to pant and sweat like rain. Li Qingshan could not bear to watch this. He wanted to say, "Sir, you can't get through my defenses." However, when he thought of his money-making plan, he could only hold back his benevolence and allow him to continue beating him up. Just the 2 words, "iron fist," were enough to completely overwhelm Li Qingshan. This was not to say that fists were completely inferior to weapons. As a matter of fact, to masters of martial arts like him, fists were even easier to unleash their inner force, shattering the enemy's organs in a single stroke. It also possessed the effect of shaking up the enemy. As long as he gained the upper hand in close combat, it would be extremely easy for him to kill his opponent. However, he just happened to run into a freak like Li Qingshan. Lu Hong did not lose because his skill was inferior, but because he practiced martial arts, while his opponent practiced supernatural abilities. Lu Hong breathed heavily as he punched Li Qingshan's chest powerlessly. Li Qingshan said, "That should be enough." He glanced at Li Long. Chapter 46. I'm just practicing a new divine ability. Li Qingshan couldn't say that, so he said respectfully, "It's just a hard body technique." Just now, old hero Lu, you punched me more than 100 times, so I'll only charge you 1,000 taels. His words were much more polite than just now, like a salesman who treated his customers as his god. The other disciples were still in shock, wondering if they were dreaming. You. Big senior brother was just about to scold Li Qingshan, but when Li Qingshan glanced at him, he didn't dare to say anything. Instead, he fiercely glared at Li Long. Didn't you say that he was a third-rate master? Li Long also felt wronged. Back then Li Qingshan was indeed a third-rate master. Could it be that he was hiding his strength? Now this was the only explanation. No matter what, he couldn't believe that Li Qingshan had improved to this level through hard work during this period of time. Lu Hong waved his hand. Go get the money. Master. Don't talk nonsense. Lu Hong handed 1,000 taels of silver notes to Li Qingshan. Just now, I've been rude. Young hero, please don't take offense. Take this money as my apology. Li Qingshan was startled. He didn't expect Lu Hong to change so quickly. As expected of Li Long's master. Originally, he thought that Lu Hong was angry because of the humiliation. Young hero, you're extraordinary and your martial arts are excellent. If you continue to sink in the wilderness, wouldn't it be a waste of talent? Why don't you join my iron fist? I definitely won't disappoint you. As for that black wind stockade, I'll help to say a few words. I think that black bear will give me some face. Who doesn't die in Jianghu? Are you saying that only your master is allowed to kill people? As the saying goes, a porcelain pot doesn't touch an earthen pot. As Lu Hong spoke, his tyrannical aura was swept away. He looked like a kind old man who cared about his juniors. The disciples had never seen Lu Hong like this before, and they all widened their eyes. Li Qingshan suddenly realized that he and Lu Hong were now on the same level. In fact, he was even a little higher than Lu Hong. Unlike when he entered the door, Lu Hong's eyes were looking down on him. All of this was because he had shown an outstanding martial arts. Since the other party had become polite, he returned the courtesy. Just now, I was rude and offended old hero Lu. This money was just a joke, please take it back. After the two of them made some concessions, he put the money into his bosom, feeling much more at ease. Thank you for your kind intentions, old hero, but I have no intention of joining any gang for now. I haven't been hiding during this period of time. I've been training. I'll personally remove the tumor that is the Black Wind stronghold. I'm just here to gather some information. Lu Hong said, the Black Wind stronghold has existed for so many years, so how can they be uprooted so easily? I'm confident that I'm not much weaker than the Black Bear, but if I take on the Black Wind stronghold alone, only death awaits me. Being trapped in a battle formation is not a one-on-one battle. Even my strength won't be enough. Martial arts were not the only things that mattered in the Jianghu. There was also influence. He recognized Li Qingshan's martial arts, but he was still a loner without any influence. Li Qingshan shook his head slightly. I have my own plans. Lu Hong could not dissuade him any further, so he told him about the recent changes in the Jianghu near Qingyang in detail. When Li Qingshan heard that the Black Wind stronghold had gone to make trouble for the Drawn Rains village, he said, Old hero Lu, I have something to ask of you. Please spread the news as much as possible that I, Li Qingshan, am in Qingyang City and have not fled. I will take responsibility for my own actions, and I will never drag others down with me. All right. You really are a young hero. I believe that you're not afraid of anyone in Qingyang City. Lu Hong said, also the Dragon's Gate sect has sent many people to the Drawn Rains village. They want to see hunting Chief Huang. May I ask what they want? Li Qingshan thought about it and realized it was about the spiritual ginseng. However, when he thought about how he still had an old grudge with the young master of the Dragon's Gate sect, he could not help but sneer. Thank you for your advice, old hero. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll be taking my leave first. Lu Hong sent Li Long to see Li Qingshan off. His face suddenly changed and he smashed a wooden pillar in the training grounds with a punch. If anyone spreads word of what happened today, don't blame me for being merciless. The first senior brother, Wang Lei, called out, Master. However, he said nothing. Lu Hong saw how the other disciples were all filled with grievance and indignation. Lu Hong's change from arrogance to deference made the disciples feel like they had lost face. Lu Hong sighed. Do you think I was too fawning on those in power earlier? However, we were indeed rude in the first place. But, weren't you the one who ordered us to do this? If he was just a third-rate martial artist, then he was just being arrogant and rude just now. Even if I killed him, I wouldn't be able to say that I was wrong. But he isn't. We've misjudged him. Putting on such a stance in front of a second-rate martial artist or even someone even stronger is us being rude and offending him. There have been countless killings in the martial world because of this. Isn't a battle like that foolish? In the Jianghu, the strong are revered. If I didn't understand that, I wouldn't have been able to live until now. You've been living far too comfortably in Qingyang City. Even when there are masters passing by, I'm the one who comes forward to take care of them, protecting you. As a result, you don't even understand something as simple as that. If Li Qingshan were present, he would definitely laugh aloud at the sky. As it turned out, the weak were rude. Not only were they rude, but they were also unreasonable and powerless. Compared to determining the right and wrong of everything in the world, this principle was much simpler and more practical. However, this was the logic of an experienced member of the Jianghu. He would never take advantage of his seniority. When it was time to submit, he would submit. It was exactly this logic that allowed him to live out his remaining years in peace. The disciples all lowered their heads and accepted his teachings. Then they recalled the reason for Li Qingshan's fame. With his powerful martial arts and vicious methods, if they really fell out with him, none of them would be able to make it out of this courtyard alive. Lu Hong nodded in satisfaction, maintaining his dignity among the disciples. In the end, he concluded, in the Jianghu, no matter how great your martial arts are, you won't be able to make it far if you blindly act tyrannically. Someone's going to be out of luck this time. His words were very profound. No one knew whether he was talking about the Black Wind stronghold or Li Qingshan. However, under Li Long's lead, Li Qingshan made a beeline for the arsenal of arms. With silver in hand, he was filled with confidence. He stepped through the door. "Boss, I want to see weapons." He glanced at Li Qingshan, and when he saw Li Long, his expression immediately eased up a lot. He placed down the account book in his hand and clasped his hands. "So it's young hero Li of Iron Fist. I brought a friend to look at weapons. The ones outside are all inferior. Come. Please come in." It was impossible for a business owner to avoid making contact with a local tyrant like Iron Fist. Li Long could be regarded as having some fame on the streets of Qingyang City. All the shopkeepers would show some politeness when they saw him. Stepping into the hall, a variety of weapons greeted their eyes. Blades, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks, and tridents were all available. It really was a large weaponry store after all. "May I ask what weapon this young hero is proficient with? Is it a blade or a sword? We have high-quality forged blades and forged swords of all sizes here. If you're not satisfied, you can even have them made for you." As the shopkeeper introduced, he ordered people to take out high-quality blades and swords. Every single one of them flickered with light and were extraordinarily exquisite. Chapter 47. The shopkeeper was taken aback. Seeing that Xiao Chen was a martial artist, he didn't want a weapon that he was good at, but instead wanted a heavy one. But he immediately laughed. Yes. Who cares what you want as long as you can sell it? This was something that Li Qingshan had carefully planned out. If he wanted to break through the Black Wind stronghold, then it would really be a battlefield. If he wanted to use his strength to the fullest, he could only use the heaviest and longest weapon, using it to suppress the enemy's advantage in numbers. A strong worker came forward with a ghost-head broadsword. The shopkeeper said, "This broadsword weighs 35 pounds and is 5 feet and 3 inches long. It can easily break a hair. Are you satisfied, young hero?" Li Qingshan grabbed the handle of the broadsword and waved it around. The broadsword in his hand was as light as a feather, too light, heavier. The shopkeeper was speechless. How much strength did he have? Two workers came forward with a green dragon halberd. The shopkeeper said, "This halberd weighs 62 pounds and is 8 feet and 6 inches long. Look at this crescent moon. Unless it's an experienced blacksmith, it can't be forged like this." Li Qingshan flicked the tip of the halberd. "This is fine, but it breaks too easily. Besides, is there no heavier weapon?" He could still remember the scene when he swung the halberd and the halberd's tip broke. Of course, that was mostly because he didn't know any halberd techniques and used it carelessly. But he wasn't going to deal with just one or two enemies. The shopkeeper stared at him, but for the sake of Li Long, he didn't refute the words easily broken. He thought to himself, just what do you use a weapon for? He wanted to embarrass Li Qingshan, so he waved his hand and said, "Then please follow me to the armory. There's a weapon that you'll definitely be satisfied with." Li Qingshan became curious as well. He followed the shopkeeper to the backyard, passing through the training grounds for testing weapons and arriving in the armory. The weapons in there were even more dazzling and varied, but the one that stood out the most was the huge black spear in the center. The spear seemed to be forged from pure iron. The spear tip and the spear body were one, and there wasn't even a tassel. Only a tiger's head was cast at the joint, biting the spear tip and emitting a rough and bold domineering aura. This spear is called the Overlord Spear. It's 12 feet long and weighs 142 pounds. It's the heaviest weapon in our shop. If you want to buy it, we also have a set of the Overlord Spear technique. Alright, this is it. Li Qingshan walked forward and picked up the Overlord's spear. A cold and heavy feeling pressed down on his palm. With a shake of the spear, it was like a soaring flood dragon, emitting a buzzing sound. The shopkeeper and the workers were speechless. Being able to pick it up was one thing, but being able to use it was another. If one couldn't even move an inch while holding the weapon, then it would just be a joke. However, being able to shake the great spear meant that the user had the strength to control it. Just how much strength was needed to do that? This was the most suitable weapon in Li Qingshan's mind. With this weapon he would be able to give the Black Wind Mountain bandits a pleasant surprise. He would show them what it meant by an inch longer, an inch stronger. However, he didn't know any spear techniques, so he asked, "Where's the spear technique?" The shopkeeper said, "If you are determined to buy it, then this weapon is not cheap. Let's not talk about how much effort the craftsman put in, but with so much iron." Li Long said, "Cut the crap. How much do you want? Just say it. Do you dare to ask for more?" The shopkeeper stretched out 5 fingers. "Since young hero Li has said so, then I will only take the cost. 500 taels. Li Long immediately reprimanded, "What? 500 taels? Are you crazy? Aside from me, who else would want to use this black iron rod? It's just gathering dust here. I don't think it's even worth 100 taels." As the two of them were haggling over the price, Li Qingshan's eyes were looking around the armory. A bright light caught his attention. In the dark armory, the weak light was extremely eye-catching, as if it was unwilling to be buried in the dust. Li Qingshan looked around and saw that no one else seemed to notice the speck of light. He knew his eyes were different from regular people, so he made his way over like it was a coincidence. He arrived on the weapons rack and picked up a wooden box. Opening the box, he saw an exquisite knife lying inside. It was only 3 inches long and was covered in a layer of faint blue light. He asked, "Shopkeeper, how much is this?" The shopkeeper was startled. "Young hero, you really have good eyes. This is our shop's treasure. A disciple of a famous family who had fallen on hard times left this knife here. It is extremely sharp and I spent 100 or 200 taels to buy it." Li Qingshan casually put the knife back into the box and said, "It's a pity it's too light and too small." "That's not true. It's precisely because this knife is light and small that it's hidden. It can be used to defend oneself at a critical moment." Li Long said, "You're bragging again. No matter which one we pick up, it will be your shop's treasure. We can just treat this knife as a bonus. I won't haggle over these few taels of silver with you." "How can that be?" The shopkeeper cried out in shock as if someone had stabbed him with a knife. In the end, one big and one small, along with the spear and knife, settled on a price of 400 taels of silver. The shopkeeper had a pained expression on his face as he handed the items over to them. However, his heart was filled with joy. These 2 pieces of trash had finally been sold. There was no need to talk about the Overlord's spear. After it was forged, no one would be able to use it. It was a waste of so much iron and it was a waste to reforge it. He cursed the blacksmith for this spear. However, the origin of this knife was true. A young man in dire straits had brought this knife to his door and was sent away by him for 10 taels of silver. However, he quickly regretted it. This knife was indeed a good knife that could cut through iron like mud. However, it was too small. Could it be that someone would buy it for a few dozen taels of silver and use it as a flying knife? Li Qingshan did not know any spear techniques. The Overlord spear technique was quickly delivered to his hands. As expected, it was the most common spear technique in Jianghu. However, the names of the moves were extremely domineering, such as sweeping away 1,000 army, and Overlord Rampage. Li Long only took a glance and no longer looked at it. Li Qingshan, on the other hand, looked at it from beginning to end. He carefully pondered for a while before coming to the practice field and practicing each move. Spear techniques were much harder to practice than knife techniques. However, after he cultivated the strength of an ox, not only did he increase his strength, he also gained a deeper understanding of the principles of martial arts. Weapons were just an extension of the limbs. At first, Li Qingshan's movements were very slow. However, as time passed, his movements became faster and faster. A great spear danced like a black dragon, coiling around Li Qingshan's body. The practice field was filled with a violent gale. Li Long retreated a few steps back. He was shocked speechless by the power of the spear. It was as if he was really a peerless general, using his own strength on the battlefield to fend off an army of thousands. Wherever the spearhead pointed, a cold light would shoot in all directions, Blood would splatter everywhere, and ghosts would wail and gods would howl. Although he did not hear what Lu Hong said, he understood why his master suddenly became respectful towards Li Qingshan. At such a young age he already had such amazing martial arts skills. He only looked at the spear manual once, yet he was able to master it thoroughly. In addition, he also had incomparably ruthless methods. Such a person, as long as he did not die prematurely, would become a famous figure in Jianghu in the future. His future would be far above that of a second-rate expert. He might even be able to comprehend the innate realm and reach a realm that he could not even imagine. Chapter 48. If Li Qingshan knew what he was thinking, he would definitely praise him for having a good eye. He was a true innate master, but this ox demon's fist of great strength did not place much emphasis on qi, and he had only cultivated it for a short time, so it did not show. His mind was completely immersed in the spear technique. When he was excited, he shook his wrist and 7 spear flowers bloomed. They were like flowers in full bloom, bright and dazzling, shaking the air and making banging sounds. Li Qingshan suddenly retracted his spear and the wind stopped. His muscles relaxed, so satisfying. Although he was not a master of the spear after all, no matter how good his comprehension was, no matter how profound his supernatural powers were, he could not compare to a true master of the spear who had decades or even a lifetime of practice. But no master of the spear was his match. As long as their weapons collided, the overlord spear that weighed 142 kilograms, in addition to his ox demon's great strength, would send any weapon flying. A crack between the thumb and forefinger would be a light injury, and the bones in his hand or even his arm could be broken. This was why he had to find a heavy weapon. As the saying goes, 1 man can defeat 10 men. After testing the spear, Li Qingshan was still not satisfied. "Shopkeeper, I need 2 more things. One is a feather arrow and the other is armor. You don't seem to have them here." He had already decided to use his advantage to the fullest. Although his ox demon forges its hide could block the fists of a second-rate master, or even the swords of a normal person, it could not block the weapons of a third-rate master infused with inner force. Blunt weapons and sharp weapons were 2 different things. With his strength, even if he wore a few dozen kilograms of armor, it would not be a burden, but his defense would greatly increase. When he rushed into the enemy's lair, he would not have to worry about the enemy's numbers. The shopkeeper said awkwardly, "These are all military equipment, not normal weapons. Normally they are not allowed to be sold. I'm afraid they can only be found in the city's arsenal." Actually, this was not the main reason. Most of his customers were people of the pugilistic world, who would wear heavy armor when they walked the pugilistic world. There were even fewer people in the pugilistic world who used bows as weapons. Otherwise, with the profit-seeking nature of the merchants and the strong background of the arsenal of arms, as long as there was money to be made, there was nothing they wouldn't sell. Li Qingshan nodded. "All right, then I'll bid you farewell." The shopkeeper said, "Wait, may I know young hero's name? Why have I never seen you before?" "I'm Li Qingshan. This is my first time in Qingyang, so of course you haven't seen me before." The descending tiger, Li Qingshan. The shopkeeper was shocked. How could he not know about the person who had caused such an uproar recently? Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows and made up his mind to change his nickname. He went to the silk shop to buy a set of good clothes and booked a room in the best inn in the city. Li Qingshan washed up and changed his clothes. When he came out again, Li Long also praised him. Good. He had changed into a set of navy blue warrior's clothes, which accentuated his well-built figure. He seemed extremely valiant, but it was not just the clothes that made the man. After experiencing slaughter and arduous cultivation, he was in high spirits, like a treasured sword that was gradually sharpening its edge. His bronze-colored face still couldn't be said to be very handsome, but the corners of his face were clear like a stone carving. As he looked around, he really had the flavor of his nickname, Fierce Tiger Descends the Mountain, and he was awe-inspiring and didn't allow others to belittle him. At this moment, 2 bailiffs suddenly arrived. When they saw Li Qingshan, they bowed in a hurry. They did not even dare to look at him directly, completely unlike the arrogance they would show to regular citizens. "May I ask if you are young hero Li? Our district magistrate wishes to see you. The carriage has already been prepared." Li Qingshan was stunned. He did not know what the district magistrate wanted him to do. Could it be that he wanted to reward him for killing the bandits? He immediately agreed. Since he was the district magistrate, he had the responsibility of suppressing the bandits and pacifying the people. If he could send some people, then he would be more confident. Entrusting the overlord's spear to Li Long, Li Qingshan followed the bailiffs to the front of the yamen. A fat figure came out to greet him, grabbing Li Qingshan's hand. He looked him up and down, his face full of admiration. Li Qingshan withdrew his hand with a face full of discomfort. "Sir, why are you looking for me? Little benefactor, have you forgotten about me? That day on the mountain, the tiger." Li Qingshan suddenly remembered. "So it was you. This official is Yi Dachuan. I have been looking for little benefactor for a long time. Please come in." Yi Dachuan welcomed Li Qingshan into the hall behind the yamen. His face changed. "Why are you still wandering around the city? Quickly escape." Li Qingshan said, "Why would I escape?" The advisor said, "Do you really have no idea what's good for you? The people of the Black Wind Mountain are searching for you everywhere. If you don't hide your tracks properly and show your face in public in Qingyang City, someone will come knocking tomorrow to take your life." As he said that, he shoved a bag of silver and other items into his hands. "We've already prepared a horse outside. You can hurry to Clear River City right away. Don't stop along the way. There's a letter in there. Take it to the prefectural yamen and hand it to the district magistrate." Yi Dachuan kicked the advisor. "That's what I wanted to say. I'll get my younger sister to ask the prefectural magistrate to guarantee you a prosperous future. No matter how powerful the people of the Black Wind Mountain are, they won't be able to chase you there." Then he sighed. "Originally, I wanted to keep you as a constable so that you can lend me a hand and collect more bandits suppressing silver. Cough cough. The reinforcements I've asked for haven't arrived yet. Perhaps they've been delayed on the way here? This place is just too remote." The advisor thought the prefectural magistrate would love nothing more than for you to die a clean death. Why would he send someone for you? Originally, Li Qingshan found it hilarious. Yi Dachuan was short and chubby. He wore a set of great red official robes, which made him seem extremely like the corrupt officials in dramas and novels. Even if they were slightly better, they would just be mediocre, while if they were slightly worse, they would just oppress the good. However, when he saw how eager he was to pave a path for him, he was touched. No matter how many crafty and despicable people there were in the world, there would always be people who knew how to repay kindness. Originally, when he left the mountain, his head was filled with thoughts of how he could uproot the Black Wind stronghold and slaughter them all before avenging the humiliation from the young master of the Dragon's Gate. His thoughts were written all over his face, and he radiated with murderousness. As time went on like this, his vicious, murderous side would definitely gain the upper hand. However, Li Long always helped him out because they were from the same hometown, while Yi Dachuan earnestly wanted to repay him for saving his life. Neither of them could be regarded as righteous people. They were just ordinary people among the masses, but it was exactly these people that allowed him to see that human nature was not just limited to evil. Li Qingshan clasped his hands. "Thank you for your kind intentions, Sir Yi. There's no need to call me a benefactor. You can just call me Qingshan. However, I didn't come back this time to escape." "You're not going to escape?" Yi Dachuan said furiously. "Kid, you don't know your place. Do you know just how great of a risk I've taken by letting you enter the government office?" The advisor also tried to persuade him. "Yeah, you should escape." Li Qingshan smiled. "I can escape, but Crouching Ox Village can't escape. As for you, Sir Yi, you can't escape either, can you? Since I'm bold enough to remain here, I obviously have some confidence." He opened the bag and saw a few silver ingots. He grabbed them and squeezed them casually. Yi Dachuan and the advisor widened their eyes as they watched the silver ooze out of Li Qingshan's hand like mud. They were not people of the Jianghu, so they had never seen martial arts like this before. Immediately, their evaluation of Li Qingshan increased by another level. Yi Dachuan hesitated. "With your martial arts, you might really be safe as long as you remain in Qingyang City. I'll introduce you to a few more people. I don't think the bandits of the Black Wind Mountain will be bold enough to attack the city." He wanted Li Qingshan to stay behind very much. By then, if any aristocrat dared to look down on him, he would send Li Qingshan to beat them up. He would be able to collect whatever amount of silver he wanted. Li Qingshan said, "Sir, you said you want me to become a sheriff?" Yes. Yi Dachuan beamed with joy. He had already begun fantasizing about the awe-inspiring might of running around with Li Qingshan. Chapter 49. Yi Dachuan was stunned by his ambition. He had always wanted Li Qingshan to stay alive under the threat of the Black Wind stronghold. It would be best if he could use him again. He had never thought about taking the initiative and provoking the Black Wind stronghold. You wanted to persuade him to stop dreaming. I'm not collecting money to suppress bandits, but to fill my own pockets. When the time comes, I'll scare those aristocrats and collect the money. Wouldn't it be great if everyone gets a share? However, he saw Li Qingshan's determined gaze. Although his face was still rather childish, it was filled with confidence and high-spirited righteousness. He could not bring himself to say any more words of advice. This young man possessed a power that could move people's hearts. Yi Dachuan hesitated and struggled for quite a while before suddenly slamming the table. All right. If you really have the confidence, I'll gamble with you. Sir, you mustn't. There are a few people in those places that you can't afford to offend. The advisor rushed over. Yi Dachuan said, Go away. I'm also hot-blooded. What can I afford to offend? I'll definitely offend them. His face was hot-blooded, but his mind raced. Li Qingshan killed 20 or 30 people from the Black Wind stronghold alone, including a boss. The Black Wind stronghold has around 200 people, so that's 10 times that. Can't I recruit 160 or 70 people? It had to be mentioned that Sir Yi, who had neither wandered the Jianghu nor fought in battles, was rather naive in his calculations. However, once he began to fantasize, he could not care too much. If he destroyed the Black Wind stronghold, he would like to see just who would still call him an idiot, someone who had risen to power through nepotism. He would like to see just who would still be bold enough to not pay him. If he allowed his sister to talk to him, perhaps he could even be promoted and leave this damned place. Most importantly, the Black Wind stronghold had plundered this place for so many years, so they must have accumulated quite a lot. Perhaps they had 5,000, no, 10,000 taels of silver. He thought about the silver that had piled up like a mountain. Sir Yi could not even maintain his hot-blooded image anymore. He almost drooled. At dusk, the largest and most luxurious restaurant in Qingyang City, the Qingyang restaurant, was brightly lit. There were over a dozen tables of luxurious banquets that even made Yi Dachuan's heart ache. They had invited various people in Qingyang City, all of whom were either rich or noble. Yi Dachuan followed the principle of no sacrifice, no gain. This time he had put in a lot of effort. Of course, the main reason was that no matter how he tried to persuade the restaurant manager, the smile on his face didn't change, but he still refused to let Sir Yi pay on credit. Therefore he sat on the main seat with an ugly expression. Li Qingshan stood at the side like a bodyguard, willing to serve as a foil. Seeing Yi Dachuan's ugly expression, he smiled and said, "Milord, you don't have to feel bad about the money. Haven't I already taken it out?" It turned out that in the end, Lord Yi really couldn't take out that much money. It was Li Qingshan who paid. He wasn't a narrow-minded person. As long as people treated him sincerely and courteously, he would be much easier to talk to than ordinary people. He had the heroic spirit of someone who didn't care about money. But if someone were to put on a high and mighty attitude and try to take him down a notch, then please forgive him for not having such a good temper. Yi Dachuan said embarrassedly, "Wait for me to raise the money, I will definitely return it to you." As the county magistrate, he had lost face and was afraid that this powerful subordinate would laugh at him. Li Qingshan waved his hand and said, "This is also because Milord is helping me. Don't mention the money again." The advisor went downstairs to welcome the nobles. The wooden stairs made dong-dong-dong sounds non-stop. Everyone who came up bowed to Yi Dachuan and said in a seemingly respectful manner, "Milord Yi." Then he took a deep look at Li Qingshan and cupped his hands, saying, "This must be the tiger from the mountain, who killed dozens of mountain bandits with his own hands. His name is well known. They were all well-informed people and knew very well who was the main character today. It wasn't this Yi Dachuan who had no foundation or means, but this young man who killed dozens of mountain bandits with his own hands. They weren't afraid of Yi Dachuan, and they weren't even afraid of Li Qingshan. But the combination of these two people's fame and power made them feel a little tricky. They probably couldn't treat the county magistrate like they did in the past. Heavy footsteps stepped up the stairs. Before the person arrived, the advisor shouted at the top of his voice, "Old Hero Lu of the Iron Fist has arrived." Everyone's eyes were focused on the stairs. Many people even stood up. The degree of respect they showed was not something that Yi Dachuan, the empty shell of the county magistrate, could compare with. Iron Lion Lu Hong walked up the stairs with his two disciples, Wang Lei and Li Long. As expected, he looked around arrogantly. The aristocrats all surrounded him and called him Old Hero Lu and Old Brother Lu, according to their age and status. Even the two disciples beside him received countless praises. Many aristocrats sat and glanced at Li Qingshan as if to say, "We know the Iron Fist. Although you are fierce, you can't act recklessly." In their eyes, although Li Qingshan was powerful, there was still a huge difference between him and a long-established figure of the Jianghu like Lu Hong. This was what they relied on. Li Qingshan had never thought that Yi Dachuan would introduce Lu Hong as one of the important figures. However, with some thought, he knew that even if no one took Yi Dachuan seriously when he became the county magistrate, there would still be a welcoming ceremony for the important figures of Qingyang City. Otherwise they would be looking down on the prefect. Obviously, the greatest local tyrant of Qingyang would be present at an event like this. Seeing Yi Dachuan's awkwardness, Li Qingshan hesitated over whether he should stand up or not. He placed his hand on his shoulder and told him to sit still. At this moment, a shocking sight appeared. Lu Hong left the crowd and arrived before Li Qingshan. He smiled, "Young hero Li, we meet again." His gentle attitude made people wonder whether this was the Iron Lion Lu Hong they knew. Wang Lei bowed awkwardly as well. He no longer dared to act rashly towards this young man who was much younger than him. Yi Dachuan was just about to introduce Li Qingshan, but he was stunned when he saw this. "You know each other?" Lu Hong patted Li Long's shoulder. "He's from the same hometown as my disciple, so we've known each other since young. It was Li Long who brought him to Qingyang today to buy this outfit." Ever since he arrived upstairs, he saw Li Qingshan as soon as he saw him. He wore a set of Navy warrior's clothes and stood by the window with his arms behind his back. He stood out like a lone pine tree on a cliff, standing out like a crane among chickens, drawing attention. Even with his slight dislike towards Li Qingshan, his eyes could not help but light up. He praised inside, "What a handsome young man." The men of the Jianghu did not particularly like men who were overly handsome. Instead, someone like Li Qingshan could be treated as a benchmark in his eyes. Li Long's talent was already extraordinary. He had taken a liking to him and accepted him as his final disciple, but compared to Li Qingshan, it was like comparing wormwood to a pine tree. I wonder who saw through him and unearthed this fine piece of jade. Why didn't I see him when I first came to Crouching Ox Village? Never did he think that when he accepted Li Long as his disciple, Li Qingshan was still in swaddling clothes. Even though the various changes the abilities had brought to Li Qingshan, he could also see that Li Qingshan's talent was not bad in the first place. Coupled with his wisdom from 2 lives, if it were not for the fact that he had reincarnated into a remote place like Crouching Ox Village, he would have been valued by others a long time ago and achieved some accomplishments. Although heroes were not afraid of low birth, no one could deny the importance of birth. Originally, they wanted to rely on Lu Hong's influence to fend off Li Qingshan, but never did they think that Li Qingshan was even more familiar with Lu Hong, as if they were of the same generation. When they looked at Li Qingshan again, their gazes became much more cautious. However, Yi Dachuan was overjoyed inside. "So the government guards came from you. Qingshan once saved me from the jaws of a tiger, so I've finally found him today. I'm inviting him to be a constable." Originally, Lu Hong found this strange as well. How did Li Qingshan come into contact with County Magistrate Yi as soon as he arrived in Qingyang City? Just now he understood. "So Qingshan is the young hero who chased away the tiger you spoke of, County Magistrate. Sir Yi is recruiting people of talent, regardless of birth or age. It's only a matter of time before he makes a name for himself in Qingyang City." Li Qingshan said in a manner that was neither haughty nor humble, "You're too kind, old hero Lu. I just want to borrow Sir Ye's power to do some things for the people of Qingyang and remove a cancer." Chapter 50. The time had come and all the guests had arrived. Yi Dachuan stood up and toasted them. He first said some pleasantries like, "It's my honor that everyone has come," before getting straight to the point. He was furious and sorrowful. "I've invited everyone here this time because of something that has to do with the survival of our Qingyang City. That's right, it's the cancer that is the Black Wind stronghold. The bandits of the Black Wind Mountain are extremely vicious and have committed countless crimes. They've stolen so much silver, who knows how many people they've killed." He was extremely furious that the bandits were actually richer than him, the district magistrate. The advisor kicked him under the table and he coughed gently and changed his words in a hurry. "Now they want to slaughter the Crouching Ox Village. As the local magistrate of Qingyang City, I can't tolerate this. Everyone must have heard of the person beside me, the descended tiger, Li Qingshan." He placed special emphasis on his renowned nickname, the descended tiger, which made the corner of Li Qingshan's eye twitch. "This young hero is also the sheriff of me or even the entire Qingyang City. Not only did he personally kill the third boss of the Black Wind Stronghold and several dozen bandits, but he also wants to destroy the entire Black Wind Stronghold right now. I hope everyone can contribute money and effort to make this happen. Only then will he not let down the heavens and the earth. With that, he drank all the alcohol in his cup. Qingyang City did not have any soldiers for the district magistrate to deploy. Even the bailiffs were old, weak, sick, and disabled. However, the large clans all had large courtyards with high walls and many guards. As a result, most of the security of Qingyang City was actually maintained by the Iron Fist gang. If he wanted to deploy soldiers, he could only borrow people from the aristocrats. As long as each family provided 4 or 5 people, it would basically meet District Magistrate Ye's expectations. However, the aristocrats were unable to drink anymore. They looked at one another. Was the district magistrate serious this time? Asking for money was normal. Which district magistrate did not need money? However, asking for people was not normal. Apart from the previous few district magistrates who would walk around the mountains with a group of people after receiving money, the latter district magistrates did not even bother putting on any airs. They just said the timing was not right. As for when the timing was right, only the heavens knew. The restaurant was in an uproar. The aristocrats did not even want to fork out money, let alone people. If they died or were injured, they would have to spend money to comfort them. Furthermore, they had offended the Black Wind Stronghold. Who knew where Crouching Ox Village was? Whether it was destroyed or not had nothing to do with them. It was not like the Black Wind Stronghold could touch them, and there would be endless deaths of other people's children. A middle-aged gentleman who looked to be in his 40s or 50s said, "Lord Yi, we all understand your concern for the common people. We can't just watch and do nothing. We have to do something. However, it's impossible for us to send people. Even if we agree, the guards won't agree." He very implicitly stated his position. Seeing that you have the strength now, everyone can give you some money as a token. You take this money and stay here obediently. Don't cause trouble for us. I'm finally going to get money. Yi Dachuan felt that this was a bit unbelievable. He really wanted to pinch his thigh to see whether he was dreaming or not. Ever since he became the district magistrate, he had been asking for money everywhere, but no one took him seriously. He could not even ask for a single tael of silver. Success always came too suddenly. Yi Dachuan calmed himself down and glanced at Li Qingshan. He began to consider whether he should stop while he was ahead. Li Qingshan frowned. He could not blame these aristocrats for being selfish. Most people were like that. Coupled with the actions of the previous district magistrates, it was already rare for them to be willing to pay. Since he could not use this power, there was no need to force it. He said, "Then thank you all. Father, don't give him money." A young man stomped up the stairs and stared at Li Qingshan fiercely. Li Qingshan immediately remembered that this was the young man who had raced on the road and knelt down to give him money. Why did he suddenly become so bold? Was he relying on the presence of the adults? "Don't mess around. This is not a place for you. Leave." The middle-aged aristocrat berated. However, the young man did not back down. Instead, he said arrogantly, "My senior brothers are here. The people from the Dragon's Gate sect are here." One of the aristocrats shouted. His voice was filled with surprise. "My son practices martial arts there." "Yeah, me too." The aristocrats were overjoyed. They whispered to each other, rejoicing that someone stood up for them and that they did not have to pay this sum of money. However, Li Qingshan's expression suddenly turned cold. The humiliation he suffered on the mountain path that day came back to him. A group of people of all ages came up the stairs. All of them were dressed in white and carried swords. They gathered together and looked as if there was no one else around. It was truly an awe-inspiring sight. The person in the lead was the young master of the Dragon's Gate sect, Yang Jun. "Magistrate, you invited everyone to the banquet. Why did you ignore the Dragon's Gate sect? Are you looking down on us?" Yang Jun looked around. When he saw Lu Hong, he nodded his head slightly. It could barely be considered a greeting. When he saw Li Qingshan, his eyes lit up. Then he exploded with extreme hatred. "You really are here. It took us a long time to find you." "You were looking for me?" Li Qingshan found it strange. Looking at the other party's expression, it was as if he had deeply offended them. However, since they had delivered themselves to his doorstep, he would not let them go easily. It was a pity that he did not have the great spear with him. Otherwise, who knew how many people would die or be injured with a sweep of the spear? "I only regret not killing you with one slash. Today I will make you spit out everything you ate." Yang Jun looked at Li Qingshan like he was looking at a mortal enemy. He knew that the spirit ginseng had been taken by Li Qingshan, so he immediately flew into a rage. The spirit ginseng had missed him by a hair's breadth and ended up in this country bumpkin's hands. Although the spirit ginseng could not be digested so easily, it had definitely lost most of its medicinal properties after such a long time. Otherwise, how could this country bumpkin have the strength to kill the Black Wind Stronghold's third boss? That should have been his. In his eyes, Li Qingshan was an extremely despicable and hateful thief. Li Qingshan had stolen something that belonged to him, so how could he not gnash his teeth in hatred? He would definitely cut Li Qingshan to pieces. Yi Dachuan stood up in a hurry. Young hero Yang, let's talk this out. Qingshan is this county's constable. How can you shout about killing him? When he saw the Dragon's Gate sect coming at him aggressively with all of them wielding swords, he immediately felt weak. As the saying went, it was difficult for two fists to fight against four hands. When the swords came stabbing at him, no matter how skilled Li Qingshan was, how was he supposed to block them? Yang Jun said with a dark expression, Lord District Magistrate, this person stole something extremely important from our Dragon's Gate sect. We are here today to apprehend him. Please do not stop us. Otherwise be careful that swords are blind. Then without waiting for his reply, Yang Jun ordered, take him down. He was extremely arrogant and despotic. Then he smiled sinisterly. Don't kill him. I will slowly interrogate him about the whereabouts of the item. The dozen or so people pressed forward, and the aristocrats moved to the sides with a whoosh. The district magistrate and the advisor fled, and only Lu Hong was left at the large round table, drinking leisurely. Among those present, only Lu Hong understood Li Qingshan's strength the best. However, the relationship between Iron Fist and the Dragon's Gate sect could be deduced from Yang Jun's attitude just now. Iron Fist took the path of the lower class, accepting disciples from the common folk. Meanwhile, the Dragon's Gate sect took the path of the upper class, and most of their disciples were from wealthy families. Although they were not as incompatible as fire and water, they had never seen eye to eye with each other. That was why he refused to say a word of warning. He could not wait for more people from the Dragon's Gate sect to die, especially that arrogant and despotic Yang Jun who disrespected him. However, he was also guessing what the important item was. He seemed to have heard some rumors. Chapter 51. Qingshan stood at the window like a lone pine tree, as if he did not see the Dragon Gate sect disciples approaching. Dragon Gate sect knows that I have the spirit ginseng. Who told you? Wang Binggu? To think that I saved your life. The anger of being betrayed rose within him, but the corners of his mouth slowly curled up, revealing his white teeth. Lu Hong's heart skipped a beat as he watched from the side. What a heavy killing intent. Bang! He lifted his leg and kicked the heavy square table in front of him. The square table was wide and big and it could accommodate at least 10 people. It was made of jujube wood and weighed more than 100 kilograms. It was sent flying by his kick, and with an extremely fierce momentum, it crashed into the disciples of the Dragon sect. Cheetah was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. He didn't even think that there would be such a move. He looked at the square table coming at him in shock. His reaction was fast. He immediately abandoned his sword and waved his palm. He circulated all the inner force in his body and slapped the square table. A mantis trying to stop a chariot? Li Qingshan sneered. Cheetah's arms broke at the same time, and his chest caved in from the impact of the square table. He spat out a mouthful of blood and at the same time the sound of bones cracking rang out. The square table did not stop moving. It carried 7 or 8 Dragon Gate sect disciples with it, smashing through the railing and falling down the stairs with a loud crash. There were guests downstairs as well. When they saw the Dragon Gate sect disciples going up the stairs majestically and murderously, they were wondering who was going to be unlucky. They craned their necks to watch the show. Suddenly they saw a table and 7 or 8 Dragon Gate sect disciples fall down, and they screamed and fled. It was only when the table fell to the ground that they surrounded Cheetah, still in a state of shock. When they saw that Cheetah was no longer breathing, they saw that the other Dragon sect disciples did not die on the spot because Cheetah blocked them. However, their tendons and bones were broken from the impact and they groaned in pain. They were all dumbfounded. When had they ever seen a Dragon Gate disciple like this? Who was upstairs? For some reason, Li Qingshan thought of bowling. Those Dragon Gate disciples were all dressed in white. Didn't they look like bowling pins? Unfortunately, they did not hit all of them. As the remaining 5 or 6 Dragon Gate disciples were closer to the side, they did not hit the table. However, they were covered in cold sweat from the shock. They stood there in a daze, not knowing how to react. These disciples of rich families practiced martial arts and had never experienced a real battle. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Almost no one could react to it. In that instant, the situation reversed. The initially aggressive Dragon's Gate sect was wiped out in the blink of an eye. Only Lu Hong was able to clearly see Li Qingshan's movements. He had a grave expression on his face as he thought about whether or not he would be able to block it, and whether or not he would be able to dodge it. His conclusion was worrisome, and his brows furrowed even tighter. The mocking smile on his face deepened. Today he had lost a lot of face to Li Qingshan, but now he seemed to have regained a lot of it. Li Qingshan ignored the others and strode towards Yang Jun. Yang Jun was lying on the ground. Li Qingshan had kicked the square table at him earlier. However, with the Dragon's Gate disciples blocking the way, he had time to react. At the critical moment, he lay on the ground and escaped the disaster. Even now, he still could not believe what had happened. The people he had brought were all experts in the sect. There were 3 third-rate experts among them, and the others were rare experts. However, more than half of them had died in a single move. His act of denouncing Xiao Chen had become an extremely ironic joke. As he watched Li Qingshan approach, he suddenly thought of the dozens of mountain bandits who had died in Li Qingshan's hands. He thought of the terrifying infamy of the person before him and remembered that his martial arts were far from enough. He drew his sword in a frenzy. Kill him. One sword stabbed at Li Qingshan. At the same time, 5 swords flashed with cold light as they stabbed at Li Qingshan from the front, back, left, and right. The stunned Dragon's Gate disciples reacted as well. They were fellow disciples who practiced together all year round. Although they did not have much actual combat experience, their teamwork was not bad. The speed of this attack was exactly the same, trapping Li Qingshan in a net of swords. Be careful of the sword formation. Li Long shouted a warning, but it was already too late. At the same time, 6 swords stabbed into Li Qingshan's body. Delight appeared on the faces of the owners of the swords. They did not expect it to work so easily. Our Dragon's Gate sect's sword formation is indeed extraordinary. It was unknown whether it was mockery or pity on Lu Hong's face. He was too inexperienced and had too little experience in fighting in the Jianghu. He was supposed to win, but he gave his opponents the perfect opportunity to surround and attack him. He had dug his own grave. However, the fall of every young talent caused a veteran like him to feel regret. He also felt somewhat relaxed. He wanted to proudly say, "Look, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. The strongest might not be able to live to the end." The tip of the sword stabbed into the skin by an inch and could not go any further. The swordsman's delighted expressions turned into shock. They exerted strength madly, but they only bent the tough swords. Lu Hong was shocked. Could it be that he has already trained his external defensive martial arts to the point where he is impervious to weapons? Furthermore, a fine steel sword infused with inner force was not something that ordinary weapons could compare to. This youth had given him too many surprises. Li Qingshan said slowly, "No wonder people say that 2 fists cannot defeat 4 hands. Such a combined attack is no weaker than a full-powered strike from a peerless expert." A strange red light that was hard to see with the naked eye flowed in his eyes. "However, how can such weak and powerless swords injure me?" His quintessence spewed out and his swords shattered. All the swordsmen were sent flying back, vomiting blood. However, only faint white marks were left on Li Qingshan's skin. Yang Jun felt an extremely surging quintessence rush into his body. The inner force that he had cultivated for so many years could not stop it at all. It rampaged through his body, tearing his tendons and meridians apart. Just as Yang Jun was about to fall off the building, a figure flashed and appeared behind him. With a wave of his sleeve, Yang Jun landed steadily on the ground. Li Qingshan's expression turned grave and vigilant. Although he saw the person's movements clearly, he could not keep up with such a movement technique. Although his defense was shockingly high, his speed was his weakest point. Yang Anji grabbed Yang Jun's pulse with a cold expression. Yang Jun's meridians were in a mess. His martial arts could be considered crippled. Yang Jun called out "Father," and fainted. Yang Anji looked at Li Qingshan again. His eyes were filled with a terrifying killing intent, and he no longer looked like a scholar. His heart was filled with hatred and regret. He had come to the restaurant earlier, but he thought that Yang Jun and his disciples would be enough to capture Li Qingshan. If he had seen Lu Hong, it would have been rather difficult for him to speak. As a result, he had remained hidden in the restaurant the entire time just in case. However, he never thought the situation would change so quickly. From the moment Li Qingshan kicked away the square table and cleared out half of the Dragon's Gate disciples, he wanted to take action, but Li Qingshan fell into the sword formation right afterwards. He was doomed. Even Lu Hong, someone who had witnessed the power of Li Qingshan's martial arts, believed that Li Qingshan was dead for sure, let alone him. As a result, he stopped himself, but it was already too late. Lu Hong chuckled. "Brother Yang, long time no see. Why have you suddenly caused such a great disturbance? What's the reason?" Li Qingshan saw that Yang Anji bore some resemblance to Yang Jun, and from what Lu Hong had said, he knew that the person before him was the sect master of the Dragon's Gate sect, the greatest of the martial arts society of Qingyang. After all, Yang Anji had been in Jianghu for many years, so he had a firm will. Unlike those rich disciples, he immediately put down his son and didn't even look at Lu Hong. Instead, he said to Li Qingshan, "I originally wanted to persuade you to hand over the item. I didn't intend to hurt you, but now I've changed my mind. My son has no enmity with you, so why are you so ruthless?" Towards the end of his words, he couldn't hold back his monstrous anger. Hearing this, Li Qingshan laughed. "You don't plan to hurt me? No grudges?" If his martial arts were slightly weaker and he fell into Yang Jun's hands, he wouldn't know how much torture and humiliation he would suffer. On the mountain path, the threat and humiliation from a superior expert might not be considered as enmity. Perhaps Yang Jun felt extremely wronged. "Yes, I only said a few words to you. I didn't really chop off your hand." Chapter 52. The Dragon's Gate sect was arrogant and overbearing, but in everyone's eyes, Li Qingshan was 10 times more arrogant and overbearing than the Dragon's Gate sect. With a single sentence, he had decided the fates of the two great organizations of the Jianghu that had occupied Qingyang for a very long time. However, Yang Anji's face no longer showed any anger. He recovered the calmness and rationality that a swordsman should possess. Based on his instincts, he had determined that Li Qingshan was one of the few powerful opponents he would face in his life. However, he had absolute confidence. His agile and graceful movement technique countered Li Qingshan's external martial arts the most, just like how Li Qingshan countered Lu Hong's iron fists. No matter how great his strength was, it was useless if he could not land a hit. Li Qingshan could block the swords of regular Dragon's Gate disciples, but he could not block the sword of a mighty second-rate master like him. Li Qingshan understood this extremely well, and he could clearly sense that the sword Yang Anji carried was different from the fine steel swords regular disciples carried. However, against an opponent like that, fleeing was impossible. All he could do was face him head-on. The two of them faced off and the restaurant suddenly fell silent. The killing intent was suffocating. Clang. Yang Anji drew his sword from its sheath, and a cold glow swept towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan's eyes narrowed. The blade actually shone with a faint layer of light, just like the knife he had obtained today. The person had a name and so did the sword. This was a famed sword that everyone in Qingyang City knew about. The Soaring Dragon Sword was a treasured sword that had been passed down through the Dragon's Gate sect for several generations. Only the sect master had the right to wield it. The person was powerful with a name, and the sword was sharp with a name. Even in the hands of regular people, the sword could slice through metal like mud. In the hands of a true swordsman, it would be a true murder weapon. This is a spiritual artifact. Returning to before the banquet, Oxen said as he looked at the knife in Li Qingshan's hand. "What's a spiritual artifact?" Li Qingshan fiddled around with the knife in his hand. "Have I really picked up a treasure?" In his previous life, he had often read about such things in novels. They would randomly stroll around a grocery store and pick up a peerless divine artifact. From then on, they would be able to kill anything that stood in their way. Oxen smiled disdainfully, shattering his fantasy. This item barely has a layer of spiritual chi attached to it, so it can't even be considered a low-tier spiritual tool. It's most likely used by apprentices who have just started learning tool forging. However, at your level it can be considered a treasure. However, the ridicule in the ox's eyes became more and more intense. This thing could only be used as a flying knife. Whether it was a cultivator or an ordinary martial artist, it was a useless piece of trash. Li Qingshan carefully put away the knife. This was the first spiritual tool that he had obtained. It had a great commemorative value. After all, it was considered a rare item. However, he did not expect to see another one in the blink of an eye, and it was in the hands of the enemy. The shopkeeper of the arsenal of arms was also among the aristocrats. While the other aristocrats were fleeing in panic, he stared at the flying dragon sword with infatuation. If this sword was in the arsenal of arms, even if Li Qingshan took out all of his silver and knelt on the ground to beg him, he would not sell it. Just when everyone thought that Li Qingshan would charge forward like just now, he rolled to the side to avoid the sharp edge of the sword and arrived at a corner of the restaurant. Yang Anji changed his moves even faster. With a flick of his wrist, the light of the sword moved like a shadow, pressing towards Li Qingshan. Separated by a few feet, the cold air pierced Li Qingshan's skin, making him feel cold. Wherever the two went, the aristocrats all screamed and ran, thinking that they were going to be used as meat shields. Li Qingshan was not that shameless. He reached out and grabbed a square table, using it as a weapon. The large square table was as light as a feather in his hands. A strong wind blew and the candles flickered. Yang Anji did not put this power in his eyes at all. Wherever the light of the sword passed, the square table was cut into pieces like tofu. In the blink of an eye, only one leg of the table was left in Li Qingshan's hands. Li Qingshan seemed to be at his wit's end and threw the table leg out. Perhaps it was because he was panicking, but he missed and it flew past Yang Anji's head. Yang Anji's sword was like a rainbow. Li Qingshan's back was pressed against the wall, unable to retreat or dodge. The restaurant suddenly became pitch black. The table leg that flew out from Li Qingshan's hands struck down the last light. Trying to escape. It's too late. Yang Anji shouted. However, he did not see that when the darkness descended, Li Qingshan's face did not show panic but a smile. Bang! Li Qingshan clapped his palms together and caught the flying dragon sword in a hair's breadth. Yang Anji sneered. It was wishful thinking for him to catch the sword with brute force while he was flying forward. The sword's edge suddenly pierced forward. As the sword and palm rubbed against each other, an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing could be heard. The tip of the sword was only 3 inches away from Li Qingshan's throat. Yang Anji's expression suddenly changed. A cold wind came from the back of his head, making him feel a life-and-death crisis that he had not felt for many years. This is impossible. This was the first thought that came to his mind. Although he could not see, his other senses were still there. Someone was so close behind him. How could he not sense it? How strong was the qinggong? Could it be a hidden weapon? If the lights in the restaurant were still on, everyone would be able to see a small knife flying towards the back of Yang Anji's head. It really did look like a hidden weapon. However, if someone could open their spirit eye like Li Qingshan, they would see that the small knife fitted perfectly in Little An's clean, white hand. Little An cultivated the path of white bone and great beauty and bathed himself in fresh blood every day, so he was no longer afraid of blood and qi at this level. He could truly get close to experts, but he still lacked a suitable weapon. If he used a regular hunting knife with Yang Anji's strength, even if he did not train in external martial arts, his protective inner energy would still be able to knock the knife away. It would be difficult for him to deal any fatal damage. However, things were different now. In Little An's hands, the spiritual knife was not just a piece of trash. Instead, it was a divine weapon for assassination. Li Qingshan had used himself as bait to lure Yang Anji here. He and Little An had not made any prior preparations, nor had they communicated with each other. They had absolute trust in each other, and as expected, Little An did not disappoint him. Their cooperation was perfect. Yang Anji was also impressive. He lowered his head and dodged the knife in the nick of time. The blade practically scraped his scalp. He was shocked, but he did not panic. As long as he continued to exert force and killed Li Qingshan, he would be able to deal with the hidden weapon expert behind him with ease. The small knife suddenly turned and stabbed downwards. It was not a hidden weapon. Yang Anji's mind was immediately thrown into disarray. This was because he still had not sensed the presence of a living person behind him. A chill rose up in his heart. He ignored everything else and tried to pull back his sword to defend himself. Li Qingshan bit down on the tip of the sword with both hands and snickered coldly. It was easy to stab, but the first thing to be pierced would definitely be your head. Want to pull back? Then don't even think about it. As long as the sword existed, the person existed. This was probably a lesson that every swordsman had learned, not to mention that this was a treasured sword passed down from their ancestors. The sword was left in Li Qingshan's hand, but he was sent flying with extremely graceful movements. He could no longer be graceful. His hair was disheveled and he looked extremely pathetic. And all of this happened in the blink of an eye. From the moment Yang Anji swung his sword, forced Li Qingshan to the wall, and then retreated after being assassinated, only a few breaths of time had passed. The aristocrats were all panicking and could not react in time. Only Lu Hong sniffed and smelled blood. His heart was filled with shock. Yang Anji was injured? How did this brat injure him? At the last moment, Yang Anji had decisively abandoned his sword, but he had also paid a heavy price. Little and still used the spiritual knife to pull out a foot-long wound on his back. Fresh blood was flowing out. Li Qingshan had some admiration for his decisiveness. For the first time he experienced the emotions described in the books. Even if they were mortal enemies and wanted to kill each other at all costs, they would still be shocked by the skills displayed by the opponent during the confrontation. However, in a battle he would not be entangled in such emotions, nor would he be entangled in all the right and wrong. Since they had become mortal enemies, killing the other party at all costs was the right thing to do. Chapter 53. The Descending Tiger. Yang Anji suddenly thought of the nickname he had originally looked down on, the Descending Tiger, Li Qingshan. Now, what was lunging at him was not a human, but a ferocious beast bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. Having lost his treasured sword, he was like a child, unable to fight back. He retreated rapidly. The chilly wind swirled up from behind him once again, taking his life. Li Qingshan no longer had any qualms. He swung the ox demon's fist of great strength as he pleased, unleashing a powerful gust of wind. It forced Yang Anji to dodge everywhere. Little Anne, who danced about in the darkness, was everywhere, vicious and insidious. One was tough and the other soft, one yang and one yin. They worked together wonderfully. Yang Anji was impressive as well. Although he was injured, he still used his supreme movement technique to move about and dodge. However, a few more wounds appeared on his body, and the blood on his back flowed even more profusely. The smell of blood was so heavy that even regular people could smell it. Where is Li Qingshan? Suddenly there was an explosive bellow from downstairs. It was filled with powerful inner force, so loud that it was like a clap of thunder. Over a dozen torches rose up, illuminating the upper floor. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. He signaled to Little Anne, and the dagger immediately flew back into his sleeves. He did not want anyone to know about this secret for now. Only then did everyone see Yang Anji's appearance. They were all stunned speechless. Before the torches were extinguished, Yang Anji had been unstoppable, almost about to kill Li Qingshan. This was in line with their understanding. No matter how powerful Li Qingshan was, he was still a first-rate figure in the Qingyang Society of Martial Arts. However, in the blink of an eye, Yang Anji had actually been defeated, and he had been defeated so miserably. Yang Anji recovered his sight as well. He retreated to Yang Jun's side. His face was pale and his expression was vicious. He wanted to skin Li Qingshan alive. He grabbed Yang Jun and broke out of the window. Li Qingshan said that it was a pity, but he didn't care too much. He stepped onto the windowsill and looked down. Li Qingshan is here. At first glance he saw the black bear's tall and strong figure, and the black bear also saw him. Their eyes met and sparks flew. Xiong Xiangwu, Lu Hong exclaimed. Although his foundation was in Qingyang City, he had met this vicious person once before. The Black Wind Mountain bandits have entered the city. Someone shouted. First, the aristocrats in the restaurant fell into chaos. Then the shouts spread far and wide. Li Qingshan gazed over from the tall building. All he saw was that the entire Qingyang city seemed to be in a state of panic. Xiong Xiangwu also stared at Yang Anji in shock. The two of them had received the news together and rushed over to Qingyang City. One wanted revenge while the other wanted to steal the spiritual ginseng. The Dragon's Gate sect used their superior movement technique to arrive first. They wanted to take the spiritual ginseng and avoid any accidents. Li Qingshan had been silenced by the Black Wind stronghold, which only demonstrated that Yang Anji's "I didn't want to harm you in the first place" was just bullshit. However, Li Qingshan's strength had exceeded everyone's expectations. Yang Anji said, "This kid's martial arts are no weaker than yours or mine, and he still has dirty tricks up his sleeve. Be careful, stronghold master." Originally he did not want to have too much to do with the Black Wind stronghold, but now, all of Li Qingshan's enemies were his friends. The Dragon's Gate sect has colluded with the Black Wind stronghold to attack Qingyang City. Everyone here is a witness. Li Qingshan used true qi to project his voice into the distance. Yang Anji shuddered. He ground his teeth. Li Qingshan, I will never forgive you. That single sentence stripped the Dragon's Gate sect of their reputation as a righteous sect, reducing them to the status of accomplices of bandits. If you're bold enough to do it, then don't be afraid of others talking about it. Alright. Stronghold Master Xiong, you've delivered yourself to me. You've saved me quite a bit of trouble. Li Qingshan wrapped his hand around Xiong Xiangwu, trapping him within. Taking advantage of the defeat of the Dragon's Gate sect, he said that with great pride. How bold of you. Xiong Xiangwu's face changed. He leapt up and flew towards Li Qingshan. With his huge body, his movement technique was actually quite impressive. Just when Li Qingshan was about to strike, a figure flashed past him. Lu Hong used the charge of the Iron Cavalry to forcefully clash with Xiong Xiangwu in the air. Xiong Xiangwu landed heavily on the ground, while Lu Hong used the force to return upstairs. Blood surged through both of their faces. Xiong Xiangwu was furious. You. Lu Hong said, Stronghold Master Xiong has come to Qingyang City to make a mess. Aren't you showing me no respect? Just like how every wild beast had their own territory, the people of the Jianghu treated this with even greater importance than wild beasts. They would never allow others to trespass on it. The actions of the Black Wind Stronghold had already displeased him as a local tyrant. Of course, if he were a regular person, Lu Hong might not have been willing to stand up for Xiong Xiangwu when he had mobilized so many people. However, just now, Li Qingshan had already demonstrated the strength to make others help him. The second boss, who was dressed like a scholar, said with a sunken voice, The Iron Fist is opposing our Black Wind Stronghold. Aren't you afraid of the destruction of your entire sect? Lu Hong called out, Where are the disciples of the Iron Fist? With that, figures surged out from the streets and alleyways, surrounding the restaurant. They were all disciples of the Iron Fist. They had rushed over after hearing the news. With a single call, hundreds of people responded, and their bearing surpassed Li Qingshan's. The reason why the people of the Jianghu could behave so arrogantly in their own territory was not just because of their martial arts, but also because of the powerful organization behind them. Even if Xiong Xiangwu and Yang Anji worked together, they would have to think twice. Yang Anji suddenly said in a loud voice, Sect Master Lu, don't you want to know what I'm here for? Lu Hong raised his eyebrows, showing an interested expression. However, Li Qingshan frowned, but he could not stop Yang Anji from speaking. It's for a stock of spiritual ginseng that appeared in the Bailao Peak. As long as a martial artist absorbs a little of its medicinal properties, their martial arts will improve greatly, and they will have a high chance of advancing to the innate realm. Now that it's in his hands, his martial arts can improve so quickly. Yang Anji pointed at Li Qingshan, his face full of viciousness. He had revealed the location of the spiritual ginseng in front of hundreds of people, and the news would definitely spread like wildfire. At that time, countless people in the Jianghu who longed for the spiritual ginseng would gather like beasts smelling blood. No matter how strong Li Qingshan was, he would be torn to pieces. Everyone's eyes involuntarily looked at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan lowered his eyebrows and did not say anything. He knew that it was futile to defend himself. His martial arts undoubtedly confirmed Yang Anji's words. The worst-case scenario he was worried about had happened, but his heart did not become flustered. Instead, it was unexpectedly calm. I'm already so old. I don't want to improve my martial arts and dominate the martial arts world. As Lu Hong said so, his eyes were searching Li Qingshan's body. Obviously, he did not mean what he said. There was no one in the martial arts world who did not want to improve their martial arts. The spiritual ginseng also has the effect of prolonging life. Don't you care, sect leader Lu? As long as you give the order to capture this brat, the spiritual ginseng will be yours. At that time, Stronghold Master Xiong and I will only seek revenge. We will not fight for the spiritual ginseng. Besides, we won't be able to fight for it even if we want to. Yang Anji demonstrated the terrifying aspects of a sect leader other than martial arts. As expected, Lu Hong was very tempted. Xiong Xiangwu's eyes also lit up. No one knew what he was thinking. In the blink of an eye, it was Li Qingshan who faced everyone again. His eyes were calm, but his mind was anxiously thinking of a way to escape. He did not think that Lu Hong would have any sense of loyalty toward him. Wasn't the reason he was in such a situation because he believed in loyalty? Of course, this was not a hopeless situation. As long as he was willing to give up the spiritual ginseng, he could naturally escape easily. However, he would not do that unless he had no other choice. The magical power of the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers did not focus on qi refinement. The spiritual ginseng could be said to be the greatest guarantee for him to become a so-called innate master. The stalemate was broken very soon. Xiong Xiangwu bellowed out and flew up the stairs again. Lu Hong lowered his head as if he was thinking about something. He did not move at all. At the very least, It was not impossible for him to make up his mind to watch from the sidelines or even kick him when he was down. Yang Anji used this opportunity to apply some golden salve and control his wounds. He was about to strike. Just as Li Qingshan was about to be surrounded by two great masters of Qingyang, his muscles tensed up. He was ready to strike. Chapter 54. Xiong Xiangwu half knelt on the ground in a sorry state. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked at the top of the restaurant. A tall figure stood there, and the bowstring of the great bow in his hand was still trembling. Although it was not as good as the stone splitter bow, it was still a rare hard metal bow. His eyes narrowed. Huang Binggu. Huang Binggu said, "Stronghold Master Xiong, this arrow is just a greeting. I hope you know how to retreat or don't blame me for being merciless." Xiong Xiangwu broke out in a cold sweat. He knew that Huang Binggu was not boasting. Just now, if Huang Binggu struck out with his full strength, it was extremely likely for him to be shot to death on the spot since he could not turn around in the air. A divine archer who occupied an advantageous position and launched sneak attacks was just too terrifying. Yang Anji said, "You really want to stand up for this kid?" Huang Binggu said, "The spiritual ginseng was indeed found by Li Qingshan, but I've already consumed it and cured my chronic illness of many years. Sect Master Yang, you found the wrong person." Behind him stood over a dozen headhunters and over a dozen powerful bows. The four leading figures of the martial arts community of Qingyang had appeared together, all for the sake of Li Qingshan, whether they were friend or foe. The disciples of the Iron Fist sect were all amazed, while the nearby residents mustered up their courage and opened a sliver of a window, secretly watching this rare sight. The torches danced wildly in the cold wind. Yang Anji, Xiong Xiangwu, Lu Hong, Huang Binggu, and Li Qingshan's expressions flickered. However, they seemed to be frozen without moving. Each of them had their own worries and considerations holding each other back. No one dared to strike out carelessly. Li Qingshan suddenly laughed aloud. His laughter traveled very far in the cold wind. "Stronghold Master Xiong, this is your only chance to kill me. Why don't you do it? Once I personally kill you, the macaques under your command will still have the opportunity to flee. If you miss out on this opportunity today, I'll just come back in the future and uproot your Black Wind stronghold, leaving not a single one alive." Arrogant. When everyone present heard this, they felt that it was an ear-piercing arrogance. The Black Wind stronghold had wreaked havoc in Qingyang for many years. Apart from the Drawn Reins village who stood aloof from worldly affairs, the Dragon's Gate sect and Iron Fist both wanted to destroy them very much. However, Yang Anji and Lu Hong had both considered that they only had a chance if they worked together. However, even if they succeeded, they would have to pay a heavy price. But now, Li Qingshan actually said that he wanted to destroy the Black Wind stronghold by himself. Even though he had a good opinion of his martial arts, he still felt that he was too arrogant and ignorant. Xiong Xiangwu's face bordered on fury, becoming more and more like a black bear. "Then I'll be waiting for you. If you don't come, I'll make sure not a single person in Crouching Ox Village survives." In the end, he threw down a vicious threat. "No matter who it is that dares to help you, I'll exterminate their entire clan." He left in a hurry with his people. The disciples of the Iron Fist stepped aside and did not stop him. A group of bandits actually treated the entire Qingyang city like it did not exist. They really were lawless. Yang Anji also used his movement technique and vanished into the night. His voice rang out from afar, "Just you wait, Li Qingshan. Your enemies will only increase. Your death won't be far away." Lu Hong clasped his hands at Li Qingshan and left with his people. Meanwhile, the aristocrats were willing to donate 10 times the amount of money for suppressing bandits as long as they spared the disciples of the Dragon's Gate sect and did not involve them. The messy restaurant had already become empty. Only Li Qingshan stood by the window, holding the soaring dragon sword he had obtained from Yang Anji. Huang Binggu brought people over. Li Qingshan turned around and said, "Hunting Chief Huang, I want an explanation." 2 hunters brought over Xiao He who had been tied up firmly. Huang Binggu said, "Kneel and speak." Xiao He told him the entire story in detail. In the end he said, "Just kill me. I won't regret it." Huang Binggu said with difficulty, "I've watched Xiao He grow up. I can only blame my lack of discipline for this. Please spare him this time." He drew the hunting blade from his waist and stabbed it into his own shoulder. "Hunting Chief," Xiao He said in a hurry. "Xiao He, there are some things that you can't do. I, Huang Binggu, have killed countless people in my life, but I've never been ungrateful, nor have I ever repaid kindness with enmity. Huang Binggu extended his hand, and the hunting chief behind him handed another hunting blade to him with a pained expression. Huang Binggu stabbed it into his left shoulder. Tears streamed down Xiao Hei's face. He was filled with shame and regret. Ever since he was young, his respect and admiration for this man surpassed even his father's, yet now he had to watch him suffer for him. Huang Binggu stabbed the hunting blade into his chest. 3 blades and 6 holes, a life for a life. This was the explanation that a person of the Jianghu could give. A hand firmly grabbed Huang Binggu's wrist, and the blade could not stab any further. Li Qingshan was stunned at first before coming to an understanding. The hunting chief wants to take all the blame for this and then end it all with his death? It's useless. Even if they are skeptical, they will still come to me. Huang Binggu let out a heavy sigh. As someone who had traveled the Jianghu, he knew how terrifying this matter was. A secret manual or a treasured sword could stir up a sea of blood in the Jianghu. The lives of those first-rate or even super-rate experts were all used as if they were worthless. The red glow in Li Qingshan's eyes disappeared, and he actually revealed a smile. It was not a wild laugh, but a hearty one like a normal youth. But I'm not afraid of them. These words were said in a hearty and confident manner. Without waiting for Huang Binggu to remind him, he continued, "Is my tiger bone wine ready? I'll have someone send it over tomorrow." Li Qingshan said no more and walked down the stairs. When he was outside the building, he suddenly felt a chill on his face. Raising his head, he saw snowflakes drifting down from the pitch-black sky. A clear shadow flew out from the locust wood tablet and danced around him. Li Qingshan said to himself, "I'm not afraid of enemies, I'm afraid of betrayal." He saw Little and looking at him with a confused expression. He could not help but laugh. "You won't understand even if I tell you. In any case, you won't betray me, right?" Little and might not understand the meaning of betrayal in Li Qingshan's words, but he understood the anticipation in his eyes and hurriedly nodded. "Let's go. Tonight isn't over yet." Li Qingshan's eyes burned with a raging flame, as if it could melt this world of ice and snow. Old Knickers drank a mouthful of aged wine and turned on the charcoal in the stove to resist the pervasive winter chill. He had never had a wife in his life and had been the armory guard for several decades. His neighbors had all forgotten his name, only remembering that his surname was Zhang. They all called him Old Zhang or Old Cutoff. Then, for some reason, the children around him began to call him Old Knickers, causing this old man who had been single his entire life to be tainted with a bit of vulgarity for no reason. It was already very late at night, but he still had not slept. As usual, he reviewed his life as if he was ruminating on the most brilliant parts of his memories, chewing them over and over again while he was tipsy. As for whether these memories were real or fake, they were just like his name. Not only bystanders, but even he himself had no way of distinguishing them. Thump thump thump. Several loud noises interrupted his recollection. He unhappily opened the door. "Who is it? Why is it so late?" Then he saw a teenager standing in front of the door, giving him an apologetic smile. "The county magistrate, Lord Yi, sent me to the armory to retrieve a few things. This is the document." Old Knickers shivered all over. Although there were many false parts in his memories, at least some of them were real. He had really been a soldier and fought in battle, and he had seen the scene of real swords and guns being used to kill people. Although the teenager before him was very young and amiable, he smelled a familiar aura, murderous intent. Murderous intent lingered. It was a feeling that only fierce soldiers who had taken dozens of lives in the army would have. If he encountered such an enemy in battle, he would definitely stay as far away from him as possible. He did not even look at the document in detail. With trembling hands he took out the key, picked up the lantern and opened the armory door. The armory door was about 3 meters tall, forged from pig iron. 36 iron nails were lined up neatly, and a pair of tiger heads had iron rings in their mouths. Old Knickers forcefully pushed a few times, but the door did not budge. He awkwardly said, "It seems to be frozen." The teenager placed his hand on the cold iron door and gave it a light push. The iron door opened with a rumble and he stepped into the armory alone. Old Knickers shrunk his body and waited outside the door. Over the past few years, this was the first time someone had come to the armory to retrieve something. What did he want? And what did he want to do with it? While he was thinking, he heard a clanging sound coming from afar. A figure stepped out of the armory. The black armor wrapped around his sturdy body, giving off a cold and murderous feeling. The armor skirt fluttered along with his movements. Chapter 55. Li Qingshan patted the 3 quiver of arrows on his waist and carried the soaring dragon sword and stone splitter bow on his back. He rested the shockingly heavy and extraordinarily large tyrant's spear on his shoulder and vanished into the snowy darkness. All he left behind was a string of deep footprints in the snow. In the yamen, the advisor said to Yi Dachuan, "Sir, Li Qingshan won't listen to your advice. There's nothing we can do." As it turned out, Yi Dachuan saw how the aristocrats refused to assist him due to the Black Wind Stronghold's influence. He calculated that he would definitely lose against 200 people alone, so he tried to persuade Li Qingshan to stay and think things over. However, how could Li Qingshan listen to him? He forcefully took the documents and left. Yi Dachuan paced around the room. Suddenly he stopped and stamped his foot. "Gather people for me?" the advisor said in a troubled tone. "How do we have people?" Yi Dachuan bellowed anxiously. "Those country bumpkins actually dared to get their disciples to kill an official right in front of me. The Dragon's Gate sect is a den of thieves. Tell them that whoever refuses to send anyone is a traitor." He understood now. If Li Qingshan died, then he could no longer be the district magistrate. The Black Wind Stronghold and the Dragon's Gate sect might even vent their anger on him. The advisor said, "Sir, please reconsider." If he did that, he would offend all of the aristocrats of Qingyang. Yi Dachuan kicked him in the bottom. "Why aren't you going?" The advisor could only obey. As soon as he left the hall, over a dozen pitch-black figures blocked his way. He had no idea when they had entered the yamen. The advisor was surprised. Using the weak lantern light in the hall to look over, he saw that the dozen or so people all had bows and arrows on their backs. So it's the Drawn Reins village. "Good men, what business do you have visiting so late at night?" Huang Bingu's shoulder was wrapped in white cloth, but his bearing remained steady. He patted the advisor's shoulder and said, "Sir Yi Huang Bingu of the Drawn Reins village is willing to lend a hand." After Li Qingshan left, Huang Bingu and the others found an inn to rest. Before they had even fallen asleep, they received news that Li Qingshan had left the city in full armor. Of course, Huang Bingu would not think that he was running away. He suddenly stood up and said, "I'm going out for a while. When I'm not around, Little Black will be in charge of everything." Everyone knew where he was going. Xiao He said, "Chief Hunter will go with you." After experiencing this, his face lost a lot of the frivolous childishness of youth and gained a lot of the steadiness of an adult. "Prioritize the village." Xiao He said, "The name of Drawn Reins village was not obtained by compromising. We have formed a great grudge with the Black Wind Stronghold, so we will definitely not be able to live in peace for long. We can only place our bets on that person. If you want me to take responsibility, then this is my idea." Huang Bingu said, "Good. I didn't suffer those 2 slashes for nothing today." Qingyang City that had just quietened down became noisy once more. In Iron Fist, Iron Lion Lu Hong was also awake. Instead, he was thinking about everything that had happened today. Li Long stepped through the door and knelt down. "Master." Lu Hong frowned. "What are you doing?" Li Long said, "Please save the Crouching Ox village, Master." The Black Wind Stronghold had not massacred the village before because they wanted to capture Li Qingshan, the main culprit, first, and also because of his connection with Iron Fist, which was why they had not struck so easily. However, after tonight, everyone would fall out with each other. The Black Wind Stronghold would definitely take revenge madly. They would definitely swing their blades. Lu Hong said, "Go fetch your father's family and caretaker Lu's family." However, Li Long remained kneeling. "Please save the Crouching Ox village, Master." "Didn't you dislike that place?" "But that's my hometown." Lu Hong sank into his thoughts for a while as if he was considering the pros and cons of every aspect. Suddenly he stood up. "Go gather the disciples." He had already considered the spiritual ginseng that Li Qingshan had brought with him and the wealth of the Black Wind Stronghold. Li Long was overjoyed. "Thank you, Master." Yi Dachuan used his position as district magistrate and borrowed Li Qingshan's prestige and the might of the Drawn Reins village to order the aristocrats to send people. However, there were still some aristocrats who resisted, unwilling to send people. Just as Huang Bingu furrowed his brows and considered whether he should kill them to establish his authority, Lu Hong strode over. He clasped his hands. "Hunting Chief Huang, I've heard a lot about you." Afterwards he said to the aristocrats who resisted, "Today I, Lu Hong, swear that I will eliminate a great threat for Qingyang City. If you are willing to assist me, I, Lu Hong, will never forget." What he was trying to say was, even if you are unwilling, I will never forget. Given the current situation, the aristocrats finally dared not resist forcefully anymore. They sent people over reluctantly. Although they were reluctant, they did their best when they sent people. Xiangwu's words lingered in their ears. If they did not kill the snake this time, they would be waiting for revenge. As a result, they could only do their best. And, with two powerful people like Huang Binggu and Lu Hong watching over them, they really did feel like they had an opportunity to flatten the Black Wind stronghold. The Black Wind stronghold wreaking havoc was not completely unrelated to them. Just like caretaker Lu's nickname, Half-Village Lu, most of the land in Qingyang City had been annexed by these aristocrats and local tyrants. Many of the villages that the Black Wind stronghold had plundered were their assets. As for kidnapping and demanding ransoms, who knew how much they had done? Otherwise, they would never have been willing to collect money from the previous district magistrates for suppressing bandits. Jianghu had never thought that his threat would instead force the aristocrats into becoming mortal enemies. Yidachuan gazed at the people who had gathered in disbelief. It had completely exceeded his initial expectations. There were actually 400 or 500 people. He watched over them in the center with his identity as the district magistrate, while Huang Binggu and Lu Hong commanded him. He had never done something so valiant in his life. His heart that had been blinded by fame and fortune actually began to burn with a sense of bloodlust. The advisor was dumbfounded as well. He thought of a phrase written in a book that was originally very distant from him: with a call from above, followers will gather, and the entire world will rebel. Perhaps all that was needed in the world was a single warrior, a single hero, and they would be able to turn the impossible into the possible, guiding everyone and completing so-called miracles. However, this hero who led the way would usually not have a good outcome. Old Knickers opened the door to the armory with trembling hands. Armor and weapons were taken out one by one, equipping this group of bandits. With a clang, they set off on their journey. Huang Binggu thought, hopefully I can make it in time. This gathering had already taken up far too much time. Lu Hong thought, kid, you better hold on a little longer. Though if you die, I'll avenge you. Li Qingshan advanced quickly in the darkness. His equipment weighed 100 or 200 kilograms, but not only did it not make him feel like it was tiring, but it instead gave him the pleasure of releasing his strength. His armor was cold, but his blood burned hotter and hotter. His footsteps became faster and faster, and in the end he was practically sprinting through the wilderness. His heavy footsteps were like war drums, thumping loudly. He did not know how long he had walked in the deep mountains and old forests, but his footsteps suddenly came to a halt. His gaze pierced through the wind and snow like a sharp sword, shooting towards the ravine. A stronghold was creeping in the darkness, and a few faint lights could be seen. The Black Wind stronghold was right in front of him. However, Li Qingshan was in no hurry to go forward. He untied the wine gourd and drank it all in one gulp. The strength he had expended instantly recovered, and there was even a scorching aura rampaging through his body like a wild horse. Chapter 56. The assembly hall of the Black Wind stronghold was brightly lit. The important figures of the stronghold gathered together, currently discussing the matter regarding Li Qingshan. First boss, what do we do now? The kid is currently hiding in Qingyang City, and he's under Huang Binggu's protection. Yang Anji has spread the news of the spiritual ginseng. Who can protect him? He'll die sooner or later. If he dies to someone else, our Black Wind stronghold won't be able to regain our prestige, and the spiritual ginseng will end up in someone else's hands too, said the scholarly second boss. Sure enough, Xiangwu's eyelids twitched. His desire for the spiritual ginseng was no less than anyone else's. Didn't he say he'd come himself? By then I'll smash him to a pulp. The seventh boss was a bald fatty. His face was vicious as he swung the huge hammer in his hand. The bosses all looked at one another and sneered, "Seventh brother, only you believe he'll come." As long as they had some brains, they would never believe someone would actually be bold enough to barge into their Black Wind stronghold alone. If he doesn't want to come, we'll force him to come. Although the snow has sealed off the mountains, making it inconvenient for us to mobilize on a large scale, we just need to send a group of people, and it'll be enough to slaughter the Crouching Ox village and regain the prestige of the Black Wind stronghold. By then we'll find a few relatives and friends who are close to him and slice them off. We'll send them over piece by piece. I refuse to believe he'll still be able to sit still. The second boss revealed his vicious plan. The bosses all cheered, praising him greatly. The second boss smiled proudly as well. Thump. With a great sound, the entire stronghold seemed to shake. a bandit rushed in and said, "Oh no, boss. See someone smashing at the stronghold gate." In front of the stronghold, over a dozen bandits guarding the gate stared at it in fear. The gate, made from a few thick logs, was unable to give them any sense of security at all. Thump. Another great sound rang out. The logs trembled and splinters flew into the air as if a huge beast wanted to barge in. Under the constant, violent collisions, the gate caved in and cracked. Boom. The huge logs scattered and a piece of wood struck a bandit in the chest. He immediately vomited blood and collapsed. However, the mountain bandits did not have the time to pay attention to their companions. Instead, they stared blankly at the entrance. A tall figure stepped into the Black Wind stronghold amidst the wind, snow, and dust. "Stop, stop right there, this is Black." A bandit who seemed to be the leader of the group endured the fear in his heart and spoke, but before he could finish speaking, an arrow shot out from the smoke and dust, ending his words and life. Li Qingshan raised his stone-splitter bow and said calmly, "I know." When the dust settled, the bandits discovered that there was no army or huge beast standing in front of the stronghold gate. Instead, there was only a young man wearing iron armor and holding a large bow. The fear in their hearts immediately faded a lot. Someone brandished his saber and shouted, "He's only one person. Everyone, let's attack together and kill him. The stronghold master will reward us handsomely." More than a dozen bandits wielding all sorts of weapons howled as they charged forward. Li Qingshan calmly took out 3 arrows from his quiver and knocked them on the bowstring. In an instant he pulled the bowstring to its fullest. The bowstring hummed, and the sharp arrows pierced through the 3 bandits at the front with the force of splitting rocks and piercing clouds. They fell to the ground like puppets with their strings cut. Li Qingshan drew his bow like a spring and shot out arrows, killing 12 bandits in a row. "I'll kill you." There were still 4 bandits who charged forward, roaring as they slashed at Li Qingshan's head. Li Qingshan put away his bow and continued forward as if he did not see them. A whirlwind spun around him, carrying with it the sharp edge of a blade. The 4 bandits simultaneously spat out blood from their throats and fell to the ground. One of the bandits was skilled, and when he saw the small blade, he wanted to block it with his saber. However, the small blade cut through his saber like it was tofu. Li Qingshan stepped over the corpses of more than a dozen bandits and continued forward. Finally, he stopped at the empty space in the middle of the stronghold. He saw bandits rushing out from the barracks of every stronghold when they heard the news. They all held torches in their hands and they were extremely eye-catching in the darkness. He drew his bow and shot out arrows in rapid succession, each one faster than the one before. The effects of the spiritual wine gradually took effect in his body, and he became slightly tipsy. However, it was as if the gods were helping him and not a single arrow missed its mark. The Hall of Honor landed at the highest point of the Black Wind stronghold. The leaders of the Black Wind stronghold rushed out of the Hall of Honor and looked down from the platform. All of them exclaimed in surprise, "He actually dared to come? And he came so quickly." Li Qingshan suddenly saw that the bandits were no longer charging forward, but were retreating in an orderly manner. He raised his head and saw Jianghu. He laughed loudly, "Stronghold Master Xiong, a guest has come and you as the host are so slow. I couldn't wait any longer, so I killed a few dozen of your minions to relieve my boredom. You won't blame me, right?" A gust of true qi gushed out, and the laughter traveled 10 miles, echoing through the mountains and drowning out the sound of the wind and snow. It sounded like thunder in the ears of the bandits, and those who were weaker immediately fell to the ground with cries of pain, blood flowing from their ears. "I accidentally killed a few more." Li Qingshan covered his mouth and burped. The bandits were shocked and Xiangwu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The strength of Li Qingshan's inner force was far beyond his imagination, and it seemed to be even more exquisite than normal inner force. It was definitely not like the rumors said, that he was just an external martial arts master. This must be the effect of the spiritual ginseng. This day next year will be the day you die. No, I will capture you alive and torture you for 7 days and 7 nights. Li Qingshan laughed loudly, "I don't have the leisure to deal with you. Quickly come down and accept your death." He raised his hand to draw his bow, and the smile on his face disappeared. His right hand turned into a blur, and he mechanically executed the action of drawing an arrow. 7 arrows formed a line. It was the rapid arrow technique that he had learned from Drawn Rain's village, and he shot it towards the platform. Dodge. Xiangwu's warning was too slow. One of the bandits was hit and he fell from the platform. There were 3 arrows stuck in his body and he only managed to dodge the first 4. Sixth boss. The bandits cried out in alarm. Li Qingshan touched his bow again, and found that all 3 quivers had been used up. He tossed the large bow and quiver to the side. He has no more arrows. Everyone, don't be afraid, kill him. The bandits bellowed out to boost their morale. They swarmed over like a black mass, forming an impenetrable encirclement. Layers upon layers of figures and weapons surged over, drowning Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan hooked the Overlord spear at his feet, and with a clang, he placed it on his shoulder. He spun around like a whirlwind, and the 140 gene Overlord spear danced like a black dragon, carrying with it a low hum as it tore through the air. 5 bandits were sent flying at the same time, either their heads exploded or their chests were crushed. They could not be more dead. With Li Qingshan's lethal weapon in hand, he was basically a walking death trap. He would never leave a single person alive. The bandits behind him were smashed into the ground, and there was also a series of groans and cries. Li Qingshan looked towards the platform. Don't let your minions die for nothing. Quickly come and fight me. Jianghu looked at the casualties of his subordinates, but he did not have the slightest intention of making a move. Instead, he laughed coldly. Fight you? Looking down from above, he could clearly see a dozen or so bandits dressed in special clothing, mixed in with the crowd, approaching Li Qingshan. They did not raise their weapons like their comrades but instead lowered them. Li Qingshan's heart trembled. A terrifying killing intent was like a venomous snake baring its fangs. And the experts that he would take seriously were clearly only on the platform. Before he could think carefully, the dozen or so bandits raised their hands and shouted, "Get out of the way!" Chapter 57. The bolts tore through the air. They were no weaker than the stone splitter bow. With a clang, they pierced the armor and stabbed into Li Qingshan's body. Li Qingshan immediately froze up. Jianghu sneered. Do you really think you're worthy of fighting me? Dying like this would be letting you off easy. He had gone to great lengths to obtain these crossbows. He had spent a great deal of time training these crossbowmen as well. They were the true trump cards of his Black Wind stronghold. He had gone too far. The other organizations of Qingyang City treated him as a thorn in their side. If they were not prepared, they would not be able to sleep at night. Even first-rate masters would struggle to escape death from the sneak attack of over a dozen crossbows. And then, Li Qingshan, who was supposed to be dead, suddenly raised his head and asked. The bolts struck the armor, but they failed to pierce his tendons. He had also become covered in cold sweat. If it were not for the armor, which nullified the force of impact, he definitely would not have been able to block the crossbows with his ox demon forges its hide. Even with that being the case, it took him quite a while to recover. Crossbows were truly a divine weapon for killing masters. Protect the crossbowmen. Fire again. The second boss ordered loudly. The bandits surged forward and the crossbowmen changed their bolts in a hurry. Crossbows were easy to use, but they were nowhere near as fast as bows, so they were extremely easy to damage. However, with this kind of command, they could unleash their greatest power. They could command the bandits like an army. Total annihilation. How could Li Qingshan be willing to become a target? He identified the place with the most bandits and used the tyrant spear style, charging over like a chariot. The might of the spear surged, sucking in over a dozen bandits. He was like a black dragon that had swallowed its prey in a single gulp. When it spat out again, it was over a dozen corpses. With just these people, how could they stop him? Before a crossbowman could even draw the bowstring, his chest was pierced by the spear. His 50-kilogram body was thrown into the air, slamming into another crossbowman in the distance and killing him. Li Qingshan became one with his spear and rushed left and right in the crowd. He only attacked and did not defend. When the swords, spears, swords and halberds landed on his body, they were immediately repelled by his armor and could not harm him at all. When he swung his great spear, it pierced through the chest and head. In a short moment he had killed dozens of bandits and more than half of the crossbowmen had been killed. He stood among the bandits, his iron armor pierced by more than 10 crossbow bolts and soaked in blood. A fierce and murderous aura arose spontaneously, scaring the bandits to death. One of the bandits tried to launch a sneak attack from behind. He turned around and glared at him, a red light flashing in his eyes. Before he could make a move, the bandit's face suddenly turned ashen, and he was scared to death. Xiangwu's heart ached and he flew into a rage. Even if he won this time, his vitality would be greatly damaged. The faces of the other leaders were also unsightly. This Li Qingshan's martial arts were so high that it could be said that it was beyond their imagination. The second leader said, "Leader, don't be anxious. This Li Qingshan has a great spear and armor. Although he looks invulnerable and powerful, he has to carry several hundred kilograms of weight. Even if his martial arts are high, he cannot last for long. Why don't we wait until he is tired and then make a move? We can just recruit more subordinates." In a battle between experts, it was rare for a battle to last for 3 days and 3 nights. In fact, it was rare for a battle to last for more than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. This was because a battle was fierce and dangerous. One careless move could determine life and death. Martial artists had to burst out their physical strength and willpower in an instant, suppressing their opponent with a spurt of energy. Jianghu calmed his heart. He thought that even if it was him, after shooting the stone splitter bow dozens of times and charging with this kind of equipment, he would not be able to last long. Even if a person had great abilities, once their physical strength was exhausted, they would be at the mercy of others. This was the fearsomeness of a battle formation. It was not just a saying that ants could bite an elephant to death. However, who would have thought that not only was Li Qingshan not tired, he became more and more courageous as he fought. The gourd of spiritual wine he had drunk had a shocking medicinal effect. As it burned in his body, energy continuously surged out. The overlord's spear in his hand turned into a blur. The spear moved with him as he killed to his heart's content. His entire body was bathed in blood. Furthermore, the ox demon's fist of great strength that he cultivated was not something that a mortal martial art could compare to. The thing that bulls were most praised for was not their strength, but their endurance. Seeing more and more bandits die and corpses litter the ground, the second leader's forehead was covered in sweat. What's going on? The snow was getting heavier and heavier. It was as big as a goose's feather as it fell to the ground, covering thousands of mountains. The bandits that fell towards Li Qingshan were immediately swept away by the fierce spear wind. A bandit was sent flying and landed on the ground, dyeing the snow red. The remaining bandits no longer had the slightest bit of ferocity and retreated in panic. Li Qingshan paused the spear in his hand. What a heavy snow! Jianghu decisively ordered, "Attack!" Together with the other leaders, they flew down together. The bandits' morale was immediately boosted. The seventh leader smashed down with his hammer. The air whistled, and before it even smashed down, it brought along a violent gust of wind. Its power was astonishing and terrifying. He was born with great strength that could kill tigers and bears. The second leader said, "Don't fight him head-on. Come at me." Li Qingshan used the move, Overlord carries the cauldron, and the Overlord's spear swept upwards. Clang! A loud sound rang out as the hammer and spear collided. The hammer flew back and smashed into the seventh leader's head, causing his brain to burst out. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the fourth leader whipped at Li Qingshan's waist. The fifth leader used a demon-headed blade to hack at Li Qingshan's back. The second leader, however, used an iron fan to hide in the momentum and viciously pointed at the back of Li Qingshan's unguarded head. However, the most dangerous thing was still Jianghu's palm that was reaching for his face. Even if Li Qingshan could block these attacks with his ox demon forges its hide and iron armor, the impact would still be unbearable. His body would slow down and he would fall into a trap if he was not careful. He finally understood why even a veteran like Lu Hong's expression changed when he said he was going to flatten the Black Wind stronghold. He refused to believe it. The danger was unimaginably great. Ox demon stomps the ground. An idea occurred to him. True Qi surged into his right foot and he stomped heavily on the ground. Within a radius of 3 meters, a small earthquake occurred. The ground cracked and sunk and shockwaves rolled in all directions. Martial arts focused on strength from the ground and rooting under one's feet. As long as one had not become an immortal that could ride the wind and soar the clouds, they would not be able to leave the ground under their feet. The attacks of the leaders were like the wind, but their feet were firmly planted on the ground. As soon as Li Qingshan's foot landed, they immediately became unsteady. They felt a shockwave attack their feet and they felt dizzy and wanted to vomit blood. Their attacks were also scattered and powerless, and when they landed on Li Qingshan they were no longer effective. Only Jianghu's martial arts were the highest, and his palm and claws still maintained their power. Li Qingshan laughed and quickly retreated, avoiding Jianghu's claws. He crashed into the fourth leader behind him and at the same time he stabbed his spear at Jianghu's chest. The fourth leader screamed in pain. All the bones in his body were shattered and he was sent flying. Xiong Xiangwu pulled back his palm and twisted his body, temporarily avoiding Li Qingshan's dragon-like spear. The fifth leader's martial arts were the weakest, and he had not recovered yet. Li Qingshan let go of the spear and grabbed his head, swinging it to the ground. With a bang, it was like a watermelon being split open and red and white blood flowed out. He then pulled the Overlord's spear back and held it horizontally in front of him, assuming the stance of the Overlord's cross. In the blink of an eye, he had broken through the attacks of the Black Wind stronghold, and even killed the 4 leaders. Third-rate experts were as weak as children in front of him, unable to withstand a single blow. The remaining bandits were stunned as if they had been immobilized. They did not expect their own stronghold to be so weak as the village they had wreaked havoc in. The snow was getting heavier and the ground was dyed red with blood. Then it was covered in snow and frozen, forming a tragic scene of red and white. Chapter 58. Li Qingshan kicked away the corpse by his feet and grinned. It's much quieter now. Come, Chief Xiong, I'll give you a quick death. He tilted his head slightly. And the one behind me. Come at me as well. The second boss, who was dressed like a scholar, no longer had any hint of elegance. The scarf on his head had fallen off, and his entire body was drenched in cold sweat. He had managed to escape from Li Qingshan's hands thanks to his decent movement technique, but his courage had already been shattered. When Li Qingshan glanced at him, he took a step back as if he had been struck by lightning. Chief, I don't want to die here. I can't let my strategy go to waste. After saying that, the second boss turned around and fled. His body was light, and with a few leaps, he arrived at the entrance of the stronghold. The other bandits scattered as well, fleeing towards the stronghold's entrance. Trash. All of you are trash. Xiong Xiangwu cursed loudly. If it were not for Li Qingshan stopping him, he would have personally killed these traitors. The instant the second boss was about to escape from the Black Wind stronghold, a dark green blade silently slid past his neck. Firstly, he was not as skilled as Yang Anji, and secondly, he had already lost his courage. He only cared about running for his life, so how could he guard against the small blade in the darkness? Blood sprayed out and his pupils dilated. Even at the moment of his death, he did not know who had killed him. The other fleeing bandits all followed in his footsteps. The pitch-black stronghold's entrance seemed to have become the border of death. Xiong Xiangwu could not see what had happened in front of the stronghold's entrance. He could only vaguely hear the sounds of heavy objects falling to the ground. He knew that those people had probably died. He felt a chill run down his spine. What did you do? Li Qingshan smiled in a flamboyant manner. I killed you, of course. After cultivating the path of white bone and great beauty, Little and was no longer afraid of blood. However, just now, when he fought, his killing intent surged into the sky like a battle formation. Little and could only wander around in the surroundings, unable to get close. However, it was perfect for him to launch a sneak attack. Those bandits that were running around in the dark were simply the best prey. They didn't have the slightest ability to fight back before him, and they stretched out their necks one by one to be executed. Xiong Xiangwu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The foundation he had built up for so many years had been destroyed in a day, destroyed in the hands of this brat. All the mountain bandits were guilty of crimes and he was the only one left. The large Black Wind stronghold was reduced to a ghostly wasteland in an instant. Only the howling of wind and snow remained. Li Qingshan raised his spear and said, "Come." Staring fixedly at Li Qingshan, Xiong Xiangwu reached his trembling hand into his bosom and took out a pale yellow paper talisman with great care. He had obtained this talisman by accident and it was not easy. It was the real life-saving straw. He did not expect that it would come to this, so he did not have the time to use it. But now he could not care so much. Li Qingshan could clearly see the bright light on the paper talisman. His heart trembled and the tip of his spear trembled. True chi gushed out and he used the final move of the Overlord spear technique. It was also the most powerful move, world domination. He charged forward, piercing through the air. Xiong Xiangwu bit the tip of his tongue and spat it on the paper talisman. He flipped his hand and pressed it against his chest. A ball of light exploded, enveloping him. He shouted, "I'm going to kill you." Clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out. The invincible Overlord spear was blocked by a layer of golden light, unable to move an inch forward. Little and wanted to help Li Qingshan, but under the illumination of the golden light, he could not take a single step forward. Xiong Xiangwu grabbed the tip of the spear, and Li Qingshan felt a huge force that was not any weaker than his own. He almost lost control of the spear. He immediately used the ox demon stomps its hooves, and his feet bit the ground. His gaze was as resolute as a dragon, and he did not take a single step back. The two wrestled, and the iron spear, which was as thick as the mouth of a bowl, was twisted into an exaggerated arc. The distance between them gradually closed. 5 steps, 3 steps, 1 step. Xiong Xiangwu suddenly raised his palm and slapped down on Li Qingshan's head. His hand was shockingly large, like a bear's palm fan. It did not match the proportions of his body, and now it was enveloped in a layer of light, making it seem even larger. Before the palm even arrived, the whistling wind forced Li Qingshan to be unable to breathe. He let go of the overlord's spear and retreated. He was scratched by the edge of the palm, and his heavy armor was torn apart like paper. He felt an intense pain in his chest, and it was even more severe than when he was cut by a sword. Bang! Xiong Xiangwu seemed to be unable to control his own strength. He slapped the ground and a loud sound rang out. The ground collapsed, and the momentum was even greater than Li Qingshan's just now. Ox demon stomps its hooves. Li Qingshan finally could not help but be shocked. What is this? How could Xiong Xiangwu explain? He roared, "It's time for you to die." Vajra Strength Talisman. Once used, it's as if there's a Vajra protecting your body, giving you infinite strength. Oxen appeared out of nowhere and explained indifferently. A bull that could talk. Xiong Xiangwu was instantly stunned. "Brother Bull, why are you here?" Oxen said, "Hurry up and kill him, we still have important matters to attend to." "All right." Li Qingshan grabbed the remaining armor on his body and tore it off. He strode toward Xiong Xiangwu. "What Vajra protection? Watch me break your turtle shell." Xiong Xiangwu's fan-sized palm slammed down, thinking that Li Qingshan was seeking his own death. The true qi in Li Qingshan's body surged violently. Ox demon fist of great strength struck out with all his strength. The fist and palm collided and a loud sound rang out. Under Li Qingshan's feet, the ground collapsed and the rocks shattered. All the bones in his body groaned in pain, and his muscles became numb. However, he did not care and shouted, "Again!" He punched out again. Boom! The giant palm slammed down, and Li Qingshan sank a few more inches into the ground. Xiong Xiangwu wanted to smash Li Qingshan into pieces, but Li Qingshan was like a piece of pig iron. No matter how many times he tempered him, he became more and more courageous. The fist and palm clashed more than 10 times, and Li Qingshan's calves were all buried in the ground. Blood seeped out of his mouth and nose, but his expression became more and more determined. Xiong Xiangwu was, after all, borrowing external force. Although he had infinite strength, his speed of recovery could not keep up. Finally, he revealed an opening. How could Li Qingshan let go of this opportunity? He punched out again, but it was once again dissolved by the spirit light. "It's useless, you can't hurt me." Xiong Xiangwu laughed wildly. "Let's see how many punches you can block." Li Qingshan did not give his opponent any time to breathe. His true qi exploded and he continued to punch out more than 10 times. The spirit light trembled and became fainter. Xiong Xiangwu retreated, and a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. Clearly, the spirit light could not completely dissolve the fist force, and his lungs were injured. Xiong Xiangwu was beaten until he knelt on one knee. He angrily and unwillingly said, "You die." Li Qingshan pulled out the flying dragon sword on his back and poured all of his true qi into it. The sword vibrated and a foot-long sword ray appeared. He slashed down with all his strength, cutting into the spirit light. After a moment of hesitation, it smoothly cut down. A head fell to the ground and it spun a few times. There was still shock and fear on its face. Li Qingshan raised the sword and said, "The Black Wind Stronghold's leader has been beheaded. The Black Wind Stronghold has been destroyed." Then he flicked the sword. What a good sword. He did not use this sword from the start, but first used his fists to consume the spirit light of the talisman. Otherwise, when the spirit light was at its peak, not only would he not be able to kill Xiong Xiangwu, but he would also destroy the sword. Although according to Oxen, this was also a fake spirit weapon that did not make the grade, at least it was more practical. "Brother Nyo, what is the important matter you mentioned?" Chapter 59. Only then did Li Qingshan remember what Oxen had said. Using beast blood was only a temporary measure to cultivate the path of white bone and great beauty. If he truly wanted to cultivate it, he needed human blood, and it had to be human blood that had just died and was still warm. The stronger the blood, the better. These bandits were great materials that Oxen had mentioned. Although he did not dare to agree, he did not mind it too much. He moved the corpses of the bandits over and piled them up into a small mountain on the empty ground. The scene was horrifying and the stench of blood was thick and pungent. Even Li Qingshan himself felt rather shaken. He could not help but ask himself, did I do this? However, he immediately calmed down. This was karma. If these bandits did not end up like this, then the world would be unfair. As long as he had a clear conscience, there was no need for him to feel conflicted or regret. Afterwards, he followed Oxen's instructions and placed the jar containing Little Anne's white bones upside down on the mountain of corpses. Little Anne danced around nervously until he heard Li Qingshan say, "Go!" He turned into a breeze and dove into the jar. The mountain of corpses trembled. The blood that had been flowing downwards suddenly began to flow backwards towards the jar. The jar also began to tremble violently, and the stench of blood grew fainter and fainter. After a long while, there was a series of cracking sounds. Cracks appeared on the jar, revealing streaks of red light, as if they were congealing blood. Li Qingshan frowned and held his breath. The scene before him seemed too much like some kind of terrifying and evil ritual. It was as if some kind of demon was about to be born. With a bang, the jar exploded. A blood-red skeleton sat on the mountain of corpses. 2 balls of blood-red flames burned in its eye sockets. It was clearly an extremely strange and terrifying scene, but the little skeleton's hands were pressed together like an old monk sitting in meditation. It actually gave off a holy feeling of enlightenment, as if it had seen through life and death. The horrifying mountain of corpses vaguely seemed like a lotus throne where a Buddha sat in meditation. The pale white arms that stretched out were like pure white lotus petals. It was extremely strange. Li Qingshan called out tentatively, "Little Anne?" The little skeleton raised its head and the blood flames flickered. It turned into a blood shadow and pounced over. Its speed was so fast that even Li Qingshan was taken aback. This was even faster than Yang Anji's lightness skills. He instinctively wanted to block or even counterattack, but he stopped himself and allowed the little skeleton to barge into his arms. It then slammed into his chest with a thud and slid down. Li Qingshan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He saw that Little Anne had fallen to the ground and was shaking her head. She looked like she couldn't control her speed at all. Little Anne stood up and looked up at Li Qingshan. From his eyes he saw his current appearance. It was as if he suddenly realized that he was no longer a ghost. He looked down at his tiny bony hands and then at his body. Then he began to tremble violently. Then he squatted on the ground and covered his face with his hands. Although there wasn't any sound coming out, Li Qingshan could clearly feel that he was crying. As a ghost, at least he still had a human form. No one would be able to remain calm after turning into such a horrifying, inhuman appearance. Not to mention that he was just a child. Li Qingshan felt a pain in his heart. His heart that was as hard as iron in the massacre suddenly softened. He rubbed his sour nose and squatted down with a smile. He touched Little Anne's head and said, "Why are you like this? Aren't you pretty cute? In the past, only you could touch me and I couldn't touch you. Now it's fair." Little Anne raised his head. The blood flames in his eye sockets were a little brighter. He stretched out his arms and gently hugged Li Qingshan. He put his head on Li Qingshan's chest. Li Qingshan spread out his arms and hugged him tightly. In the wind and snow, under the mountain of corpses, a teenager and a small skeleton were hugging each other. They seemed to feel a kind of warmth from each other's cold bodies. Oxen looked on silently from the side. There was no longer the usual mocking look in his eyes. Little Anne had the temperament of a child after all. His mood quickly improved. He curiously experimented with his new body. One moment he would randomly walk on the ground. The next moment he would pick up a single blade that the bandits had dropped and swing it wildly. Sometimes he would leap several feet into the air, but inevitably he would fall down with a thud and fall to the ground. Li Qingshan was greatly alarmed. He was afraid that Little Anne would fall and shatter his slender bones. However, he saw Little Anne turn over and stand up. Scratching his head, he remembered that he was no longer a ghost and couldn't fly. However, he wasn't disappointed and continued to run wildly in the wind and snow. Only then did Li Qingshan relax. He revealed a smile. Perhaps it was because he loved the house and its crow. He really didn't think that Little Anne was scary. The little skeleton's various childish movements actually had a strange kind of cuteness. However, Other people definitely wouldn't think so. He turned to Oxen and asked, "Is Little N going to be like this for the rest of his life?" Oxen said, "There's nothing wrong with this. How many people pray to the gods and Buddha to become like this, yet they still can't? However, allowing a yin spirit to cultivate a physical body is something that normal people can forget about. Although it's an ability of the demonic path, it isn't countered by any Buddhist or Taoist arts. Moreover, it progresses at a godly speed and is extraordinarily powerful. If this ability were to spread, I guarantee that it would be 10,000 times more effective than the spiritual ginseng in your possession. Whether it's Buddhists, Taoists, or demons, they would all come to steal it. If someone else gave you a feast, could you still blame the cutlery for not being good?" Li Qingshan could only smile bitterly. "I knew it. The path of white bone and great beauty sounds much more powerful than the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers." Not only was it so fast that he almost failed to react to it, but when he turned around he saw Little N swinging the 7th boss's huge metal hammer that weighed around 50 kilograms. Then, due to his hands being too small, he lost his grip on the handle. The metal hammer flew several dozen meters away and crashed into a wall. The current Little N could slaughter the entire Black Wind stronghold alone. He would definitely be able to do so with even more ease than Li Qingshan. Moreover, the master of the Black Wind stronghold had somehow found a talisman that could contend against his strength of 1 ox. For a bandit leader like him to obtain it, it definitely could not be anything impressive. He could not help but feel a hint of doubt towards the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers. He absorbed the essence blood of over 100 people, so of course he's not weak. If he wants to revert to human form, it's actually not difficult. Oxen snickered and changed the topic, ignoring Li Qingshan's doubts. As expected, Li Qingshan threw his own matters to the back of his mind. "Is that true? What should I do?" Oxen said, "Firstly, once you cultivate the path of white bone and great beauty to a certain level, you'll be able to transform into anything. You'll be able to transform into anything you want." Li Qingshan nodded. The Buddhists speak of skeletons made of powder. They've always been able to see through reality and illusion, but this probably isn't something that can be achieved in a short period of time. After all, it's an illusion. Oxen said, "There's another shortcut. That's by using the blood of others. Before long, you'll be able to regrow flesh from white bones, regrow flesh, and reconstruct a physical body." Li Qingshan said in shock, "Doesn't that mean Little N has come back to life?" Oxen shook his head. "He's neither alive nor dead, neither dead nor alive, but from a mortal's point of view, there's no difference from coming back to life." "All right." Li Qingshan felt excited. "Don't celebrate too early. You'll have to handle this troublesome matter. You can't expose him before everyone and leave behind too many traces. Otherwise, don't blame me for not warning you when people come knocking on your door to purge demons." Chapter 60. Oxen said nothing more. Only when Li Qingshan turned around did he say, "You can practice the tiger demon's fist of bone forging once you get back. Training an ox without training a tiger still isn't an ability." Li Qingshan paused, but he did not stop. No matter where this path led to, he would continue onwards without looking back. It was for himself as well as for the child in front of him. Oxen placed all of his attention on Li Qingshan. He had taught Little N the path of white bone and great beauty because of Li Qingshan. Was the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers he had taught Li Qingshan really just a clumsy, mediocre ability? Li Qingshan searched through the Black Wind stronghold for spoils of war. Little N followed behind him with a series of thuds. Very soon he found a granary. The granary was filled with food that had been plundered from various villages, prepared for winter. Who knew how many people had died of hunger and cold? Afterwards, he found a warehouse filled with various miscellaneous items as well as an armory. The warehouse was mostly filled with things like alcohol, meat, salt, and so on. The armory was filled with regular weapons, and none of them were on par with the soaring dragon sword in his hand, so he did not take them seriously. However, he was unable to find the most important treasury no matter how he searched. Instead, he found quite a lot of silver and banknotes in the rooms of the various bosses. The Black Wind stronghold had been in Jianghu for many years, so who knew how much gold and silver they had accumulated? There might even be talismans among them. In the end, it was Little N who was more meticulous. He discovered an extremely well-hidden mechanism in Xiangwu's bedroom. Activating the mechanism, a secret door appeared. Opening the secret door, the gold and silver utensils shone with jewels and jewels, almost dazzling him. A wooden box contained a stack of silver banknotes, which amounted to over 10,000 taels. However, the most valuable items were probably the paintings and antiques that he could not name. Even Li Qingshan felt rather dazzled. He casually picked up an item, yet he would spend half a day admiring and fiddling with it, highlighting his true colors of a country bumpkin. Even with his 2 lives combined, he had never seen so much gold and silver. Unfortunately, he couldn't find the other talisman after searching for a while. He thought that if Jianghu really had such a good thing, he would have kept it with him as a trump card. He wouldn't have left it in such a place to rot. He couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Little and didn't care about the gold, silver and jewelry as if he was tired of playing with weapons. Instead, he took out the paintings from the big porcelain bottle in the corner of the treasury and looked at them. However, he didn't look like he was playing with them. Instead, he looked at them seriously. Some of the scrolls were just thrown to the ground after a single glance as if they were fakes. Li Qingshan went up, but he saw that the paintings were either elegant landscapes, flowers, birds and people, or they were written in some strange calligraphy style. He couldn't understand 9 out of 10 words. In any case, they were all ancient and he couldn't tell the difference. Suddenly, he remembered that he was basically illiterate in this world. There was no chance for him to learn in the mountain village, nor was there a need for him to learn. He probably couldn't even recognize all the words. He would have to make up for this when he had the chance. However, he was very surprised. "You can understand them?" Little An nodded. Although he couldn't speak, he gestured at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan understood very quickly. As it turned out, Little An had remembered many things after he achieved initial mastery of the path of white bone and great beauty and turned into a skeleton. Li Qingshan clicked his tongue and said, "Looks like you might be able to remember where your home is very soon. You can appreciate paintings at such a young age, so you must have a very profound family background. Perhaps you're not from an ordinary wealthy family." Hearing Li Qingshan say that, Little An became confused instead. Even though he was naive, he knew that his current appearance was shameful. Even if he could find his way back to his home, would he be able to see his family? Li Qingshan comforted him. "Don't worry, I have a way. You'll be fine very soon. I guarantee that you'll be no different from other children." Little An immediately became happy. Although he had no idea what Li Qingshan's method was, he trusted him instinctively. Hearing this from outside, Oxen was surprised. This was not just from an ordinary wealthy family. This little ghost soul had clearly been cleansed and strengthened by someone's power, which was why it was so tough. He was able to withstand the witch's random refinement, and his soul did not disperse. Instead, he had the ability to control objects. Perhaps Li Qingshan did not know, but Oxen knew very well just how high the path of white bone and great beauty demanded in terms of talent. Even he was rather surprised that Little An was able to grasp it so smoothly. This was probably not just because he was talented, but because he had used some sort of spiritual medicine or technique to awaken his spiritual intelligence. Little An unfurled another scroll painting, and a spiritual light suddenly rose up in the room, overshadowing the brilliance of all the gold, silver and jewels. Li Qingshan felt a chill in his heart. He sensed an extremely sharp sword chi assaulting him. It was actually 10 times more terrifying than when he faced Yang Anji's fatal strike in the restaurant. He instinctively grabbed Little An and pulled him behind him. The scroll painting fell to the ground, but it did not unleash the terrifying attack he had imagined. After resting for a moment, Li Qingshan carefully picked up the scroll, only to find that it was not a painting but calligraphy. The calligraphy was extremely messy, and he could not even recognize a single word. It did not really look like cursive calligraphy. There were no characters in the entire scroll, only random strokes and strokes. However, the force of the strokes penetrated the back of the paper, making it look extremely imposing. Every single stroke was like a sword mark left behind by a supreme swordsman on a stone wall. There was a depth to it that would not be worn away even with the passage of time. Oxen said, "Kid, you're quite lucky. You actually found a true spiritual artifact." A spiritual artifact. Li Qingshan was overjoyed. He played with the scroll painting in his hand, his heart filled with joy. He rubbed Little An's bony head. "What a good Little An." Little An saw that he was happy, and also lowered his head in joy. "How do I use this thing?" Oxen said, "Try injecting your true chi into it." Li Qingshan had fought a great battle in the Black Wind stronghold. He had mainly relied on his own strength, so he did not consume much of his true qi. He still had more than half of it left. However, when he tried to inject his true qi into the scroll painting, the true qi in his body poured out like crazy, and all his true qi was sucked into the scroll painting. When his true qi was completely depleted, a stroke on the scroll just now lit up. With a flash of light, a skimming flew out, passing through a gold and silver treasure chest, and landed on the stone wall of the secret room. There was no shocking sound. After a while, the treasure chest split into two. Only then did Li Qingshan come back to his senses. He went forward to take a look, and saw that as long as the skimming passed by the gold and silver ingots, they would all be cut in half. The cut surface was clean and shiny. He then went to check the stone wall and found that there was an extremely thin and deep mark on the thick stone wall. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.